Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
Got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughing him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
This is the next church on February 28, 2020, 7:44 p.m. How, does the FBI find people? The people's misspelled P-E-O-O-P-L-E. Did the defendant find out how the FBI finds people in this case? Oh, she found out.
Oh, good morning. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. It's a bit early. This morning. Apologize. Are you guys tired? It's way early. It's way early today. Oh, it's good to be here, though. Hello, welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. Thank you so much for being here this morning. We have some fun stuff going on right now. We just wrapped up the Thomas Randolph case. For those that missed out, spoiler alert, the verdict is in. We watched it over on Brandy's channel. If you want to watch the verdict come in, I was over there with her, so you can see that. It was pretty quick. It was pretty much what we expected. Just saying. But it's worth a quick watch if you didn't see that before. We do need to pay proper homage to Golden Girl this morning. Golden Girl, congratulations. This is you had a period.
That was terrible. I apologize.
It was pretty bad. You had a period of I guess we could say good behavior, which has come to an abrupt end as you have once again reoffended and have been first in chat. Thank you. I guess somebody had to do it. You took one for the team here. Congratulations as a penalty.
Don't miss the forest for the trees.
Don't do that. As a penalty, punishment, or prize, depending on how you view this, you get to own everything IP related for the worldwide. It's ownership. You know, it's like owning a boat. It's a hole in the water you throw money into. Internet's sort of the same way. You pretty much have your work cut out for you today, as we're going to depend on you to keep everything running worldwide. But I know you can do it. You've done it before. Thank you very much, and good to have you first in chat. Good to have all of you here. I will say, as we're getting ready, I'm frantically watching because this weird trial we're following. Hold on just one second. Now where did it go? It's gone. It bailed on me. Was it farther the other direction? 2, 3. No. It's gone. Okay, so let's see. 14th Judicial. Let's refresh here.
Bring the jury.
I'm sorry. I went early today. We had to go early because court starts early this morning. And I have to admit, I did a little more research on this trial. We stumbled across this trial. This is the trial of Angela Dantzler. She's accused of murdering her husband, shooting him twice. You know, it was fatal. Well, hang on. Shooting him 5 times, I think. 5 times. I don't know the exact number because we missed the day that had the ME. We'll go back and get that. We're in the process of requesting that. Yesterday, I was able to, through the help of Mayla's mom. I can't even remember the name. There it is, Mayla's mom. Through the help of Mayla's mom, we were able to get the video prior to what we watched, and so now we have all the testimony from the defendant as well as what came immediately before it. I'm not a cat. On defense, but we're trying to get the prosecution right now, which we're putting in a request for. So that being said, the judges said we want to be done this week, okay? And apparently some jurors have a big issue with this going longer than a week. And so the judge is saying we're going to be done before the weekend's over, and we might have to be here on Saturday. So we might have a Saturday trial where the juror has to come in. Anyway, this is down in Bay County, Florida. The defense on this case is fascinating because we have this, what by all accounts, except for what the prosecution and the victim's family are saying, this lady is the sweetest, nicest lady. You could imagine she'd probably bake you cookies in a heartbeat. And here she's accused of murder, and they're saying it's premeditated. And the issue is...
Don't miss the forest for the trees.
Yes, don't miss the forest for the trees. The issue is her behavior from when she shot him forward and a little bit before looks suspicious. Spray painting the Ring cameras in the house, throwing sheets over the cameras, unplugging the cameras, doing all this leading up to the time when he is shot. Once he's shot, just piling a lot of clothes on his body, sending texts from his phone saying, hey, we're going out of town. There's been a family emergency on Angela's side, as if she's him. And some things just are like, something's not adding up here. Something's not adding up. She did incredibly well, considering all this on the stand. The prosecution could not rattle her at all, even confronting her with all these things. She's like, no. And she comes across as very believable. And it's like, holy cow, I think she's telling the truth. But why then did she spray paint the cameras? Why did she throw sheets over all the cameras and unplug everything? And why did she not call the police? Why did she, throw all his clothes and smoke all the marijuana and do all these? Some things ain't right, says Ashley. Some things ain't right. And that's why they're prosecuting, honestly. Because if all that other stuff hadn't happened, if it was just him on the floor and she took pills and passed out, they probably wouldn't prosecute. But it's the fact that he was shot with two different guns, two different calibers of bullets that shot from different angles and multiple times, and then the body was hidden, and then there's this whole she didn't ever call the police. The police had to break into the house to check on him and found him dead. Found her asleep up on the bed with guns. They had to tase her to take her into custody. All this stuff we're trying to get video for, because there was video, there was body camera footage.
What more do we need to see?
Crazy. Ella Cole just gifted 5 memberships to kick the morning off. Thank you. Thank you very much, Ella. And you know who else thanks you? Constant Creek Freedom, Happy Bath Bar, Kush Queen Katie 86, Kit Kat, and 307 Mrs. Troy. Thank you for them. Appreciate your generosity and buying them access to the front row. So please take your seats. Thank you very much, Ella. We have, Christine brings up a good point. I'm sure it was premeditated, but she's using the battered wife defense. And she says, he would constantly threaten me. He would walk around the house with guns everywhere. And every time he'd grab the gun and he'd say, this will kill you. This will kill you. I'm sure he did that accent as well. This will kill you. And every time he points to the gun, this will kill you. And she's like, this is going to kill me. This is going to kill me. And then eventually she thinks that he's going to do it, and she shoots him. And he sits back down in his chair, and he gets up again, and she shoots him. He sits back down in the chair. And this happens over and over, and eventually, he falls on the floor. She goes to call 911, grabs another gun, turns around. He's managed to crawl towards her. He's like, Angie! And she shoots him again, and she kills him. Very, very bizarre set of circumstances in this one. The coolest thing about this is the judge has been live streaming this trial, and we're waiting. They're supposed to start at 8:30 this morning, and we don't have a live feed yet. But so we're basically supposed to begin right now if the jury could get there. I have my doubts. It's early. It's Florida. Why would you want to get up early? But we're going to see. We're going to watch and see if we can get access to this. And if the feed comes in this morning, we're going to pick this up and continue right where we left off. If not, we're going to watch what we missed before. And then we'll request everything. They are Central Time. Oh, my goodness. Jenny, they are. We have a whole hour. If the state was saying it was premeditated, why isn't the death penalty on the table? Probably because, Kitty Kitty Bang Bang, because she looks so old and sweet, they know no jury would give her the death penalty. It would be like giving your grandma the death penalty. There's a disconnect. You're like, I can't do this. Something's not right. And honestly, her story, if you just listen to her story, adds up. And it's not her lawyer that's put together this big story about what happened. This is what she's saying. She had every single thing she's confronted with, she has a reason for. Except for, what happened from when he died to when she was found well, until when she woke up in the hospital, really. She doesn't remember getting tased. She doesn't remember, reaching for a gun when the police were arresting her. Ella says, stop trusting grandmas. But they're so sweet. We are definitely trying to get the videos of what we missed before. I've actually got the form ready for Bay County and the request. I think it's only like $15 a day, so that's good. That's really good for videos. That's very inexpensive. In Idaho, they charge like $3,000 a day and then make you wait 2 months for it. So we're super excited about that, especially because the whole 14th Judicial Circuit, which includes Bay, Calhoun, Gulf, Holmes, Jackson, and Washington counties, has this whole thing. It's like, we want to improve openness and fairness and visibility into our court system. So this is like their motif, or their motto, I guess would be a better word. And we're like, yes, we would like that as well. Thank you. Please send us the video. Wow, the months fly by with RA, my addict friends, and bonus 13th jurors. Lindy, thank you very much for your continued support. 4 months of support there. Rapidly approaching that yellow courthouse. Appreciate you, Lindy. Thank you very much. Let's see. Florida has too many people, no peace. Craziness ensues. Heat and stress. That's what causes it, says Kelly. I always forget that part of Florida is on Central Time. I just did, and that's why we're all up early, and I apologize. I can play soft music and let you go back to sleep for a little while, and then we can be back here in an hour. What do you want to do? Congratulations to the new members. Please take your seats. There should be leniency for her abused wife. Christine, I agree, 100%. 100%. If there's an abusive situation, I err very much on the side of you have every right to get out of that situation every way possible. And the way she describes it, she did not have many options. There may be some, as according to the testimony we heard yesterday from an expert witness, some legitimate issues about paranoia, where she feels more pressure or stress than there is. But the way she describes it, it seemed pretty real. She describes being hit and beat up and threatened and yelled at, and then she wakes up in the hospital and she has all this bruising, which she had documented on her arms, on her chest, and they're saying, she's saying, look, this is what happened. This is what led to this. This is why I got here. The only issue is the state on cross says you do realize that bruising on your chest was from the Narcan they had to give you to save your life from the overdose of sleeping pills you took. And some of the bruising might also have been from the arrest when she went and reached for a gun and got tased, and she has no recollection of that, and she doesn't know why there are marijuana blunts all over the floor around the dead body, and why there was 4 feet deep of laundry piled up on top of him. Her timeline and the state's timeline of when he died aren't even the same. I think the state thinks he died like 24 hours before she says that he did, which would be convenient for the whole thing. You saw in the thumbnail there was a text message that he sent on Monday, which the state says he died on Sunday. That's an issue. This is an issue. Did you really say 50? No, just 15. 15 is what they're saying, Kim, which is good. I've seen 50, but 15 is great. You got to realize somebody actually has to make a copy, and it takes some time. They get paid per hour, or there's a cost for that. Let's see. Phoenix Rising says, I'm so relieved I'm getting true live feed today. Yesterday was Twilight Zone for me, and only your channel. We will hopefully have this live feed, I guess, in an hour when they start. But at least we're not late, you guys. Look at the bright side. At least we're not late. It could have been worse. Okay. I need a battery. This battery is dead. I have a million. I have more batteries than the average person should, just for the record. I might even be over the legal limit. So hold on just 1 second. Let me grab a new charged battery. All right, Anchor to the rescue. Here we go. This one. It's been charging for like 3 days, and it only has that many lights. I'm going to blame the cable on that one, but that'll keep us going. That's enough to charge us through the day. That'll keep my phone going here. Okay, let's get in focus. There we go. All right. Questions. I thought Narcan was shot up your nose. How was it delivered? Jen Pookie, I don't know. First of all, Narcan is the antidote for an opiate overdose, right? And the sleeping pills, are they opiates? I'm not sure if that is right. I don't remember. We'll have to hear the testimony from what happened at the hospital. But yeah, we've got some questions about that, about the drugs. I'm not sure if the state was just fishing. I will tell you, in what I just went back and watched in the day, basically the period before we picked up the trial, all that morning, okay, we had a lot of defense. The state had arrested first thing, and we heard just defense witnesses, and I was blown away for two reasons. First of all, I thought, oh no, and I apologize for saying this. I'm usually a nice guy, but I thought, oh no, this lady has an idiot for a lawyer. Because it seems like every single witness she called up to the stand, she had no idea what they were going to testify. She was asking questions she did not know the answers to. I'm like, did you do no depositions? Did you read the case files? Did you check anything? And there's arguments back and forth about discovery. Even yesterday, arguments about discovery. They've got the whole Richardson's issue coming up, saying, hey, you can't, you haven't given us everything we need. Lots of back and forth. It's bizarre, but. I didn't get that impression when she was on the stand under defense and being questioned in her own defense on direct. I thought she was very competent. The lawyer was very competent, asked good questions, was able to tell the story, walk her through it, even though she, as a witness herself, struggled with the format in telling the story and sticking to just answering the questions. But I'm seriously concerned. I mean, she'd call witnesses up to the stand, and there's no hello, get to know you, background, just officer. Somebody gets up on the stand, she just blurts out the question, did this happen? Just was so-and-so tell you about being drunk? No. All right, no further questions. And she's like, and she wanted the yes answer. You can tell she wanted the yes answer. I'm like, why are we doing this? What is that? We're just spinning our wheels. We're going to go back and we're going to watch that either way. I've got it recorded. I've got it saved, even if the court deletes it. We've got, and they do. They delete. They put up their live streams and they pull them back down. So anyway, we're gonna have those. We're gonna get those ready. I believe they might find her guilty, but then give her like 5 years. I think she was abused, but didn't handle what happened after the way she should have, says Michael Eaton. That's what she says. Her defense is that after I shot him, she basically said, I just wanted to die myself. I thought, and she says, I thought his family was going to get me, that they would kill me. That I defended myself for a moment, but now the war is on, and it's over. So she says she took a whole bunch of sleeping pills, and went and laid down, and doesn't remember anything until waking up in the hospital days later. And so she doesn't remember all the laundry. She doesn't remember smoking the marijuana. Apparently both of them smoked marijuana, even though her husband, Lonnie, didn't have any in his system when they did the autopsy. And she did. I think at the hospital they did a test, and I think she had some. And that's, I think Florida has, you can legally partake, right, of the wacky tobacco. It might be a medical situation, but I don't know. Okay, I'm seeing guilty, but also a super light sentence, kind of like the girl who threw lye and water on her sleeping dad. Found guilty, sentenced to 1 year, already had credit for that year. Possible. I mean, if the jury believes there's abuse, I think this is going to be key. If the jury believes that there was abuse, they're going to be extremely lenient, even if she technically wasn't threatened in the moment, even if it was premeditated. If she says, look, she's basically a captive in this situation, and there's no way she can get out because she thinks that her husband has an in with the police, and she has these stories she's told that basically there was a guy that was giving them trouble at work at the storage units, which I think she worked at the storage units, and her husband's like, we'll take care of it. The next day, the dude's found dead in his truck. Okay, I'm like, whoa, OD, oops, it was accidental, no harm, no foul. And so she thinks that he can make just anything happen. He says he told her that I can shoot you in the back and get away with it. Okay, and so she thought, I can't run. There's nowhere I can go. Every time I try to leave, we get in a fight, and he's taking the keys from me, and anywhere I go, he finds me. He can track me anywhere I go. I drive somewhere to another restaurant that I normally go to, and he don't answer the phone. He shows up 15 minutes later and says, "Why didn't you answer your phone?" So she's got the story right. If this is abuse, she's telling the story. It's reading like a script, except for the parts that she can't account for. And maybe it was the drugs. Maybe she took the sleeping pills, or maybe she took something that wasn't sleeping pills. And the combination made her just out of it. And then the laundry comes, and the marijuana, and the everything else, and the guns, and falls asleep and doesn't call police. Maybe that's what caused it. A lot of people are saying, I agree. She found guilty but given a light sentence. Thank you, Michelle. Let's see. Anne says, I voted against it, but it passed. Proven medical use was the only way I would have voted for it. So is it recreational that's allowed in Florida? Let's see. It's Tammy says it's very unusual. It took 2 to 3 months for THC to completely get out of their system. So yeah, if they partook regularly, that would seem strange. Florida is only medical. All right, medical only. That's so a medical card, and of course, I'm not going to get into the politics of whether or not to, medical or recreational is legal, and what qualifies as medical. I think that's oftentimes a big issue for people. Do you know what her charge is? Is it first-degree murder? Let me go back and look. We found all the court documents. Let's see, where were they? Let's get it down here. Why is it hiding? Need this to go over there. There we go. There it is. All right. Let's see. State of Florida. Let's see if I can pull this up on the screen. Let's do that. Don't want to close it. I want to slide it over there. Okay. And take up full screen. Okay, here we go. Let's switch to this right here. And of course, it's tiny type, so I'm going to enlarge things a little bit. And I have to make it big on my screen so I can see as well. All right, so here we have the state of Florida versus Angela Riggins Dantzler. The judge we're dealing with is Shauna Gay. It's a felony. We've got the case number right here. I'm sorry, I was highlighting that. The file date. So the case was filed in 2021, so it's been a couple years. I think she must have waived her right to a speedy trial. She's in custody at the Bay County Jail. She has been since she was arrested just a few days after his death.
I object.
Or after, I guess she was arrested after she was arrested, taken to the hospital, and then taken into custody. So we've got the attorneys, the charges, murder in the first degree with a firearm.
Jury.
But I think they're not seeking the death penalty. The judge is going to be the one that decides. Let's see. Here's the different dates for the jury trial. We've got motions, hearing, trial management. What was the? Let's see. The document you sent. I think who was it that sent me the document yesterday of the pretrial motions, the motions in limine. Let's see. There was a competency hearing. Okay, so that's interesting. Bond hearing. First arraigned back here. So she's been in custody for a long time. Oh, look at that. Access denied, just like that. Well, it's too late. I already had it. So you can't do that to me. Let's return to the home page. What did we have here? Dantzler. Oh, I'm not a robot. Hang on one second. Dantzler, comma, space, Angela, and I'm not a robot. Ah, it believed me. Let's try it again. There she is. Oh, nope. Now it's gone. Now it's completely gone. How is it? I had it like not 30 seconds ago, and then it just refreshed, and now I'm no longer got access. Well, that's what we had, so we have to go back there and see how to get there. We'll need some document hounds to dig that up for us, apparently, because it kicked me out. You have to back out and do it again, says Mayla's mom. I don't have a username for this, and I
Scratch
cannot.
all that. Oh, that was terrible.
Mayla,
Apologize.
Mayla's mom, I cannot find a way to create a user's name in this county. You have to like already have one log in. You can get like your password if you forgot to log in, but I can't see where to create a new user ID to get in. But let's see. Recent searches name. Oh, they want feedback. How are we doing? An error occurred while submitting feedback. Sorry. We didn't accept it. Buffer sound. I have to check chat. Just one second. Let's see. No login required. Amber, this is what I'm thinking, but I can't get the thing to work. Search cases now. We're going to do it again. Okay, now it pulled it up. So now it's working again. Let's see. Let's go back here. Let's bring this over here.
Want to say, emotional abuse has the ability to push over the edge. In defense of those who've experienced it. Drug cocktail? Ambien. I was on them and purchased stuff online and have no memory of it.
I'm telling you, Ella, I agree. Her story is adding up. And even her reason for not remembering what happened or why things happened is adding up. But what she does remember, it sounds so believable, and it sounds so justified, honestly, I think you're 100% right here. Do you think the jury's going to believe that as well? That's our question. Or are they going to be on board? Okay, so here we go. Let's go back. Did a quick search. Look how long the search took. 0.023 seconds. That's pretty quick. Let's find our case number. It's this 2019 open. Oh, we've got two. What's the alias one? Is that not it? Let's go back. Is there no back button? Go on. Well, that's my computer. Nice. Let's go back and find this guy. See this case. I think that's the right one. Murder in the first degree with a firearm. What's the other one? I think that's a typo, like a mistake of some sort. All right, here we are. We're back. Back with a jury trial. Let's see if we can get this motions hearing right here. It's not going to let me buy documents. Come on. I have to log in to get the documents, I think. Okay. Either way, let me just say the motions in limine are fun to read through. I might have to do it off text, and it's really hard to read on text. So hold on just one second. Where are we? Okay, Mayla's mom gave me this document. I can't pull it up on the screen, unfortunately, but I've got to view from pictures, and it's a little bit small for the motions in limine. Motions in limine. This has to do with the things that both sides or the judge rules cannot be brought up during the trial. This is off limits topics, okay? And so we're going to go through this list. By stipulation of the party, all references to evidence of the following matters must first be proffered in the court outside the presence of the jury. Meaning, if we're going to bring this up, either side has to say, Your Honor, may we approach? We need to talk to the the judge or the jury has to be excused. We say, hey, just this is what we're going to bring up. Is that cool? And the judge will say yes, and the other side gets to argue it, and then we'll move on. So these are the things they have to bring up and interrupt the court for, to ask. Whoa, we have a birthday? We have a birthday this early in the morning? Why are you up so early on your birthday? Just kidding. Artie Bay, that is awesome. I will get a drink of water, and then we'll sing to you here in a little bit. Let's see if there's anyone else's birthday here. I think it's just that. Amber says drugs found via blood test was codeine, which is an opioid, so that explains the Narcan. Temazepam, oxazepam. How does this one says? How do you says this one? I can't speak this morning. Oxazepam, which is discontinued in the U.S., but it was available a while back, and THC. Yes, a little bit of weed. Okay, so that's what she had in her system, a little mix. Are any of these for sleep? Are any of them sleeping pills? Let's see, I think it's just Artie Bay. This is a sad case. It is, but at the same time, it's fascinating that the state is so aggressively charging it, and they must have something. I mean, they're jumping all over her, bringing the heat in the cross-examination we saw yesterday, from start to finish, almost with exasperation at the fact that she's not, confessing as they sort of, want her to do. Temazepam is a sleeping pill, says Connie. The benzos could be used as sleep medication. All of them will make you sleepy. Okay. Tag, we did start early this morning. We're going to read, we're reading from the, and I apologize, let me just go here so you can see me. I'm reading from my phone, and it's a little bit blurry. Hold on one second. So, motion in limine, here are the topics. Any reference to any possible penalty the court may impose on the defendant. So the judge is going to be the one that does that. The jury cannot know what the possible penalties are. Any reference to witnesses not called by either side when both parties had an opportunity to call. You can't talk about, if we had only had this witness to come in, he would have told you. And that's common sense. Any reference regarding the validity of the arrest. So you can't challenge that. Any reference to the fact the defendant has never been arrested or convicted of a crime or felony. Limitation does not apply if the door is open to the introduction of such evidence. Any reference to the fact that the defendant has never been arrested or convicted of a crime or felony. You can't bring up the fact that this is a first-time offense for her. Whoa. Okay. Any reference, particularly in the closing argument, to evidence that she was never adduced at trial. That's a new word for me. Use of hypothetical questions during the voir dire with the intention of obtaining commitment from jurors if presented with specific testimony or facts specific to the instant case. So that's like saying, if you hear this, will you find her innocent? If you hear that she was abused, will you find her not guilty? Any reference to jury pardon requested by the defense on behalf of the defendant? A jury pardon. I'm learning things new every day. I was today years old when I heard that. Any reference to defendant's specific instances of good conduct, including but not limited to evidence of service and good conduct in the military, evidence of performance of and grades while attending school, evidence of being a good family member, and other similar specific good conduct acts. The limitation does not apply if the door is open to the introduction of such evidence. Any reference by witness concerning the credibility or truthfulness of any other witness. Any mention by counsel of the defendant claiming innocence. Any mention of the personal history of the defense attorney. Don't get into her past. You can't talk about the defense attorney, apparently. Any mention of the character of the defendant and the character of witnesses. Any reference to the witness's any reference to a witness's marital infidelity. We're not going to go there. We just won't talk about it. Let's see, I need the next picture. Where are we at? Next one is, there's a lot. Hang on. So we've got the infidelity. Any emotional outburst or display by counsel. We can't talk about that. The defense objected to the state's remaining request that all references to evidence of the following matters be required to first be proffered to the court outside the presence of the jury. So the defense objected. We're not sure what the judge is going to rule here. Just hold on. They objected to any self-serving hearsay statements by defendant to police officers or to any other witness. The court finds the requested limitation is partially improper. So I'm not going to go into all the citations of this one. In most cases, a defendant is not permitted to introduce her own out-of-court exculpatory statement to explain prior state of mind or conduct surrounding. So that's deep legal. Number 10, any mention or statements made by the defendant which might indicate remorse. The court finds the requested limitation is improper, so that one's allowed. Any mention of self-serving hearsay statements made by the defendant as an expert for the purpose of explaining or justifying the defendant's actions. The court says that's partially improper as well. Any absent an insanity plea, any reference directly or indirectly raising a mental health defense, including not limited to testimony or arguments concerning the defendant's diminished mental capacity or marginal intelligence. Court finds the requested limitations partially improper to the extent the claim regarding battered spouse syndrome can be considered mental health evidence. Such evidence is admissible, and they are going with battered spouse. They did file that. And any mention of inappropriate expert testimony. So you can't say the experts were not appropriate, but I heard some argument about that yesterday. We'll hear that when we listen to the whole case. Let's go back here. What's the last bit? Let's see. There's something. Therefore, it's ordered that the state's motion in limine is hereby granted. As items 1 through 7, 9, 13 through 11, as noticed herein. It's further ordered and adjudicated that the state's motion in limine is hereby granted in part and denied in part as to items 8 and 11 through 12, as noted within. Okay. It's also further ordered and adjudged. Sorry, I said adjudicated. It was adjudged that the state's motion in limine is hereby denied as to items 10 and noted within, and then signed and dated. All right, there we go. I need some water, and we have to sing. I have a little bit of water left. I realize that this topic today has this trial has the topic of domestic abuse, which is a very sensitive topic that, honestly, probably if we polled the audience, just polled everybody, more people would have a direct connection with that, either familial or close friend or personal, than almost any other topic that comes up in trial. Because of that, just be mindful of that as people are in chat who have not just seen this before but lived this story. So as we're considering these options and everything and discussing this, know that we're trying to learn together. We're trying to watch this to see how it's processed through the judicial system. But be mindful that other people have had similar experiences or very, very similar experiences that have ended differently than this one. And just let's see. Evangeline Light just gifted 5 memberships as well. Those went to Brenda Meyer, CC Reagan, Robin Clennon, Barbara Grainbolt, and Casey. All gifted memberships. Let's see. It's Gleaves H and Artie Bay's birthday today. Okay, we can sing to Gleaves and Artie. Can I shorten it? Gleaves and Artie.
Not a camel.
I'm not sure. This is Friday. I'm not sure how we can do it. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Gleaves and Artie Bay. Happy birthday to you. Well, it wasn't so bad, maybe. It wasn't so bad. Would have been better with the eyebrows. Oh man, that is awesome. Gleaves and Artie, you are both amazing. Congratulations on being here yet another year. And hopefully many more. I do recognize there are many places you could be on your birthday to celebrate your special day. And it is not lost on me that you choose to be here with us, and that is our honor. Thank you very much. We hope we can make your day just a little bit better. And thank you very much. Congratulations to both of you. All right. Somebody had asked a question. We're going straight from birthday music back to domestic violence. I apologize for the abrupt change in directions. But better put some emotion into it. Too late, DMB. I didn't see. One day I'll do the Marilyn Monroe version again. Very breathy. Happy birthday. That one. Anyway, it is Passionate Friday. Passionate No Pants Friday. So I have shorts on in honor of the occasion. But going back to the DV question, what qualifies? When does it become, battered wife? And basically, in my mind, I'm along the zero tolerance line. One hit is too many. That is one too many. There's no count of how many times you have to put up with somebody to put up with abuse before you say, nope, I don't have to do that. I can defend myself. And so that's where I stand. Legally, I don't know where the law is, where the law rules on this. They might look at the fact that there was a hit and say that could have been accidental. We will need a pattern of abuse. We need, there might have to be reporting and documentable, injuries. Not sure. But what time does trial start? Well, apparently, Marcia, when I set my alarm for bright and early this morning and dragged my butt out of bed down here, set everything up, built the thumbnail, went live, thinking I was minutes before trial began. Apparently, they're in the other time zone in Florida, where they sleep in an extra hour. So they're on Central Time. And so we started an hour early. They're going to start in, I think the jury's arriving right now. The courthouse was just open at 8 o'clock their time, which was 4 minutes ago. So they're arriving right now, and basically as soon as the jury gets there, the judge is like, "Let's do this. We've got a lot to go over," but I think I've just got a sneaky suspicion that the defense counsel has no clue how little time their defense is going to take because of the way they're doing the questions. It's bizarre. They're burning through witnesses and getting nothing out of them. Like they're just putting people up on the stand to ask a random question, like a fishing exposition is what I relate it to. And we'll see that when we go back and watch this. Steph Ann, welcome to the gallery. Thank you so much. It looks like you got a blue courthouse by your name. Appreciate that continued support. I think that's month number 2. Thank you for that. Very much appreciated. So we'll keep an eye out on court right now. Actually, let me refresh. We're watching the 14th Judicial Circuit. Is where this is coming from. Let's see. 14th Judicial live. It looks like it's live right now. Let's see. Okay, so we have it's live, but I say live. We have Zoom. We're waiting for Zoom, which is good. That's good enough. We're going to go ahead and have that in the background. Audio is turned on now. Wendy Strickland, whoever it is, I think that's one of our court clerks that's making all the magic happen there in the courtroom. And thank you very much, Wendy, for that. This is good news. So the feed is active. As soon as the jury gets there, we're going to hear the judge. I'll be watching for that, and we'll jump to it. Let's see. Chrissy says, I just got here and I don't know anything about this case. Chrissy, you're not alone, and it's not your fault. And I'd like to say it's not my fault either. Okay, can I get a pass on this one? We were in verdict watch, okay, and verdict watch sometimes can be a little, we're sitting and watching the seconds tick by, and 3 hours have gone by, and we find on random we have one of our great document hounds, Amber Clipson's Vixen, here in chat. Stumbles across a case out of 14th Circuit, Bay County, which is, I think it's in Brandy's backyard. She might actually talk to her. She might actually go to the courthouse. We might see her in the courthouse today. Depends on what her schedule is today. But we find this court case where the defendant is, she's charged with murdering her husband. The state says it's premeditated, and she's on the stand testifying. That's where we picked up. So we've missed all of prosecution, 3 days of prosecution. We missed a little bit of defense testimony for the morning until when we got it in the afternoon, and here we are with this little lady on the stand this sounds to be the sweetest thing you can imagine, accused of cold-blooded murder. And she says, no, it was self-defense, and I was battered. I was abused, and I had no other option. This is the only way I could get out. It was either him or me. And she tells the story, and she is, her mannerism, her voice, her consistency in her story, it's all there. Everyone's looking at it, and she's like, I believe her. I believe her. This, my heart goes out to this lady. She has experienced this. She knows what it's like. And the poor lady, she was pushed into a corner, and luckily she had a gun. And so that's how it sounds from the defense that she did that. Now once she shot him, and she shot him several times because he kept coming at her, according to her. Once she shot him and he was dead on the floor, she felt still threatened, but not by him, but by his family, who doesn't like her. I mean, if you watch when we watched court from the other day, I'll pull that video up if we have to. You look at the courtroom, his side is full and her side is empty, and all of the family is against her. And they didn't like her before, they didn't like her after, and so she has a lot of family that didn't like him. She says, I knew they didn't like me, and they were coming after me. I knew that as soon as they found out that Lonnie was dead, I was dead. And so because of that, she said, I just wanted to die. And so before I could do that, I had to make my peace with God, and did that. Took all the pills I could find out of the cabinet and downed them. And she says, and I thought I was dead until I woke up in the hospital days later. Now, in that time after that, 4 feet of laundry, like 4 feet deep of laundry, was piled on top of the body downstairs. Lots of marijuana was smoked downstairs around the body. A few firearms were moved around. She was found in bed, sleeping, after the police kicked the door down after doing a welfare check with the daughter there. They had looked in and seen the pile of laundry. And the daughter said, that's not right. That's never like that. It's normally clean. They kick the door down, find him under the laundry, the body under the laundry, and go upstairs. She's asleep on the bed, and they go, pull the blanket from her, and she's got 2 guns next to her she's reaching for. They end up tasing her to take her into custody. She has no memory of all that, nothing. She says it was the pills that she took. She just does not recall anything that happened. Anyway, so it's a fascinating story. I'll say that she seems to me very believable, even on defense. The defense came out like a firecracker. This guy was just jumping all over. He's very good. He's very articulate. He's very quick. He's smart. His line of questioning was good. He was hitting all the points like, well, what about this? What about this? And she just told the story and said, I told you. No, I'm not lying. This is what it is. This is what happened. And she said, yeah, I shot him, And he's trying to twist it a little bit. And she has fallen for a couple of his traps where he's sort of twisted the words a little bit to say that something was a little bit different than what she said. And she's fallen for a few, but then she corrects herself pretty quickly. She's like, no, that's not what I said. And so she's been consistent. And he eventually just rested and got nothing out of her. On cross-examination of the defendant in a murder trial, when they're testifying in their own defense or prosecution got nothing out of her on the cross that was of value. Oh, it was anyway. So it's incredible that way, just incredible. Let's see, 56 at the time of the crime. She does look like jail has not been good for her age-wise. She sounds much older than she looks, or I should say, she looks much older than she is on paper. Jail is not good for anyone, but she's been in jail for a couple of years, and it sounds like she probably hasn't had the opportunity to color her hair, which she might have been doing, which, hey, I probably need to do as well. Okay, I'm much younger than her and might need to color my hair as well before long. And so she's got the white hair, and it's longer, and she looks much older than 56 or 58, whatever she is right now. Gone Girl says, always in lurk mode because of work, but I'm always here. Absolutely love this community. Thank you, Gone Girl. 4 months. 4 months we've had you as an amazing supporter. I'm glad you can lurk with us at work. Lurking at work is great. She is one calm lady. Absolutely. The biggest hurdle that defense has to overcome in the minds of the jury, I think, in this is what happened before the murder. And honestly, she has a great explanation. First of all, the house was covered, like full of cameras. She says it was sort of to watch her. She also had access to those Ring cameras on her phone, but her husband would often, pop in on the Ring camera and say, I see what you're doing in such and such a room. And she didn't like that. She said, what if I wanted to, run to the kitchen and grab a drink in my skivvies? And, so when she says, when we're home, we can unplug these cameras because they're for security. And so they would always be unplugging and then plugging back in the cameras. Well, before the day before the day she shot him, she spray painted one of the cameras, which is rather permanent to block its view. She threw sheets or blankets or towels over cameras, unplugged other cameras. And she says she did it because she didn't want him to know that she'd had enough and she was leaving. And she wanted a head start. She wanted to get out of there. And there are even boxes on the stairs packed that show that she was really trying to get out of there. And instead, with all the cameras covered up, she says he came home early, found her packing, wouldn't let her go. Had changed the way he was wearing his gun from how he normally did, and was being extra threatening with that, saying it will kill you, it will kill you. And then in that moment, they were sitting down, and he stood up to come at her, and she shot her. So her story adds up, even though it's weird, spray painting your cameras and everything. Yeah, that's something that a desperate woman might do, saying, I need to get out of this situation, and if he can see me, he's going to stop me. Anyway, so we'll see. Brandy Churchwell's in the house, I think. Brandy, how are you doing? Are you going to be able to stop by the courthouse? Oh, you're already here in our courthouse. It's in Bay County, so I'm not sure, Brandy, exactly which county you're in. It's probably just down the road, but let's see. I've been ignoring chat, and I apologize. Let's see. There's allegedly with Brittany, JFan channel by Foxy. Hey. Hello, everybody, basically. Hello and welcome. Erin Patterson just gifted 5 memberships, trying to get everybody in green is what she's doing here. Erin, thank you very much. Let's see where those went. Brandy does have a day off today. Well-deserved day off. But, when on her day off, what she does, she works. That's what she does. She just gets ready for her next day. She does deserve great time off. It was great, Brandy, spending the verdict with you. That was a lot of fun. My eyebrows have recovered and grown back, which is good. Yes, there's some testimony that we missed. The husband would record them having adult time with the same cameras. And there's some eyebrow moments where you're listening along, and she's like, well, other than this and this, and you're like, what? When she starts mentioning swingers clubs and things like that, there's some interesting things that definitely were part of this. Aaron, the gifted memberships you sent went to Please Don't Stop the Music. That's a good song. Karen Ann, Shih Tzu Dad, Callie, and Gypsy. Congratulations to the recipients there. No eyebrows were harmed in the watching of that verdict. I lost one eyebrow hair on this side. That was it. And it probably would have fallen out anyway. Let's see. Hashtag adult time. Yeah, this has a bit of spiciness in it. But she is so open, and it's interesting. She has zero qualms about saying anything. Almost like she has no filter, but she's very kind about how she says it. She's not cussing. She's not getting crude. She just answers every question, just like she's on, like truth serum. It just comes out. You ask questions, she tells you the answer, and it's consistent all the way through from every different angle, even under a cross. Red Pen says, Brandy Churchwell is currently trying to get her brother to accompany her to the courtroom for today's testimony in this new case for gallery view of the proceedings. It should be starting here soon. Well, the feed dropped. 1 second. They dropped the feed from this morning, so they turned it off, which means they probably were just testing it. They also deleted the videos from yesterday. Okay, we'll keep an eye on that for when that pops back up. All right, but they're not supposed to start for another 15 minutes, so for any time now, that should pop back up. Hey, KT, welcome. Good to have you here. If for some reason we don't get video today, we're going to go the FOIA request route and get it that way, and we'll play the video from yesterday before her testimony, which I did record before they pulled it down. Okay. See, we do. Aussie Gardner, we have the best mods. Thank you for recognizing them. They deserve a lot more recognition than we give them. As Jamie says, is anyone laughing about how yesterday we got all wrapped up into this without even planning for it? This is the ADHD channel, very ADHD friendly. That's why we have the different sound effects that we do, including this one. Squirrel, because I constantly get distracted. Let's see. You said there was some place where all the videos are kept for purchase, right? Evangeline Light. There is a place. The court keeps records of things, which is important. And there's a form. Let me just pull it up here. Where are we at? Oh, that's our podcast.
Don't miss the forest for
Recovery
the trees.
Addict. I fell asleep listening to Angela testify. Her voice is so soothing, face rolling on the floor laughing.
It is. She is such the nice, sweet voice. Okay, let me show you this form. Let me tell you what I'm talking about. I need to go to this camera here. Can you see me? Can you see that there? Evangeline Light. This is where we're at. Oops, sorry. Bay County Court Recorders.
Bring the jury.
I can barely see this. 1 second. There we go. It says they've got digital court reporters, and you send your request here. There's a request for digital recording. Complete the following information so the court services can locate the record you're requesting to produce a digital copy. Email them the form and address at the top of this form. We'll confirm the recording is available. After confirmation, payment can be made online. The cost for the recording is $15. So they have a flat fee, which is great. I love a flat fee. We do not accept cash. That's fine. I wasn't going to send them any.
There's a lawsuit.
Dissemination of any information contained on digital recordings is confidential or exempt from public disclosure under Florida law is strictly prohibited. That's fine. So we give today's date, the case number. We have all that. It is a state.
Taking it easy.
It is a state V. It's not in interest of. So the check there. We put the list of the trial. It would be Florida versus Angela Dantzler. The dates and times of the proceedings. We have those. The county is Bay County. The judge is Judge Gay, Judge Shauna Gay. And then it's requested by, and then there's a telephone number and email address. So this is the form I'm going to be filling out and sending today to get all those records. I think that is the correct one to make that all happen. So the good news is it should only be $15 per day, because they generally charge $15 per recording, which we have possibly Monday. Monday may have been jury selection. And if you watch it, this is the funniest thing. They bring the jury in through the doors, like the witnesses, the big double doors. Everyone stands up and they're like, "Bring in the jury," and they walk down the center and they all take their place. It's a funny little courtroom. So we'll watch for that. New Bunk Foss says, "Recovery Addict, I fell asleep." Oh, I heard this part. I'm not sure if I clicked on it. Her voice is so soothing. Absolutely. When does court start? In about 9 minutes is what we're expecting. About 9 minutes, Deborah.
Bring the jury.
Went to U.S. Walmart 2 weeks ago for those pickles. I'm officially an addict. I love them. Spicy maple bourbon pickles is what we're talking about. I'm a huge fan. Let's see.
What more do you need to see?
Still nothing live from the 14th Judicial Circuit YouTube channels where we're getting this.
Don't miss the forest for the trees.
I love these sounds. We have to make a few more of those sound effects. I was just busy. Maybe this weekend I'll be able to get around to some of them. Let's see. Ted Bundy also had a sweet, soothing voice. Kitty Kitty Bang Bang is not fooled. She's like, don't trust all these sweet little ladies. But how could you not? She is such a sweetie. And I mean, we've got everything in this.
Scratch all that. Oh, that was terrible. I apologize.
It was bad. We've even got, I think we've got jet skis in this one as well. They own some jet skis. They have a slingshot. They have motorcycles.
Not a camel.
They're by all accounts, they're pretty wealthy. And in her own testimony, under direct or cross examination, she wasn't sure if it was $10,000 or $20,000 a week. Or a month. Either one is some good money.
Are we going to address subject matter jurisdiction?
In the good six figures, just to start out. But she had a good business. She ended up giving the business away to somebody, to one of her employees. That was a little weird. She gave the business away. So, but yeah, lots of fun facts here. You missed the Tommy verdict, Jamie.
Today,
it was great. The eyebrows were there. It was wonderful. I think Dr. G honestly would have very little to go on. There was very little that I saw, and I'm not trained like he is, obviously, but he would have very little to go on to say that she was being untruthful. Her mannerism was so consistent through everything. There was very little body language really to go on. So either she is just an expert, we're talking like spy level, espionage level in controlling her own body language. I don't know. If the video does not come up, we could call the clerk of court like we did in that one, the trial back. We could. I'm gonna keep waiting here to see if it will pop up. Let's see. I think they just jumped on to update as they do every day. Okay, let me do this. Oh wow! I didn't realize we followed something, State versus Collette, out of this trial 3 months ago. We followed this trial. I just did a search for it and found my own video. That's interesting. I wonder what judge it was. Oops! I just dropped everything on the floor. The entire fiasco is weird. It is. That's the thing about this. Something, no matter how you look at it, something's wrong. Do the pickles really have booze in them? No. It's cooked out during the brining process. There's no alcohol content in the pickles. Fave sound will always be, I'm kicked back, taking it easy in front of the Walmart. I also have to update the commands list. I'll add that to the list of things I must do. I have a chat GPT command I've been working on. Which it sort of is weird. Let me see if I can figure this out. Sorry, this is a squirrel moment. Chat, I think it's only available for me. Chat GPT, and then I ask it a question. What's a good question that it would know? And realize it's limited in scope to what it can think about.
Don't miss the forest for the trees.
Samantha Terry, thank you. 7 months, great moderator. One of the most welcoming people on here. Just wonderful to have you on board for the channel. Heart goes out to you. You're amazing. Thank you so much. Appreciate for being here, and thank you for seven months of support. Oh, Chat GPT says we ran into a problem processing your message. You have to say something. So it looks like it's working for you. So you have to say, Chat GPT, which country is the largest? Is the biggest? Let's just ask it a simple question. So I ask it like this, and Chat GPT is going to panic. See, it's not working. It's not working. Chrissy says, where are the sound bites, and where are they from, and who can use them? Almost every single command is usable by almost everybody. The only one that's reserved just for members is the seat command. The buffer command is reserved just for moderators, and ChatGPT apparently doesn't work at all, so that's not going to help. But if you type !commands, it will give you a list of most of the commands. They're from various trials and funny things we've watched or experienced on the channel. Are you able to give an answer? Nope.
Scratch all that.
She will have so much support from so many, but God help her if it ends up she's using DV as an excuse lie. Easy to put blinkers on due to the nature of allegations. Let's all stay aware of that grinning face with smiling eyes and sweat drop.
Ella Cole, thank you for that. It is sad that, unfortunately, when it comes to abuse, it's been used as the claim of abuse has been used as both a shield and a sword, and sometimes by people who have no business claiming it. It's very difficult to judge that, and I would hate to be in the position where I had to determine if that person actually did experience it. But thanks for the heads up on that. Is the doctor's testimony over with? I believe he is. He is over with. Or maybe he's on cross. He might be on cross. I nearly wrote a book with this AI. I'll see if I can get ChatGPT working again. It's been a little weird. Let's see. Work is getting in the way. I'm sorry, Tash. There is a solution to that, but it's a short-term solution. Okay, so here's a list of some of the commands. Some of them can trigger audio sound bites. Let's see what's peeps. Is peeps the only one? A camel, cackle, squirrel, Alex, name, SMJ. Those are audio ones. We also have like how and guy. Things like that. You'll see them. They're triggered by just typing exclamation point. Yeah, that's exclamation point and then the trigger word, and that's how it plays. It plays off of my computer, so I have to be live for it to work.
Let no dead horse go unbeaten.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Okay, 1 minute before court's supposed to begin, and I still have no feed from the courtroom.
Don't miss the forest for the trees.
Can you hear both of us?
This is
yes, sir, we can.
And have you had a chance to?
For the record, I don't consent to that name.
Oh no, 14th. This channel is now playing the wrong video. Look at this.
Play the first appearance video.
Yes, sir.
I was kicked back.
Great, Mr. Scott, come on up. It's the state versus Nathaniel Scott.
This is on this channel. We're supposed to be watching the other one on.
Charge of driving with a suspended or revoked driver's license in case 17-216 CT. It's a case where you got started with the process and then
it's a different courtroom.
According to the court file, you missed a pretrial date. Mr. Scott, I'm appointing the public defense officer to represent you in this charge and asking that you listen to your attorney, Mr. McDaniel.
Your Honor, I've spoken to Mr. Scott. At this point in time, he's in there to have no contest to the charges listed. The understanding, he'll be sentenced to 60 days in the county jail with public works. He'll have 4 days jail credit. It'll be a fine of $400. He'll be adjudicated guilty. He has signed his plea waiver form, waiving his right to a jury trial and call witnesses.
Okay, so I'm going to go back. We're going to quit this because that's not what we want. Let's see. That's Judge Wade Mercer in Jackson County. Come on, man. You're hopping on the feed, dude. We need you to get off. Okay, let's see. If that doesn't work, we're gonna watch the.
It's this one. So all of those factors are considered in the plea offer that was made to you, sir. You do not have to take the plea offer. If you want to resolve it, that's the offer. If you don't want to resolve it, we'll certainly get the case moving forward.
I don't know how much business they have here.
Jury. Any other questions, Mr. Scott?
No, sir.
Is that the plea you want to enter, sir?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Scott, I'm going to accept your plea no contest to the charge of driving while license suspended or revoked in case 17-216 CT. The judge who guilty of that offense sentenced you to 60 days in jail. But Mr. Scott, I'm recommending you for the Public Works Trustee Program. I know that Mr. McDaniel's already explained that to you. That will hopefully let you cut that sentence way down if you get in that program and stay in it.
Okay.
You got credit
so hold
for 4
tight.
days,
We're trying
$400 court costs and fines. Mr. Scott, no probation to follow. So you finish this several weeks in jail, Mr. Scott. You put this thing behind you, move on with your life. Mr. Scott, I do wish you the best. Do you have any questions, sir?
No, sir.
Have a good day, sir.
That was some good advice. It's like, look, I've got to put you in jail for a month.
And I couldn't pronounce his name yesterday, day before, and I still can. I'm sorry, Mr. Nicholson. I apologize. I asked you this again. How do you pronounce your first name?
Asian.
Mr. Nicholson, Nicholson, you're here for a charge of resisting an officer without violence, Mr. Nicholson. I read the complaint. I was a little concerned about probable cause, but as I thought my way through it, Mr. McDaniel, I'm glad to hear your position on it, but it looks like the officer was looking for a suspect, which it was not necessarily a consensual encounter, at least arguably, and that's why I felt like there may be probable cause. Mr. McDaniel, any thoughts on that?
I thought it met probable cause, so.
Okay, good enough. So
we need this to drop so we can get the other feed.
Violence. I'm appointing the public defender's officer to represent you. I know that you've got some other stuff going on, but listen to Mr. McDaniel on this issue, this case.
Your Honor, I talked to Mr. Nicholson. At this point in time, we're going to have no contest to the charge. He'll be sentenced to 60 days in the county jail with public works. He'll have 2 days jail credit, be a $370 fine. He'll be adjudicated guilty, and he has waived his right to a jury trial and call witnesses.
Mr. Brim, was that agreeable with the state?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Nicholson, did you hear that agreement?
Yes.
And Mr. Nicholson, is that the plea you want to enter to resolve this charge?
Yes.
Mr. McDaniel, I'm going to assume that you want that standard language that you like about not using it in a violation of probation proceeding?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Nicholson, I'm going to accept your plea of no contest to the charge of resisting an officer without violence. The judge is guilty of that offense. Sentence you to 60 days in jail, give you credit for 2 days you've served. $370 court costs and fines be imposed. And Mr. Nicholson, I'm recommending you for the Public Works Trustee Program. Mr. Nicholson, as has been explained to you, hopefully that's going to get you some extra gain time. And when you finish this sentence, if you've resolved your other issues, you're going to be released.
Yes,
if you haven't resolved your other issues, obviously you're going to stay till you resolve those.
We have 6 counties that use this YouTube feed.
The plea itself,
and this county just stepped on top of us with their broadcast.
The state from using the incident that led to this. So they still may try to violate your probation for the resisting charge.
We're going to have to call Bay County really quick.
The plea to hurt you. If they did try to do that, I would allow you to withdraw this plea. Mr. Nicholson, any questions?
Nope.
All right, Mr. Nicholson, wish you the best. Mr. McDaniel, is that it as far as jail cases?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ma'am, come on up, ma'am. We'll get your case on the record.
Okay, please be done with the Zoom. Be done with the Zoom.
Let me get your name again.
Okay, we're gonna kill this audio. I'm gonna make a quick call to Florida, and because it's a 2-party consent thing, I'm gonna have to do this off the air. So. It's going to be silence on your end for just a little bit while I try to see if we can get the court feedback up. You'll hear me talk, but not them.
Felony charge, grand theft.
I was trying to see if information has been filed to know if I can give her a court date or not, and it has been. So, Ms. Stevens, ma'am, you were here in court. Actually, you were at jail. You're being first appeared. You had a medical situation. I'm glad to see that you're out and doing better. When did you get out?
Just a few days ago. I've got to see a neurosurgeon. I don't know what caused it, but bleeding on the brain is what caused that.
I was told that. Was it caused by the fall, or was it something you had before the fall? They don't know.
But it was active.
And I think given your medical situation, correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Bremer or Mr. McDaniel, at first I said a cash bond, but when I was told she was going to be transferred to a larger hospital, she had serious injuries. By email, I authorized the jail, when the state didn't object, to a ROR, I think.
I believe so, Your Honor.
Okay, ROR or notice to appear, one or the other. Either way, Ms. Stevens is here today to try to get this case moving forward.
Somebody told me to be here today. So.
And you're right where you should be. Ms. Bremer, what's the state's position on giving her notice for her felony court date?
Your Honor, I haven't gotten any instruction from the felony attorney, so I believe that a notice would be appropriate.
Mr. McDaniel.
Your Honor, we would be acceptable to that, just notice to appear for the next court date.
I think that's appropriate. I mean, obviously, I could make her go to jail and post a bond. I don't see a point given her medical situation in doing that. So there is an information filed. What is Judge Garcia's next arraignment date?
September 5th, I believe.
October the 5th?
September 5th.
Is it, if we pass the cutoff for September 5th?
She's on that one.
I've been
in contact with the state's attorney's office.
She is. She's already on that docket.
Yes, sir. The lady that initially pressed charges is trying to rescind that. She hasn't gotten the information filed yet.
We're going to give you a handwritten notice to be in court September 5th at 9 a.m. That'll be in the next courtroom over.
Okay, yes, sir.
If the case is still pending, you need to be there.
I'll be there.
Okay,
sir.
so I would, unless the clerk's office told me the day before or something that had been dismissed, you know, that I feel comfortable with that, especially if you get something in writing. But otherwise, you need to be in the courtroom, one courtroom over at 9 o'clock on the 5th.
Yes, sir. They actually told me I didn't need to be here today, that I didn't need to be in court until September 5th, but somebody said I needed to be here today. I never called that.
Yeah, you were given a notice to appear. Now, you were in bad shape at that time at the hospital. So the notice to appear was for today. Somebody told you didn't have to be here today?
The clerk of court when they called, but they didn't, they didn't know all this.
Yeah.
I knew she was supposed to be here, sir. Yeah, it was. It was in the felony division.
Do you have any questions, ma'am? Do you have any questions, Ms.
I
Stevens?
have no contact, they said, with the lady that was the victim.
That's right.
And she's seriously trying to, she knows that I didn't, I fraudulently used her credit card. She's actually wrote out a statement saying that she gave me permission.
Ms. Stevens, we're not having a trial today, ma'am. Ms. Stevens.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Stevens,
Yes,
we're
sir.
not having a trial today. Don't talk about your case.
Yes, sir.
The attorney don't want you to say anything that's going to hurt you, okay?
Yes, sir.
But there is no contact, at least for the time being, okay? Any questions?
No, sir.
All right, have a good day, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank y'all.
Thank you, ma'am, for coming and bringing her. Mr. McDaniel, that's everything I had on my docket this morning. Anything else from the public defender's office?
Please be done. Please be done.
Corporal from the jail. Is anybody out in the jail still out there? They're all gone?
No, Your Honor. They're all gone.
All right. And Ms. Bremer, anything else from the state?
No, Your
He's
Honor.
like, that's a short day.
8:38, we're through with first appearances. First appearance court's adjourned.
Okay, so that's done. I'm eating French toast. My kids brought me French toast. Sorry, breakfast. Let's see if we can get this live feed fixed. Still showing that. Okay, now it's down. I left a message with the court asking them to fix it, but okay, where are we now? Gay LaRue, we had to watch a brief little trial. The YouTube channel for the 14th Judicial Circuit Court covers 6 counties. And all 6 counties broadcast to the same channel. Well, some of them have trial at the same time. We just had, I'm not sure which one was that, Calhoun, or I don't know what county that was. Do their little first appearances spiel while we were waiting for the other one to start. Let's see. We've got Judge Mercer still showing live. We don't want Judge Mercer. Come on, shut it down, guys. Shut it down. Okay, the feed is definitely down now. We're just waiting for the other side to bring it back up. Oh, that was Jackson County that we were following for a second. We need Bay County to connect. Bay County. Breakfast is delicious. Wheat bread French toast. So it's like somewhat healthy, and then I fix all that by pouring syrup all over it. I don't have any milk to go with the French toast. This is a travesty. We have to go out and shop today. We need to lease Recovery Addict to the circuit courts of Florida so we can get each court their own YouTube feed. We could make it happen. Okay. I turned the sound up a little, even if you're quiet. It's up. I didn't want you hear me chew. That was all. Because that's not the ASMR that we like. Still Judge Mercer. Man, you've got to kill the feed here. Let's call Judge Mercer, shall we? Where's he at? He's in Jackson County. Judge Wade Mercer, Jackson County Judge. There's his contact. The judicial assistant is Pamela. Let's give her a quick call. Where's Pamela? Come on, where's your contact? Contact. There it is. Contact us. Court administrator. Court technology officer. Let's call them. This is going to be... specialist. Let's call this specialist, not the officer. The officer's got work to do. Court technology specialist, administrative assistant 2. That would be Sarah. 850. Where are you at, Sarah? 747. 8675309. Okay. Because it's a two-party consent state, you're only going to hear one side of this call. I got voicemail. Please hang up, they say. Hang on. Oh, my goodness. I'm going to play this. It's not a person. Listen to this. This is the best message ever.
Hi, you have reached a voicemail box that is for the technology department. Please hang up and call one of the following phone numbers, which I'm sure is the one that you need. If you are calling to reach the ADA coordinator to request an ADA accommodation, please call 850-767-3550. If you are calling for pretrial release, please call 850-747-5183. If you are calling for an excusal or for a date change for a jury summons that you received, please listen carefully to the following phone numbers as they are specific to each county. You'll need to check your notice for which county you received your summons
We're going to go
from.
through 6 different counties here.
If your jury summons is for Bay County, please hang up and call 850-763-9061. For Calhoun County, 850-674-4545. For Gulf County, 850-229-6112. For Holmes County, 850-547-1100. For Jackson County, 850-482-9552. For Washington County, 850-638-6285. I apologize for the inconvenience, but this phone number is not the correct one that should have been placed on the notice that you received. Please hang up and call one of the previously mentioned phone numbers. Thank you and have a great day.
And then it beeps. Trust me, she's not listening to that message. This is crazy. What other job other than in government can you record your own voicemail message saying, "Don't call me. Don't call me. I don't want to do any work today. Don't call me. You called the wrong number. I'm not the person you want to talk to. Call somebody else." Someone needs to fix that notice. Okay. So now we have to call the technology officer. Do you want the deputy court technology? Probably a deputy court technology. Let's try that.
Grew up in Baco and spoke to one who was HSW Lonnie.
You grew up in Bay County and spoke to one who was in high school with Lonnie. Oh, okay. So you knew somebody that was knew the defendant. So this hits closer to home for you, Rhonda. Thank you for the super chat. Thanks for the information there. Let's try this. Let's try this other officer. See if he can help us. If he's got a similar message.
How does he do that?
Another voicemail. That's no good. We need to talk to somebody. This is ridiculous. Does anybody work in Bay County down there? Brandy, help us out. We might need you to go knock on somebody's door and say, "Hey, get the Zoom working." See, now just straight to the court's technology officer. We're going up the chain. Right? This is like the boss. The boss's boss.
For the trees.
5410. Another voicemail. Nobody's there. Nobody works. The people that are there won't answer their phone and say call somebody else. Let's see. County judges, receptionist, court administration, Bay County. Let's start at the top and see if they can find somebody who's at least present at work today. 5327. It's gonna be a answer machine. The main line goes to the accounting department. This entire phone system is just one web of people telling you call somebody else. Okay, we're going to try the court operations manager. They have like 5 million staff members. So there's somebody that should be able to do this. Who's got a 767 number? He must be the boss. 550. There we go. This is Doug. Voicemail. Good crap. Why even post your phone number if you're not going to answer? We could call the budget analyst. How about Amber? Amber is the court operations consultant. I swear the next thing I'm going to do is a FOIA request and find out how much each one of these people are paid to not answer their phones. Amber, let's see, what's her number? 9844. Hope it's her cell phone. It just hangs up. It rings and it just hangs up. I'm calling back. Hey, Amber, my name is Scott. I am trying to watch a court with Judge in Bay County with Judge Sharon Gay. It's been live streamed on the 14th Circuit YouTube channel previously, and okay, awesome. So we will watch for it to pop live. Thank you very much. Appreciate you, Amber. You're the only one that answered your phone today, and I really appreciate that. Thank you. Bye. Amber. Okay, Amber tells us this. She says, I saw where they just put in a ticket with the help desk, and they're working on it. So apparently all the people who are not answering their phones are all huddled around the same computer saying, I don't know why it's not working. That's why I envision happening right this very moment. So hopefully we'll get a feed pulled up here shortly. We know why it's not working. It's because that stupid Jackson County first appearances stomped all over us and just canceled the live stream. Okay, so it's happening. Let's do this. Can I assign something out? Can I assign something out? I need one of y'all. Recovery Addict says it. Yay for Amber. I appreciate her just giving the information. If they try turning it off and on again, that's a next call. I'll call them and say, just try this. Amber deserves a raise. She deserves to be paid. The rest of them, I'm not so sure. They know it's me. Let's say this. I need to assign somebody to treat the 14th Circuit Judicial Circuit live stream page as if it is the Recovery Addict live stream page and you're trying to win the internet in being first in chat in the morning. We need somebody to watch this and refresh constantly because for some reason, this page does not allow you to be notified when new feeds pop up. It doesn't allow me to ring the bell. I can't get a notification, so I constantly have to refresh. I need some of you to do that because I'm going to take the video from yesterday, the stuff we missed, and we'll be watching that until court goes live. Then we'll jump to the live stuff. Does that work? Any objections if we go that route? Let's see. We've got some volunteers. Okay, so here's what we need to do. Once the trial comes live, and it's important, the trial that has to come live is going to be Shannon Gay, the judge Shannon Gay, with the Dantzler trial in Bay County on the 14th Judicial Circuit YouTube page. It looks like. Hang on one second. Here, let me put the link up here. Copy. I'll put the link in chat, and you guys can refresh to your heart's content. Okay, there it is. So watch that link, this one right here. And when it goes live, I need somebody to alert me so we can jump over to it because I don't want to miss it. I did save it. They took the feed down for yesterday. They do every day. They take the feed down after 24 hours. But I saved yesterday's. I was up till 1:30 in the morning and then got up early this morning thinking the court was going to begin and we were going to be here together watching it. And anyway, so we've got some volunteers. Is somebody on it by show of hands willing to do that on like a spare screen? I don't want you to take away from your work time or get fired for doing this. If the boss is like, why did you click on YouTube videos for 7 straight hours? I don't want you to do that. But okay, as long as we've got somebody there who can do this, I can start showing this other video. Amy, thank you very much. We're in good hands then. Let's see, Samsung, date modified, the latest. Let's see, what was this one? Okay, let me double check which one this is. This is her testimony. We already watched that. Oh, man. I recorded this, and a required managed update popped up on the screen. Grr. Look at... Okay, hang on one second. I need to make that smaller. This is frustrating. After all the work I went to, I set my computer up to record, and I did not notice this. Okay, switch to 3. There we go. See this little window up here in the top corner? Right up here? That's on top of the video. Like it's recorded, it's baked into the video. So when you're watching the video, you'll see that as well. So that's fun. I screwed that up. Nice, I can't get that back. But let's get the other file. That was 2. What was the first one?
Scratch all that. Oh, that was terrible. I apologize.
Okay. Make sure this is the right one. Yes, here we go. Okay, this is the one we have not seen. Let me bring this over. Please, please, please have audio. Oh, this would be bad. No. It's live. It's live. Okay, that's good because guess what? It's not working. My feed is not playing audio, and I have all the sound up that it should. Okay, let's jump back over to the other court. It's live, 14th Circuit. I'm not seeing it yet. Hang on. Florida jury trial, Bay County. Is this the one? No, this is a different one. This is Judge Brantley. Jury's coming in now.
Don't miss the forest for the trees.
Where? Oh, there it is. There it is. Okay. Thank you for that. We're going to go now to... Let me drag this over to the other window. We got it. Thank you. Hold tight.
How does he do that?
Oh, man. I do awfully at it is how I do it. Bay County, we're going to shut this one down because I don't need 2 going. Give me a second. I'll get there, guys. It's just taking a second. Why is it? Okay, it's. Give me a minute. Hold tight. You guys seeing what I'm seeing? Is this? There's criminal proceedings. There's more criminal proceedings. We go to live over here. We have a trial. Shanna Gay. We want to click on this one. And it pulls up a video that's, is it live? Okay. Oh, holy cow! Nikki Zeebs is gifting memberships over and over and over and over, and Carol, sorry, C.J. Martin gifted him one as well. They just took a recess. Okay, probably to get this sorted out. Honestly, it says streamed live 5 minutes ago. I've got too many windows going. Okay, shut down this one. What's over here? I don't need Canva. I need that recording request. I don't need Angela. What's this? I don't need that. Let's just have this one. Ooh, there's the thumbnail we were making. So it says streamed 5 minutes ago, but then it stopped. Like the video stopped. So they're still working on it. It like went live and then it's not live. This is not live. This one's not live. It's just frozen. Evangeline Light gifted a membership as well. Thank you. The memberships are flowing this morning. Congratulations to everyone who received one, and thank you so much. You got my heart rate going. Not good after just eating a lot of syrup as well. I'm like on sugar and super excited. Just throw it at the wall and I'll start it again. We will wait. We know they're working on it. Okay, we know they're aware and they're working on it. The problem is they have a YouTube channel they're trying to stream 2 things from, and that's no bueno. It's the Mondayest feeling Friday ever. Mama Bear, 100% agree. You are not wrong. Okay, you just got here. I wish we had all slept in like you, Adam. That would be nice. But I got up early thinking that we would have to be up early, and once again, messed up the time zone things. All right. Adam, you are back in green, if you didn't notice. Look at this. Boom. That is great. Back in green with the yellow courthouse. Looks great. Appreciate you. And let's see. Did somebody just barely make that possible? Was that... how did that happen? Oh, CJ Martin gifted you a membership. Thank you very much, CJ, for getting Thadam back with us. Evangeline is still gifting memberships. Now is the time to have the gift setting turned on. If you go to this link and make sure that the button is slid to the right, you would be eligible to receive it. Looks like Lori Loves Montana, Tara P., Tracy Ames, Nancy P., and Christine J. all gifted memberships just by that last round as well. Whoever has pants on cursed us today. Allie B. from Tennessee. I'm 40 today and love this group. Allie, you totally missed out. We had a moment earlier where we sang to, I should have written it down. Bay, and it was like Leaves and Blay. I can't remember off the top of my head, but you share a birthday with 2 great people. And now we have 3 birthdays this morning. So happy birthday to you as well. Appreciate you being here. That is awesome. I'm refreshing, you guys. I'm trying to read chat, but at the same time, I don't want to miss a minute of what happens in the courtroom. And apparently, they're trying to help us as well, but it's not working. So now we have this one live. This is also Bay County, but this is a different judge. We've seen him before. We've seen this dude. Let's see what sound he is.
Good morning, Judge. Just I'm hearing a motion for return of property to Stowfar versus Kadira.
Any objection from the state?
No, Your Honor.
They have no objection, Judge. I have an order prepared.
Motion granted. This is the driver's license, is that right?
Yes, Judge.
He was going to argue it.
They should have it back. They sent the ID to Homeland Security at my request because Mr. Meadows gave me proof that it was a valid license. I was concerned that officers might need updated training or something. They should have it back shortly to provide that back to her. Obviously.
All right.
Is the officer here that I subpoenaed? Does it have it? If he has it, we can just get it.
Yeah, I just signed the order returning it.
You need to sign. Okay. Thank you, Judge. That concludes my case.
Yes, sir. Have a good day. Mr. Prince?
Okay. Anyway, we're watching for court, and I'm eating. The techs are on it right now. Let's see. Criminal proceedings. We need this one to go live again, is what we need. Judge Sean Gay, felony trial, Bay County. This is the Dantzler trial. and they supposedly just took a break, probably to get this sorted out. They need their own YouTube channel, I think is what they need. Let's see. Did he bring enough French toast for the whole class? No, I just got enough for me. I got 3 slices, and probably not quite enough syrup. If you're honest about it. My son made me French toast. He just comes in with a plate and a fork. He's like, "Kid, you want some breakfast?" And he's holding the syrup thing. It's like, this is why we have kids, really. Just to teach them how to be good people, not to have them serve us. What are you guys thinking? No. Oh man. Driving me nuts here. Butter with a syrup. It's not butter with the syrup. This is, though, a buttery flavored syrup from Sam's Club. I think it used to be Aunt Jemima syrup, but now they call it something else. We won't go into that. You know what I need with this? I need a little bit of milk. You're missing out. You're missing out. It is so good. Evangelina Light, did you just gift another 5 memberships, or was this the one you just did a minute ago? I'm sorry, we're trying to get court up and running. I think I've got audio. Let me try again. I think I can play the other one while they wait. But still nothing from that courtroom. It might be 15 minutes or so. Okay, I had the wrong button selected. I think I do have audio here. Let's try this one. Yes. We do have audio. Okay. So I'm going to put you guys back.
We are here in case number 21 CF 2919, State of Florida versus Angela Dantzler. And are there any matters stating?
Okay, I'm pausing just for a second. This is the video that happened. This is everything that happened yesterday prior to the defendant getting up and testifying. So this is before that. So this happens yesterday. I will stop this as soon as the live feed comes back on. So I will need somebody to continue. Maybe Amy, if you are able to do it, to continue to go over there and just watch for that live feed when they come back from break. We want that feed to come back. But this will give us the opening of the defense. And unfortunately, it's going to have that stupid little. No, it doesn't. It doesn't. Oh, good. There's no little pop up on this one. Okay, so we're gonna get to watch this as well. Allie just gifted 5 memberships. Tell you, the memberships have been flowing this morning. T-Trev, Angie Childress, Marsha Braga, Deborah Larson, and Frosty Jen all gifted memberships. Thank you very much, Allie B from Tennessee, for making that happen for them. What a way to start the day. Thank you very much. I missed the eyebrows already. There are times that I wish I had them so I could be like, huh? And really let you know what I'm thinking. All right, let's so go back. This is the beginning of the day yesterday. Kevin, just a quick catch up. This is a trial that we stumbled upon while we were in jury or verdict watch for Thommy. And we found this trial. This is out of Florida. This is a lady, a 56-year-old, 58-year-old lady now, who was accused of shooting and killing her husband 2 years ago. The state says it was premeditated. She says it was in self-defense, and it was an abusive relationship, and that was the only way she could get out. She's a sweet lady. She sounds very believable. We listened to her testimony yesterday. We can listen again today to the whole thing if we want to, because I have that whole recording now. So we'll do that. But this we picked up the trial as soon as the state had rested, and this is the beginning of the defense day. So we're requesting the video for the previous times. I'm going to send a request in today, going to get that request, and hopefully they'll send us the video. Costs a little bit. It's not very expensive for 2 or 3 days of video. Should be less than $50. So that's good. It's usually a lot more expensive. But we're going to get that coming in process because they have a good system for requesting that. I think they've got it recorded. I think we're all good. That said, we're going to start with this defense, and I want you to pay attention to the defense lawyer, the main defense lawyer. She does have a little bit of an accent. I don't think it's a language barrier. She's fine with the language, but her mannerisms and her style is quite interesting. And the judge sometimes looks at her like, "Are you serious?" And she sometimes even looks over at the prosecutors and say, like, I can read her mind saying, "Are you going to object to this?" But so that's what we're going to do. That's where we're at. So Angela Dantzler is the defendant. She's accused of murder. She's sitting next to her 2 attorneys. She's the third one over. Her hair she's right at the edge of the bench, is like almost straight above my nose right now. Like there, she's straight up above that. So yes, we can see the jury. The court shows the jury. It's something they do. So just, they're okay with it, and so are we. Let's give this a go. That's where we're at, and this is yesterday. Keep me informed if the court comes live as well in the background.
We are here in case number 21 CF 2919, State of Florida versus Angela Dantzler. And are there any matters the state needs to address on today's date?
Yes, Your Honor, a number of items. First, Detective Westfall is here. Pursuant to the issue that was brought up yesterday, counsel had a phone call, defense counsel had a phone call with him last night and was told everything was going to be, there was not going to be a hearing, but evidently that's changed over the night. But she had an at-length conversation with the detective. I'll proffer to the court, we can call him in here, but essentially, again, as I stated before, there's no evidence of any crime scene drawings or anything other than that's been provided. What they did do is they saw a bunch of the CSI guys sat around in the police department doodling on them, trying to figure out maybe what they thought happened. But their policy as police officers, they're not allowed to render those types of opinions, nor are they allowed to author those types of diagrams. So while there are doodles and notes of what they think or might have happened or whatever, they're not evidence, they're not signed.
Okay, I can't even finish my French toast. They're fixing it. Amber basically is the IT girl is making this happen. We're going to go back and watch this later to stay up to date, possibly next week if we have to. But we'll do a quick little refresh here. Go back to videos, show me live, and boom, here we go. Judge Shauna Gay. There we go.
I reviewed
this is live.
The transcripts.
Transcripts of what?
Of the depositions. I reviewed 4 of the police reports, but I didn't review any of the video until we sat here through the trial, or the photographs. Those I've seen here in the trial, but I reviewed the file.
Okay, and have you been in the entire trial this week?
Yes, I also reviewed Dr. Collins' report and the competency report prior to being here today.
Now, just to kind of clear up what you do you generally, when you go to evaluate somebody, what is in your line, in your profession, what is the general accepted practice? Do you generally review a criminal file prior to evaluating your client?
I don't, because, and many clinicians do not, because I don't want to go in with any bias or preconceived notion. I want to go in and meet the client and do the evaluation, and then once I've met with them, review any additional collateral information or talk to other contacts if that's what's warranted for the evaluation, depending on what type of evaluation it is.
In your profession, is it generally accepted practice for you to investigate the crime or the crime scene?
Absolutely not.
Do you form any kind of legal opinion?
No, that's frowned upon.
Do you form any kind of legal conclusions?
No.
Is in any opinion that you give, is it any sort of legal opinion?
It's a clinical opinion.
Now, Dr. Streifler, is there anything else that you did in preparation of your assessment, after the assessment? Is there anything else that you have done in this case?
No.
Hey, Dr. Streifler, you're a paid witness, is that correct?
Yes.
And it has, in the other cases that you have done for both the state and the and for defense, are you always a paid witness?
Yes, I'm a clinical professional.
Okay.
It's a microphone.
And can you tell us how much you've been paid for this case?
$15,000.
And what was your, did you agree to take the case from our first phone call?
Absolutely not.
Can you explain how you make a determination of whether or not you will even take a case?
Well, quite honestly, as I told you on the phone when you initially contacted me, I turn down more cases than I take because I need to go and evaluate the client before I'll agree to take a case.
Okay. Now, Dr. Streifler, can you tell us what domestic violence is?
Well, that depends if you're looking at a legal or clinical definition. And the reason that I say that is when I was teaching domestic violence at Florida Gulf Coast University, I was teaching criminal justice students, and they were, looking at the legal definition. And in the state of Florida, the legal definition is if it's a partner, a spouse.
I'm object to witness citing legal precedents.
Maybe in a sidebar.
Okay, one thing this trial does have a lot of is sidebars. They meet at sidebars. We don't have any audio for that or video, and they're relatively quick. They're usually a minute or two at the longest. It's not like the Melly case, but we do have a lot of sidebars where they have to meet away from the jury. The jury is like directly below the camera, as we see right now. Trying to get a little live button that we can put it on here. Sorry, I'll clear this
The
question.
objection is sustained. You may rephrase your question.
She gets paid a ton.
Dr. Streifler, if you were not hired for any legal opinion in this case, would that be fair to say?
That would be fair to say, yes.
So as a result of that, I'm asking you to stay away from any legal opinion that you may have or believe you know, and I'd like for you just to stick with your with your opinion as a mental health provider. So can you give is the legal definition and the clinical definition different?
Very often it can be, yes.
Okay, but would you please give the clinical definition of domestic violence?
Domestic violence is a pattern of behavior. It doesn't have to be, in fact, not only it doesn't have to be, it often isn't.
So they want a pattern.
An isolated event. It's a pattern of behavior used by one partner to control the other partner. It's controlling, manipulative, purposeful behavior, and that one person uses to control the other.
And in your experience and in your line of work, are you able to tell the jury how people generally become victims or abusers?
Well, research supports that domestic violence is a learned behavior. Very often it starts out in childhood. People always ask when they're being evaluated if they're normal. And, I always tell them that, normal is what you're used to. And for most people, what's normal is very different than what's healthy. So the characteristics of being a victim or a perpetrator, when you grow up in a home where there's violence, very often you learn that might is right, or that you solve problems or conflicts with violence, or the golden rule, he who has the gold makes the rules, kind of a lot of those become normal perceptions. And as children grow, they start using that as their perception of the way that both they and other people behave.
Are there red flags of abusive relationships?
Well, the thing about abusive relationships, as toxic and traumatic as they can be, they're very often very textbook behavior, and you hate to minimize somebody's relationship or make it seem like, oh, I hear that story all the time. But unfortunately, much of the behavior is very textbook. The biggest red flag is everything happens real quickly. You go from dating to moving in or saying I love you in usually a couple of weeks. There's constant texting or being together. I call it the first date that never ends. Being together all the time. Very often in the beginning, it's like a fairy tale. I always say if it seems too good to be true, it usually is. So the abusive partner, the controlling partner, very often presents one way initially, and then as the relationship continues, or especially once they get married, that the person changes, or really the behavior changes, because once they're hooked in, they don't have to try so hard, so to say, or very often after a marriage, start thinking of that partner as their property and that they belong to them and that they need to do what they say. Very often texting, showing up where the person is all the time. Oh, honey, I love you so much. I just wanted to make sure you were okay. And just isolating them from the support system, talking badly about their family or friends. It starts out slowly, and as time goes on, it becomes more frequent.
Are there different types of abuse?
Yeah, the most common type, and the one we hear the most about, and the one that you can get arrested for, is physical abuse. And a lot of times when we think of physical abuse, and posters, you always see, somebody with a black eye. Judge, may I stand up for a second? Yes, sir. And they think the truth is with domestic violence, most of it happens from here to here. And that's because when somebody's battering their partner, they're gonna try to put the bruises in a place where nobody can see them. And by the time the bruises get in other places in the body or on the face, that's when the lethality, and when we say lethality, I don't know if you saw Lethal Weapon, but lethality is how dangerous somebody is, their potential to kill. The lethality goes up because at that point, what they're saying is, I don't care if anybody knows that I'm hitting you. And usually with abusive partners, you have that Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde, where they're one person at home and somebody else, in public. And that also feeds into the, well, my partner just has a problem with anger management. We've all heard somebody talk about, somebody that's abusive having trouble with anger. And it really isn't the traditional anger. The anger is about losing control, because if I have a problem with anger, then I'm going to be angry and act out and be violent with everybody. But very often abusive partners are only angry or violent, not only angry, I apologize, I misspoke, are only violent with their partners. Well, if you have a problem with anger, I mean, I've seen people really angry and go off in front of a judge. If you can't control your temper in front of a judge, you probably have a problem with anger. But if you can control your anger everywhere except for your partner, then that really is more of a problem with control. And a lot of times, abusive partners control where they're putting the bruises and seemingly tell their partner that they, just have a problem with anger and they're going to try to get their anger out of control. But really it's them trying to control their partners.
Other than physical abuse, are there other types of abuses?
There's emotional abuse. Emotional is on your heart, on your feelings, on your self-esteem.
Sorry, guys, I'm trying to make a
you're stupid, you're fat, you're ugly, you're a worthless piece of dog duty. It's a good thing I'm with you or nobody would want your sorry butt, and just putting them down and making them feel like they need to stay in the relationship because if not, nobody else would ever want them. There's mental abuse or psychological abuse. And that's using fear and intimidation to get what you want. Playing head games. Back in the day, we used to call it crazy making. Now they call it gaslighting. Just a little FYI, there's a movie called Gaslight, which is where the term came from 1944, great movie. After this is all over, if you want to watch it. And it's fear and intimidation, driving too fast to frighten or intimidate somebody, leaving, guns everywhere and looking and just the message that if you step out of line. So sometimes there doesn't have to be a physical altercation. There's an insidious message saying things to frighten the person, especially if there's been past violence. It puts more oomph into what they're saying, making them feel crazy. And feeling crazy is very different than being crazy. And a lot of times people say emotional and mental are the same thing, but they're really not. There's a lot of crossover. One is on your feelings, on your heart, on your self-esteem, and the other one is using fear and intimidation, making you really afraid, not trusting sometimes your own judgment, and being afraid that if you don't do what somebody wants, you're going to be punished and punished severely. And punished could be anything from something physical to withholding affection to not being able to spend time with somebody that you care about.
Is sexual abuse a subcategory?
I'm like the Eveready Bunny. I keep going. Sexual abuse. A lot of times people don't realize if you're in an intimate partner relationship and you're married that you can be sexually abused in a relationship because, people that are married, have sex and nobody's in the mood all the time. But that's not what sexual abuse is. Sexual abuse is sex without consent, free will consent, and cooperating, doing something because you're afraid of what's going to happen if you don't is not free will consent. And examples of sexual abuse in a relationship is forcing somebody to do something sexually that they're not comfortable with, having sex with them when they're sleeping and they can't consent, masturbating on them when they're sleeping or rubbing semen on their face. Those are examples of sexual abuse. Now, there are things like golden showers or masturbating on people that is free will consent. Couples enjoy that. That is not sexual abuse. There are a lot of very non-traditional sexual behaviors or practices. And the most important term here is free will consent. You can do anything sexually in a relationship is not sexual abuse unless the person's, under 18 and over. Well, we're not talking about childhood sexual abuse. But with two consenting adults, the term is consenting adults, and that's free will consent. That's not that I'm going to agree to do this because I'm afraid of what you're going to do to me if I don't.
Now, In interviewing Ms. Dantzler and as you've sat through this trial, did she report things to you that made you feel like that she had been abused or was in an abusive relationship?
Well, she reported to me what we, complex trauma and abuse, that she had been a victim of child abuse as a child, that she had a previous marriage that had been abusive, and that after 20 years of being single, she thought she was healed and, time heals all wounds, but it really doesn't. And that she had been physically, sexually, psychologically, and emotionally abused in her most recent marriage.
I don't think Brandy's in the courthouse yet.
Is there, what about verbal abuse? Is there such a thing as verbal abuse?
Well, verbal abuse means that it's spoken. Verbal abuse generally is emotional abuse. Some types of, using the threats is some type of psychological abuse. But it means that it's spoken and not physical.
And in your opinion, does physical abuse affect you differently or worse, or tell me well, let me finish my question. I'm sorry, I'm really blundering the question, but does physical abuse affect you worse than verbal abuse?
Well, I always tell clients that pain isn't a contest. So I guess I'll answer it with that, but I can tell you that what the research supports when people are asked, a lot of times they'll say the emotional abuse, the pain on their heart and their feelings, I call it an inside out. And that just because you can't see the bruises doesn't mean that they don't exist, and they last a really long time. I've seen people that have been physically very battered, and in 2 weeks the bruises are gone. The physical bruises have gone, but the emotional and the psychological bruises last more often than not a lifetime.
Are there any other significant dynamics of domestic violence?
Well, one of the biggest and most commonly discussed part of the Duluth model from Duluth, Minnesota, which is the state of Florida accepted model of domestic violence. It's what we call the cycle. Sorry, I'm sitting on this. You talk with my hands. It's what we call the cycle of violence, and it explains a lot about why victims stay in abusive relationships. And what happens is the first stage is what we call the tension building stage. And that's where you have a lot of your emotional and psychological abuse.
This is a really good witness.
It's that feeling of walking on eggshells. Something's going to happen.
So
you just don't know when it's going to happen.
All we have right
what's
now
gonna
is
happen.
the intellectual side of her
And it's kind
experience.
of that feeling of hypervigilance,
See if she can keep this all the way
just
through
waiting
the
to the point where sometimes
analysis
people
of the
want to, pick up and throw the shoe sometimes. Because what happens is once there's an incident or some type of battering, that shoe drops. And now all of a sudden, all the tension stops. And when the tension stops, very often it's the honeymoon phase. Now a lot of people are calling it hoovering when they try to suck you back in. But it's the honeymoon phase where there's a lot of, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. I had too many beers. We'll get counseling. Let's go out to dinner. And what happens is not only that's a really enjoyable time, and a lot of times victims, believe that at least in the beginning, sometimes that's so good, that, I can deal with the other stuff. But what the big part is it feeds into the denial. And, when you lie, what the truth is and you say something else. when you're in denial, you're lying to yourself. Denial, don't even know I am lying. And so what happens is when you're in the honeymoon phase, the victim says to themselves, see, this is the person that I fell in love with. He or she is back. You know, they really didn't mean it. We're going to be able to fix that.
Now,
we missed the name, but this is an expert witness
did you
on domestic violence.
Identify any
battered woman defense.
specific controlling behaviors that she experienced?
Well, I identified, she reported to me numerous incidents of physical abuse, where her husband was not only physically abusive, but had left bruises, that she was afraid. She was frequently afraid that he would put her down, most often calling her dumb as a stump. The cameras all over the house, to include, I learned during this trial, two in the bedroom and videotaping them sexually against her will, which she did report that he had videotaped her. I didn't know at the time that there were cameras in the bedroom. I thought it might have been from a phone or from a video camera. It was interesting and significant to me that of all the rooms in the house that there were video cameras, there was no reported camera in his man cave. That was the only place in the house that did not have a camera.
That was incorrect. There was one camera.
Anything else that you can think of that she reported to you that you feel identifies a controlling behavior? That the guns all over the house, he frequently would tell her, you know, that he was going to kill her and that she needed to be punished. Most often that she had to be punished for taking his wallet when they went to Tennessee. From the time that he returned back, she reported numerous threats by him, not only from him, but that she reported that she was afraid, that his father kept telling him that she had to pay for what she did to him by embarrassing him. Is it significant in any way that that her car and house were sold?
It was exceptionally significant. Her house may have been smaller than the one she married into, but when she spoke to me of it, she spoke with such pride and love, and that she redid the whole thing. I felt like, you know, it was almost like an audio version of HGTV listening to her of all the things that she had, you know, done to the house, and she was very, very proud of it. She also reported that she had a Kia, which was an older car and not real fancy, but that Lonnie told her that she needed to get rid of it and he would give her an Escalade. At the time, I did not know it had been Susan's Escalade. I just knew that he was telling her that it was going to be an upgrade. Why should she drive the Kia? But the reason, much more likely than not, and very consistent with controlling behavior, is he wanted her to get rid of the Kia and drive the Escalade because the Escalade was in his name. The Escalade was not in her name, so she wouldn't have a car in her name. And she sold her house. I believe it was about a year into the marriage. So now, if she wanted to leave, she has no car, she has no house, she has no place to go.
Actually, we just picked up this trial yesterday. We're going to get the video from the rest of the trial and watch what we missed. But it's not going to be the radar. We just found it.
very purposeful textbook behavior.
What about suggesting what she wears?
2021 was when this
That's,
happened.
again, very controlling behavior. Either saying, I want you to dress sexier or less sexy, but with her dress, Angie reported to me that he wanted her to dress fancier, to go to Chico's and wear fancy clothes, where sometimes she was just more comfortable wearing a pair of shorts and a t-shirt.
Does that have any clinical significance?
Well, the significance is, the partner is trying to control who you are and what you wear and not let you be your own person. And also part of that is giving you the message, you're not enough the way you are. You have to be the way that I want you to be okay, to be worthy, or to be lovable.
Now, the question would be, Dr. Streifler, in your clinical opinion, why would a person stay with somebody like that? Why doesn't she just leave, walk out?
Well, there are a lot of reasons people stay. We talked a little bit, well, we didn't, I guess I'm the only one that talked, about the cycle of violence is one of the reasons. Other reasons are religious reasons, sometimes not so much in this case, but people stay because of children, because they blame themselves for the violence. They think if I can just do this or that, then maybe it'll be okay, and really wanna make it work. But the biggest reason, there are numerous reasons, many reasons, as many reasons as there are situations, but the biggest reason, which sounds counterintuitive, is very often it's much more dangerous for victims of domestic violence to leave than to stay. People always, helping professionals are always telling people, well, just get an injunction and get out. Well, very often, injunctions can escalate violence, and a person knows their partner better than anyone. So you need to wait and see what they think. Professionals don't always know best. But research supports, depending on what you read, between 70 and 85% of victims of domestic violence that get can I have one of those waters? Victims that get killed when they leave. Because remember, we talked about domestic violence is about, thank you, domestic violence is about control. So when a victim leaves, he or she is taking the control back. And that makes the controlling partner very angry. And it's that if I can't have you, nobody will. And I love you to death. And it's very, very dangerous for a victim to leave. If somebody's been a victim of domestic violence, one of the things that always has to happen is safety planning before somebody leaves, because right after they leave, during when they're leaving, and even, it's called post-separation abuse, is very common and can be very dangerous and even lethal.
Now, does alcohol or being an alcoholic, does that cause domestic violence?
No, if alcohol caused domestic violence, then anybody that drank would be a batterer. And, I'm sure, some of you may even be, kind of happy drunks. If alcohol caused domestic violence, then there would be no such thing as a happy drunk. Now, there is a high correlation between alcohol and domestic violence. What alcohol does is it removes the filter. When I was a kid, especially at the 6th and 8th grade dances, we used to call it liquid truth. What alcohol does is it removes the filter, so people become magnified versions of who they already were. And research says 65% of the times where there's violence, when there's law enforcement comes out for domestic violence, the batterer's been drinking. But again, and the lethality is increased substantially, and research supports this. If somebody's been drinking, the lethality is much higher because, again, the filter's been removed and people aren't paying attention to the consequences. Very often what we see with victims is a lot of the emotional and psychological abuse happens when their partner is sober. And then when the partner is drinking, they become physically violent. So then it's so much easier. And when you love somebody, you really don't want to believe that they would hurt you. So it's so much easier to blame it. I call it on the boys, Jack, Johnny, and Bud, Budweiser, Johnny Walker, and Jack Daniels. You know, it's so much easier to blame it on the alcohol than it is on the person that you loved and trusted and married and, you know, wanted to spend the rest of your life with.
Can you explain to the jury what post-traumatic stress disorder, or more commonly PTSD, what that is?
Yeah, it's a mental health diagnosis. It's one of the only mental health diagnoses that, you know, comes from, there has to be a precipitating event. There has to be a trauma. So basically, if you break it down, post means after, traumatic is a trauma, stress, well, we all know what stress is, and disorder is just putting it all together. So really, post-traumatic stress disorder is a series of symptoms and behaviors that happen after a traumatic, and a traumatic event is a life-threatening or perceived, and that word perceived is very important. Perceived life-threatening event.
Why is that word important?
Because, for example, if I came up to you and I said, give me all your money, and you're sticking your finger in your jacket. But if you really believed that that was a gun, that would be a very traumatic event. So the perception, what the person believes, you know, and sometimes there's no way to know 100%. For example, they were talking about, well, I'm trying to think. I think I better stay away from that example. Yeah.
All right. What is do all victims of domestic violence, do they meet the criteria for PTSD?
No, absolutely not. You know, it's kind of like the flu. How is domestic violence like the flu? You know, if you're exposed to the flu, you know, you're much more likely to get the flu, but there are a lot of people that, you know, take care or with somebody with the flu and don't get it. There are people that, you know, can be in an abusive relationship that may have traumatic symptoms that still have experienced trauma,
the person running this.
But they don't experience, but they don't meet the criteria. There's criteria for post-traumatic stress disorder, and the symptoms in order to be diagnosed with post-traumatic stress disorder need to be consistent over more than a 6-month period of time. Because after something traumatic happens, there's first what we call acute stress disorder, which isn't so cute, but it's acute stress disorder, which happens right after. Because a lot of times after something happens, people are very upset and show symptoms, but then, you know, they really subside. So if the symptoms last more than 6 months, that's when we start looking at the possibility of a post-traumatic stress disorder diagnosis.
Now, in evaluating Ms. Dantzler, did you, in your clinical opinion, did you believe that she met the criteria for PTSD?
Yes.
And why did you feel that?
Well, I looked at the whole picture. Actually, I believe she made the criteria even of complex PTSD, because it's kind of like playing dominoes, you know, from her childhood trauma with reported childhood physical abuse, which, you know, and there's usually where there's physical abuse, there's usually emotional and mental. I always say victims are beaten down long before they're beaten up. And then, her previous marriage where she was also a victim of domestic violence. And then the most recent marriage, I observed her being very hypervigilant. Somebody slammed it, or she very, very jumpy, very looking around. And hypervigilance very often looks like paranoia. There's an expression, just because you're paranoid doesn't mean they're not out to get you. Very, very often, if there's a history of dangerous or frightening behavior, for somebody to be looking around if horrible things have happened, it very often looks like paranoia, but that doesn't mean it is. And I think that's very, very important. Even I know yesterday they were talking about the word delusional. Sometimes they talk about, the school nerd trying to date the prom queen and think that they're delusional. But if the sister, keeps telling me every day, she told me she wants to go out with you. She told me she wants to go out with you. She told me and every day for 6 months he goes, maybe I got a shot. So is that delusional? Well, it may not be realistic behavior, and, the sister might have been lying more often than not, probably thought it was playing a big joke, trying to control and make him look, like a jerk. But there's a reason behind why that person thought that way. It wasn't just out of the clear blue, just kind of what they call crazy behavior. Somebody was telling them something.
Well, let's liken that to Miss Dantzler. Can you think of situations where you could consider it delusional, but because of behavior that she was experiencing, that it may not fall into the category of delusional?
Absolutely. Miss Dantzler, sorry, Angie, I'll call her Angie, it's easier for me. Angie had reported to me that during her marriage, she was frequently told that she was going to be punished and killed. One of the things that she reported to me was that Lonnie had told her, again, remember, we don't know if the prom queen's gonna go out with the little brother. We only know what he was told. What she reported to me, Lonnie told her, was that he had pushed Susan and she hit her head on the ottoman, and that she was dead, and that he put her on the sofa and then went upstairs to bed to kind of sleep it off. And, and I found it very interesting that same ottoman that he, maybe not interesting, clinically significant perhaps, that ottoman was still in the living room, because every time she looked at the ottoman, it was a reminder that he told her that he pushed Susan and she hit her head on that ottoman, and that's where she died. And yet there was the ottoman still in their living room. She reported to me that he told her that there was a woman, something with the blinds, and made him mad. And he told her, well, I can have her taken care of. And there were people at the storage facility that there was a problem with. And the next day, the guy was dead, that he OD'd. And, she also told me that there were comments made about the amount of power and influence the family had, both because of their long-standing time in the community and the amount of money that they have, and that so many people are on their payroll. And she reported to me that Lonnie used that as a way to frighten and intimidate her.
I'm kind of getting off my, off the normal way of doing this because I forgot to ask you a question. Is there anything about the December Johnson issue that you found clinically significant?
Well, I did. You know, I'm trying to think the best way to word this. Angie reported to me that Lonnie didn't tell her the truth about the breast augmentation. So the fact that he bought a young, attractive female that works in his office, paid for breast augmentation, was very troubling to her, especially where the woman was, again, wearing Susan's clothes. And remember, what Angie wore was something that Lonnie was very particular about and controlled what she wore, and is now, I can't say that she reported controlling what December wore, but had her wear Susan's clothes. Most specifically was talking about a red wraparound dress and high heels, and that he would ask her to turn around and model clothes, and that she would ask, she would say something that Angie was wearing. December would say to Lonnie, I really like that top, and that he would go and buy December the clothes, the same clothes that that Angie was wearing. So one, both the initial deceit, and then again, the crazy making when she would question him, and maybe even I'll say badger him about whether or not he was having an affair with December. He would tell her she was crazy and to leave him alone and make it look like there was something wrong with her, only to find out that he did pay for the breast augmentation. And she didn't find that out because he told her. She found it because his sister told her. And even when she reported to me, even when she asked him, he initially still denied it.
Now to get back on track, what is the difference between battered, or will you describe battered spouse syndrome to us?
Well, battered spouse syndrome is a subcategory of PTSD. In the 80s and early 90s, PTSD became a diagnosis in 1980, but in the 80s and early 90s, they started noticing that victims of domestic violence and sexual assault, rape victims, started having a lot of the same symptoms that war veterans had. But back then, and even now, we call it battered, well, it was battered woman syndrome. Now it's battered spouse syndrome. Gender roles have changed so much. Battered spouse syndrome and rape trauma syndrome. And it really is almost a subcategory. It's not a clinical diagnosis, but it's a subcategory of PTSD where very often it's a PTSD diagnosis, but specific to victims of domestic violence who have been in longer term abusive relationships and don't have the ability to, or don't believe they have the ability to leave, that they're trapped in their situation and have been victims of emotional, mental, sexual, physical, financial abuse. And the fact that part of the trauma is that being trapped and not able to leave.
Is there a clinical difference between, or are there differences between the well, you said it's not really a clinical diagnosis. Well, let me ask the question and then you can answer it, please. How do you determine if you believe someone has or is a victim of battered spouse syndrome?
Well, I think that, again, just because there's been physical abuse or there's been violence in a relationship doesn't mean somebody meets the criteria. So it's meeting with the person, and quite honestly, let's tell the truth. You know, there are a lot of people, especially during divorces, that will use maybe an isolated incident of domestic violence to get a leg up in the court system, or to get custody of kids. So really to look at the whole picture and see if all the dots connect. Like I said earlier, domestic violence is a pattern of behavior. It's very textbook behavior. And if you connect all the dots, look at all the areas in their life and see if things are congruent. We look at, you know, the first incident of abuse, the most recent incident of abuse, how much it's escalated, what types of symptoms do they have? Are there medical issues? You know, we all know about the mind-body-spirit connection. And a lot of times if you've been traumatized or under extreme stress over a period of time, it can affect your physical health. It's really looking at the whole picture. And, you know, the relationship, that the other real big key is the relationship look one way in the beginning, and then once they get married or they feel like they're locked in, all of a sudden the person changes significantly. And there's also very often a Dr. Jekyll and Mr. and Mrs. Hyde, where they're one person to their partner and behind closed doors, and somebody else, you know, they think, oh, they're the nicest person on the planet. And oh, it's, again, if it seems too good to be true, it usually is.
Now, I think you used the term in a long-term abusive relationship. Mr. and Mrs. Dantzler were married for about 2 years, right at 2 years. Can you speak on, is this 2 years, is this enough time for her to be suffering from battered spouse syndrome in your professional opinion?
It absolutely is. Again, she went through childhood abuse. She reported she was in an abusive relationship, marriage prior, that escalated quite quickly. Her words to me at the end of that relationship, after guns were reported to have been pulled, that men don't like it when you leave, were her exact words. She said, what I learned is men don't like it when you leave. And you say 2 years, but how many of us could sleep next to a person every night for 2 years, many of which this person that we loved and trusted and we're going to spend the rest of our life with, and then be afraid either for our safety or our life? Can you imagine every day for 2 years, the person that you loved and trusted? 2 years can feel like 3 lifetimes.
Now, just to make to sum up your testimony, after analyzing or assessing Ms. Dantzler, in your professional opinion, was the assessment, or Ms. Dantzler's assessment, consistent with someone suffering from battered spouse syndrome?
Yes.
And was it consistent with someone suffering from PTSD?
Absolutely.
Now, just a few questions about some of the behavior that she testified to. Can you, is there a clinical explanation after assessing Ms. Dantzler? well, I think you've already talked about why she would have stayed in this relationship. What about spray painting over the cameras? Is there something that you saw clinically significant about that?
Well, it looked to me like it would be part of a safety plan, that it could be to make it so you couldn't see. I've actually seen that done before, where you cover them, because if you're going to leave, to make sure that the person watching the cameras doesn't see you leave, it could potentially be a safety precaution.
Okay. Now, at the before we recessed yesterday, Mr. Overstreet pulled out this DSM-5. Are you familiar with this book?
Yes, the DSM-5 is the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual. It's basically the diagnostic criteria for the mental health diagnosis. It's kind of the clinical Bible. I think it was. I don't know that it was a Bible, but it's kind of the standard.
Now, you listened to Dr. Collins' testimony, correct?
I did, yes.
Dr. Collins, he testified that Angie had complex trauma. Can you explain what that is?
I think I did a little bit earlier. I call it dominoes. I like, I'm kind of a simple woman. I like to keep things simple. Yeah, either dominoes, or I see it as kind of the vertebrae, where you kind of touch one and they all go down. But complex trauma, I'm going to be a little long-winded. Sorry, my grandfather used to say to make a short story long. There are three types of trauma. There's trauma by accident. You're in a car accident. There's trauma by nature, the hurricanes, tornadoes, in Florida, we all know about that. And then there's trauma by man, and they don't mean by males, it means human, not just men. Women can be pretty horrible too sometimes. But in this, but trauma by man, very often when we're talking about domestic or sexual violence, you're talking about your support system, the person that you love and trust that's committing the traumatic event. So you don't really have a support system, because it's your support system that's the one that's violating you. Sorry, I want to directly. Can you give me the question one more time? Cognitive slippage.
Let me think here. I asked you about the complex trauma.
Okay, thank you.
Explain that.
Okay, so the complex trauma, if you look at Angie's report, there was trauma from childhood, trauma from past relationships, and trauma. So it's complex because it's not one time. And you go through a hurricane, and please God, it only happens one time in your lifetime. You haven't happened it again. But when you're going through childhood abuse or domestic violence, it's happening. If it's not happening every day, it's happening frequently over a long period of time. So it's not an isolated traumatic event where you get robbed at a store or you go through a hurricane.
Is there, well, for Miss Miss Dantzler, it was 20 years between her last reported trauma with her ex-husband and the current, or the last trauma with Mr. Dantzler. Do you heal within 20? I mean, is there some point in time that you just healed?
Well, if you want to make my blood boil, you say, well, it's been 20 years, you should just get over it. How many times have people maybe even said that to other people, but heard somebody say after, a childhood trauma or a sexual assault, people say, well, it's been long enough, you should just get over it. And, one of the things I learned as a kid in science class is that energy doesn't dissipate, it only changes forms. So the traumatic event doesn't just go away. So it's just going to sit there until you deal with it. It's kind of like, when people die, they want to be in those isolated, the ice things, the cryo freezers, and just kind of then be brought back to life. That's kind of what trauma does. It stays there. And if you don't process it, if you don't deal with it, then it will stay there. So you don't heal. And that's also part of the complex trauma. And that's where, you have what we call triggers. I think of them as the buttons on the elevator. When they light up, you barely touch them and they light up. And it just pushes that button of the domino, they're all lined up and it pushes one, and all of a sudden, and one of the ways you can tell if it's actual what's going on or the trigger is it's a disproportionate response. It seems so much bigger. It's like, well, you got awful upset. All I said was this. But that person didn't just hear that. It pushed the button of all the other things that they didn't deal with. That's why a lot of times when I see clients now that have been in abusive relationships say, I need to go and work through what happened to me because I don't want to bring it into my new relationship. And I'm like, good for you, because if you don't deal with it, just because you're out of that relationship doesn't mean it's over.
We're in Panama City,
Now,
Bay
let's kind of
County,
bring
Florida,
this,
with this trial.
into this situation here. When Ms. Dantzler was sitting on the ottoman, and her testimony was she believed that Mr. Dantzler had a gun. Can you speak to any triggers or what her, from your clinical opinion, what?
Your Honor, are we present?
Yes.
Okay, a lot to unpack here during this. Thank you. First of all, thanks to the mods. Thanks to those who are posting comments, helping those who might be triggered by this a little bit or might not understand why some of this could be so triggering for other people. I don't know. Brandy may actually be going to this court. She says this is not far from her, and she might be able to pop in. I have not seen her pop in yet, but she has some other things on her schedule, so it might not work out. But this is her one day off. She needs to get some things done. This particular witness is doing a great job. She is, as far as an expert witness goes, she's speaking so that the jury understands. You don't have to be an expert in her field to understand what she's saying. She seems to have very believable and understandable analogies as she's explaining different situations. So I think the jury's on board. We don't have the view of the jury we had before, but it looks. But it looks good. So yes, this is a trial we just picked up yesterday. I'm filling out the form there it is right there, to get the copies of the video that we missed because we picked up this trial late. So we missed Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and most of Thursday. So I've got Thursdays recorded, and we're watching Friday. So I'm trying to get the first 3 days. I think the first day might have been jury selection, so that won't be really important. But we're trying to get that right now. I requested it from the court. I did have a heart attack moment. My phone rang and it said on the caller ID, 14th Circuit Court. And it was Wendy Breckenridge, the woman who runs the Zoom. I'm like, oh no, she's going to tell me, we don't allow you to do what you're doing or something like that, which, they have not told me that yet. But she's like, hey, I'm just calling. I'm sorry, our Zoom was down. We had trouble with the technical support. We got it up. It's working now. I'm like, thank you, Wendy, for calling back. You and Amber are the only two people in the courthouse that deserve to be paid. Maybe the judge as well. We'll get her paid as well. Anyway, so we are at mid-trial. There's a lot of questions you guys are asking that I don't know the answers to because we missed all of prosecution's presentation. But we'd want to go back and watch this. For those that missed yesterday's trial, the reason why we're so hooked on this trial is that the defendant testified in her own defense, and it was incredible. It was amazing. I haven't seen something like that since Dean Cummings, and this is just a nice, sweet old lady on the stand. I say that, but she's not. She looks older than she is. She's only 58. But spending 2 years in jail can't do good things for your appearance, and it hasn't in her case, unfortunately. Anyway, she's sweet. We love her. We believe her. Now, I don't know if what she's saying is true, but I think what she's saying she believes is true. So, her experience, her reality, it seems to match. The prosecutor couldn't get anything on cross-examination. Couldn't catch her in a lie. Couldn't confront her with something that didn't make sense. She said, "This is the story. I'm not lying. I have nothing to hide." And so it's she is not old. Is she trying to look old, Casey? I don't think she's trying to. Look at her booking photo. I think she possibly colored her hair as like I'm not old either. I'm younger than her, and already got a lot of white hair going on. She might have colored her hair, as many people do, but in jail, that's not something you are able to do quite as quickly.
I am, and so we will move from there. Just a few more questions. Can you do you know the term fight or flight?
I do.
And can you explain what that means?
When somebody, it's a natural kind of survival response. It's for a long time it was fight, so fight, flight, freeze, but they've also finally added fawn, which I can explain in a minute. And it's basically nature's way. It's a survival response where your body goes on automatic pilot when you believe that you're in imminent danger or that your life is being threatened. Some people, and the thing about fight or flight is you don't get to choose. Your body goes on automatic pilot. Fight is when you become, aggressive. Flight is people that run away. When something dangerous happens, they run away. Freeze is kind of that deer in the headlights, where, in nature, it's the animals, they play dead. You just kind of freeze. And now they finally have added fawn, which we also see with some victims of domestic violence, or especially sexual violence, after something where you just nurture and are just really, really nice to try to make them happy and just do whatever you have to do to not make them upset for your safety.
Do clinicians such as yourself often or generally rely on self-reporting?
Generally for mental health evaluations, very often they're exclusively self-reporting. Forensic evaluations or custody evaluations oftentimes have other collateral information. It really just depends on the type of evaluation. But clinical evaluations, when people come for treatment, it's almost exclusively self-report.
Now, was the majority of what you understood at the time that you made your initial opinion, was that all based off of self-reporting?
Initially, yes.
And after reviewing other evidence and sitting in the trial, has your opinion changed at all?
It has not.
I tender the expert, the witness to you.
State, have any questions?
Yes, Your Honor.
Here comes the cross.
So when you initially met with Miss Dantzler, when was that?
I believe it was June 8th.
Of what year?
Of 2023.
Okay, so 2 years after the incident, correct?
Yes.
And that was after Dr. Collins had his interview with her back in November of 21, correct?
Correct.
And you're being paid $15,000 today?
Yes.
All right. And your assessment of the defendant, you met with her and she told you what happened and what she wanted to say, correct?
Well, when you say what she wanted to say, She reported a complete psychosocial background to me.
She told you what she wanted to say, correct?
She answered the questions. She self-reported answers to the questions that I asked her, yes.
Okay. So everything that you were taking in is what was coming from her, right?
Correct.
And she is facing first-degree murder at the time she is telling you these things, correct?
Correct.
So she has a high motivation to tell you things you need to hear, correct?
Correct.
And you used those statements, you relied on them in rendering your opinion, correct?
Well, I relied on those statements and the fact that domestic violence is very textbook behavior, and the Duluth model and the patterns of the things that she described were very consistent with research of victims of domestic violence.
Again, things she said, correct?
Correct.
Now, Lonnie Dantzler seems like he was the textbook victim of domestic violence. Wouldn't you agree? Based on what you heard in this trial?
Oh, I would not agree.
From his friends and family?
What I heard from his friends and family is that they were concerned about the quickness of the relationship because they know that's not healthy behavior.
This man was married for 38 years to this one woman, correct?
That's what was reported, yes.
To Susan, 38 years of marriage, right?
Yes.
And I think you said in your testimony that this is very learned behavior, correct?
Yes.
And it's Ms. Dantzler who's telling you about all this learned behavior, correct?
Yes, we do. When you say learned behavior, you mean the past trauma?
At least the ones she told you about, right?
Yes.
That you are taking as true, correct? Correct?
I said yes.
You just nodded your head. I'm making sure you made a verbal response to me.
Ooh,
And so,
spicy.
Lonnie meets Angela and just flips the switch, going from a man married for 38 years to this horrible, abusive man, correct?
What has been discussed in this courtroom, first of all, just because, and because you've asked this question, I need to say it this way, but, you know, because Lonnie Dantzler is deceased, nobody has, you know, has evaluated him, but just because we don't know his background doesn't mean that there wasn't trauma and that there was healthy there. He was living, it has been reported that his wife of 38 years died of cirrhosis of the liver due to long-term alcohol abuse. So it doesn't sound to me like that was a very healthy relationship.
Because his wife had a drinking problem? So you impute that onto Mr. Dantzler?
I'm not saying him, I'm saying the relationship. You're making it seem like and that Angie had all the, and that he was Robert from Sunnybrook Farms, and that, you know, that we don't know. I wouldn't say that it was just her that had the trauma, is what I'm saying. You can't say because we don't know about his past history that it's just her.
Well, we know his past history of being abused when she beat him with a Yeti cup and pulled a gun on him after the December Johnson incident, right?
Well, it was reported to me that she did throw the Yeti cup, but that she did not pull a gun.
And you know about the abuse that she delivered upon Lonnie from Nashville, correct? Where he had to evict her from the hotel.
I know that she did take his wallet and take his belongings a year after he did the same thing to her, and that what she reported to me was when she did it, her plan was to slow down his ability to get home so she could leave.
How's that not controlling?
Safety planning?
Oh, it's safety planning.
Safety planning when you're trying to control somebody from coming home so you can leave and get out safely?
turning over the cameras and spray painting them so you can murder someone.
Turning over the cameras so you can get out without being caught.
Putting a camera up in a man's office isn't control, right? If I believe they're cheating on me, it's perfectly okay, right?
Oh, but it's okay to put cameras in the bedroom and videotape you're having sex with your wife when she doesn't want that?
Well, that's what Angela self-reported to you, correct? Right?
Yes, that's what
As
she said.
she's
But I
charged.
also witnessed the cameras in the bedroom. In the video
And-
that you put up, I saw the cameras.
All right, and you witnessed then that the only person who had Ring on their phone was Angela Dantzler, right?
I witnessed that Angela Dantzler had Ring on her phone, yes.
The only person who had Ring on their phone, right?
Yes.
So
Well,
control.
I know that, wait a minute, I know that, I don't, first of all, what, you asked me a question, let me finish answering. I want to clarify my answer. That I know of the phones, we don't know that he didn't have another phone. One of the things that people, I've seen it numerous times, that we don't know that he didn't have another phone that he monitored the cameras with just for the cameras.
Like Angela, who testified she had 3 cell phones.
Many people have more than one phone.
So what I'm getting at, doctor, is that you're paid $15,000. You listen to the self-reporting of Angela Dantzler, and everything that we've heard in this trial, you know, it's just not what it seems, right?
First,
right?
wrong.
Okay. So,
Well, again, I'm not finished with my answer yet. I was paid $15,000. I live in Fort Myers, Florida. I had to fly. It took 3 days pretty much to get up here. I had to fly through Atlanta, which is the only way to get here from there. So I had to come up here and spend 5.5 hours with Angela. I had to come up here for the trial to listen to the testimony. They're paying for my opinion, my expert opinion, but also my time. I took the week out of my practice to come here. So you're making it seem like I was paid $15,000 so I could talk to Angela and just regurgitate what she said to me. And I think that's a vast misrepresentation of what's going on here.
Look at the judge.
well, what you've told this jury is that everything Angela told you, looking through the prism that you want to look at it through, gives her PTSD, correct?
The PTSD, but also consistent with the dynamics of domestic violence and somebody being controlled in a relationship, of the Duluth model that they've been studying since 1984.
Ma'am, I'm not disagreeing that the wheel of domestic violence is a real thing. I'm not disagreeing that there's the Duluth model. But what I'm saying is that everything you told this jury is based on what she told you and what you took as true.
But there's nothing, what she told me, and I've also sat through this whole week of testimony, and there's nothing that I heard that was inconsistent as far as the power and control things that changed my opinion.
Well, as they say, everyone's entitled to their opinion, right?
Everyone is entitled to their opinion, yes.
And how old is Ms. Dantzler?
54, 55, I believe.
Okay. And in your belief, she's not the Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde, correct?
My belief is that she is not the controlling partner.
Despite the fact that she's the one with the Ring cameras, the 3 phones, turning over cameras in the house, putting a camera up in Lonnie's office so she could watch who came in and out the door, and who had great motivation to watch her husband after she believed that he was having an affair with December Johnson.
Okay, I don't remember it being proven that she's the one that installed the cameras. I was told that she had access to the camera, but that Lonnie installed the cameras. And it's interesting and clinically significant to me that it was also reported that the only place in the home where there is no camera is in his man cave. So all the rooms in the house are being watched except for his man cave.
It sounds like, ma'am, that you've essentially become an echo chamber for the defendant. Would you agree with that?
I would not.
Would you agree that throughout this trial, you sat here and passed notes feverishly to the defense?
I did.
Lots and lots of notes.
That's consistent with my role here as an expert.
Because you're paid $15,000.
For my time and my expertise. I'm sure you're being paid for your time here too.
I'm a state employee.
Not $15,000.
Who gets a salary for doing testimony?
I'm not testifying.
Well, who for doing trials?
So you disagree with Dr. Collins, though, correct?
In what manner?
You don't believe she suffers from paranoia?
Having some characteristics, the standardized tests pick up different symptoms. But first of all, and like Mr. Collins testified, Dr. Collins testified, having symptoms, first of all, doesn't mean that you meet the criteria. And sometimes you have to look at the whole picture. If you look at PTSD and ADHD, the symptoms look very similar. You have to look at the whole picture. That's where clinical judgment comes in. And you don't just rely on, the dots. Dr. Collins very clearly said that he diagnosed her with PTSD and with major depression, not with a delusional disorder or with schizophrenia, as you did when you pulled out the DSM.
But it was in his report. He thought it was important enough to note that she scored high levels on schizophrenia.
Because on a test that doesn't understand.
Ma'am, didn't let me finish asking my question. High levels for schizophrenia, paranoia, delusional persecutory type. Did he not put that in his report? That's my question. My only question. Did he not put that in his report?
Yes, he put that in his report.
Okay.
But the test.
And that's my question.
Your Honor, she can explain her answer.
Probably
You
on
wish to redirect
cross.
her. She answered the question.
Redirect, yeah.
My point is, ma'am, you are highly motivated through sitting through this trial and relying only on the self-reports of this person charged with first-degree murder to render your opinion. Wait, hold on.
I apologize.
You had no other information, as you told this jury, because you didn't want to have any, as you put it, bias when you met with her, correct?
When I met with her, may I explain?
Go ahead.
I wouldn't have even taken the case. Once I took the case and after I met with her and believed, based on, again, 5.5 hours of evaluation, that she met the criteria, I then did read the depositions and sat through. And what were your exact words? That I have what?
I'm sorry.
High motivation to, the fact is, I wouldn't have taken the case. I wouldn't be testifying. Like I said, I turned down a lot of cases, so I'm not just testifying so I can be paid. I'm being paid for my time and for my travel and for my opinion, but I wouldn't even be rendering an opinion if I didn't believe it.
So what's to stop me from murdering my wife, being placed in jail, you coming to see me for 5.5 hours, and me telling you all the same things Ms. Dantzler said? From you diagnosing me with PTSD and battered spouse syndrome. What would be any different?
I didn't make a diagnosis until I read the information.
What would be different, ma'am?
There are no objections.
I would have to look at the whole picture. I would have to know if your whole exact situation was the same as her, or if there are things that are different. You're talking in hypotheticals. If you were her, there's a lot of ifs. Was your childhood, was the way that you reported it, was your affect a certain way? There are a lot of other
factors.
I don't understand the question, because are you saying you as Peter Overstreet just telling me that as?
Just replace me with her. I tell you all the same stuff.
I work with a lot, if male victims or male, I worked with a number of male victims. And, you know, just because she's female doesn't mean that, you know, that she's automatically the victim. Okay.
Finally, an objection. Finally, they were letting their witness just flounder.
With you,
If you would, ma'am, I need you to stop for just a minute. We'll approach sidebar.
Okay. Yeah, they probably could have made some objections there, if nothing else, just to break up that line of questioning. Seeing that the witness was flustered, she is body language. You can tell she's frustrated with this situation. She's been a very good witness, very good for the defense, but it should have been. Yeah, Matthew Harris is coming with these questions. This is why you never want to face off with Matthew Harris in a court of law. The witness should have responded with, "Well, sir, how long has your wife been abusing you before you murdered her?" So it's like, yeah, you want to carry out that conversation? Let's put you in that position. He wouldn't want to go. He doesn't want to go there. He doesn't want to talk about him. But he's trying to fluster her, and it worked. His confrontational tone was effective at flustering her and getting her to not be able to finish an answer. I mean, just to look weak, to look confused, to look for. He wanted just that I don't know. He wanted to restate the question. That's what he was looking for, and he got it. Which is a cheap win, in my book. But let's see if she can focus, take a deep breath, a little bit of meditation, and be able to wrap this up. I think he's about done with the cross-examination. I don't know how long he's going to hammer on this. But this is the style of cross that we saw yesterday with the defendant, who was this sweet little lady who you can only imagine her, kindly moving her shopping cart out of your way as you're going through the store, or offering you cookies. I mean, this is it. He had the same tone, the same in your face, the same sharp questions, raised voice. Yes, it's been a crazy case. I just submitted the request for the other 3 days that we've missed. And this looks like this courthouse has a great system for that. I'm crossing my fingers, hoping that everything works great, and we'll have, because it's a digital download, we might be able to have it right away. I mean, if they handle this quickly, I might be able to pay the fee and download this stuff and have it ready to go starting Monday. Witness does need to calm down. The defendant was better at staying calm under pressure than this witness is, which is interesting because the witness is, $15,000. That's good money. That's good money for an expert witness. That's on the above average range, I would say, and she's getting rattled, but the defendant did not under the same pressure. Yes, the defense attorney should have objected just to allow her to get centered again. Give her some breathing room, a pause. And sometimes, even if your objection is completely overruled, if the judge is like, no, that's nothing. Sometimes in your objection, if they speaking objection is allowed, you can sometimes even coach a little bit and recenter. You could say, objection, this is off the line of questioning, this is outside the line of questioning of her expertise or something like that, where the witness would then be able to take that as a cue and say, sir, you're asking me things that I'm not an expert in. This is not something I can give you opinion on. And suddenly it can get back on track. But we have seen a very distinct lack of objections, I noticed, throughout this trial from the defense attorneys. And I have to admit, I'm not a big fan of this defense attorney. Her style is, we saw when we first picked up the trial, she had trouble introducing evidence, laying foundation. She just like, let me show you this and put up there. It's like, that's not admitted. She's like, well, is it you? It's like you can't do that. And she's also has some struggles a little bit with giving timely objections. Okay, that being said, Cookie, welcome. Thanks for clicking the subscribe button. This is a great group here. We have this trial. I realize this trial for some people, this is incredibly painful, and we're not making light of that at all. We are 100% supporting anyone who is triggered by this because they have been through or lived through some sort of scenario related to what Angela Dantzler has relayed here in this case. Oh, the court's coming back. Amber's on the phone. I'll take this one offline. Hang on.
You may proceed whenever you're ready.
Doctor, I first got to depose you back on July 21st of 2023, correct?
Correct.
You didn't author or write any reports, correct?
Correct.
And when we spoke, you had spoken simply to the defendant and looked over, I believe, 4 police reports of no value to you, correct?
Correct.
You were not provided any, at the time of the deposition, you were not provided any proof about anything in the background of Ms. Dantzler, correct?
Correct.
At the time we spoke, everything was essentially self-reporting, correct?
Correct.
At that time, you didn't even had discussed the cameras, correct?
He had reported cameras to me.
I'm sorry?
He had reported the cameras to me.
You recall in a deposition me asking about the cameras and you giving an answer, I don't recall talking about cameras at all? You remember that?
I remember you asking about spray painting the cameras.
No. You recall the answer, I don't recall talking about cameras at all.
That I'm mistaken.
You would agree, ma'am, that women can be abusers.
Absolutely.
Women can be controlling.
Absolutely.
That men can be victims.
Absolutely. I've worked with a number of male victims.
And that women sometimes have other means of control besides physical abuse.
So do men. The dynamics of the dynamics.
My question is, they have other means of abuse beyond that of physical abuse, correct?
I've already discussed other methods. Abuse is abuse, regardless of the gender.
Well, let me put it this way. They have other means of control. Would you agree?
What specifically are you talking about?
Well, let's talk about that wheel of violence, the honeymoon phase.
Okay.
Right? Would you agree with me that sex is one of the most powerful tools a woman has over a man?
Okay, the honeymoon phase has to happen after there's been an incident.
My question is, in the honeymoon phase, would you agree that women have the ability to use sex as a very controlling?
Anybody can use sex as either using sex as a manipulation or withholding sex as a manipulation.
You would agree that women have a little bit more power in that department. You do not agree with that?
Specifically to the honeymoon phase?
Dealing with sex.
Men and women are equally sexual.
Okay. But your testimony is that women cannot use sex in a more powerful way than that of men.
I believe it's different. I don't think it's more or less. I don't think gender is a contest.
Okay.
Wow.
I don't have anything further on.
Can you redirect?
Wow. Okay. I have not heard from this particular. Oh, yes, we have. We heard from her initially on direct. This is not what I'm talking about that I was impressed with.
You've read Dr. Collins' report, correct?
Yes, I have.
And is it your understanding that his diagnostic opinion after doing, well, explain about the testing, what kind of, about doing testing as opposed to doing a clinical evaluation such as you do?
Well, I don't do the testing. The testing is very specific, black and white. It's kind of like taking an SAT, it's most of well, and he did a number of different tests. Some are also by self-report and some are fill in the blank, but they only ask and answer a question. They don't kind of look at the whole picture.
Now, after Dr. Collins did a number of tests that he's already testified to, was it your understanding that what he diagnosed Ms. Dantzler with was post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD, and major depressive disorder? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, now, when we go to what Mr. Overstreet keeps referring to, and do I need to, are you familiar with the summary of examination results in Dr. Collins' report?
It's been a little bit since I've read it.
May I refresh your memory? If I show you this, could it perhaps refresh your memory?
Please.
May I?
Yes, ma'am.
I need to move to the other side of the screen. I can't be on this side. Is that all right? I'm going to be covering up the defendant, but it's really, she's not, there's not a lot of activity there. She's just sitting quietly.
Oh. Where's the textbooks?
Yes, Goodman Law Firm has done a good job pointing this out. We only heard the defense side. When you only hear one side, it's very easy to support that side. The prosecution might have some very strong points and evidence even to support their, even this level of aggression in this cross. So we're looking forward to getting the full video and being able to watch this entire trial and see what happened first, because obviously the prosecution got to go first, and we missed all of that, just picking up with the defense. Closing will be insightful for sure, and then as soon as, hopefully, if we can get this back, if I can get this video back before this trial's over, we'll watch the beginning.
Dr. Streifler, when looking over this, did that refresh your memory somewhat of the format that Dr. Collins used? Is that a yes? I'm sorry. Do you understand the summary of examination results that are on the back? What he was doing?
I understand a little better than a layperson. I don't use those tests, so I would not feel comfortable really speaking on interpreting them, but he does a summary at the end, which I absolutely can understand.
Okay. Did he diagnose Ms. Dantzler with schizophrenia?
No, he did not.
And I think Dr. Collins testified to this, but can you explain, first of all, ask you if you're capable in your profession, are you capable of explaining why there are marks on this back page that suggest that there are some points of schizophrenia, or some, I don't know how to state it, but perhaps you can better.
I'm sorry. Marks on a page.
I will rephrase the question. On this summary of examination results, do you see where there are?
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes, sir.
The defense has had some trouble with several witnesses going down paths that have been ruled as inadmissible, and I think this might be one of them. They're trying to elicit testimony that probably goes into that list that we read at the beginning of the day today that was covered in that motion, where the motion in limine, the things that have to be excluded or have to at least be consulted with the judge first, and they're struggling to get some of those items in, I think. Okay. Was there a mention of them being swingers? Yes, swingers was brought up. A couple other just terms you did not expect to hear in court out of these great, kind-looking people we've heard. It was a little spicy. Arona, yes, the plaque that I showed that's over my shoulder, that was created by Debbie the Creative Bee. So if you type !B in chat, you'll see a link to her Etsy channel. Her Etsy store. She made that for me and sent that to me when I first had 5,000 subscribers. And I might get another plaque. I hope to get another plaque from YouTube, but it won't mean as much to me as this one. So it's really neat. Debbie does some great work. It's just an amazing little plaque, and it just came out of nowhere and was just the sweetest thing. I love it. Let's see. We might need Nicole and Matthew to come check in on this one. I see both of them are in chat. Nicole Goodman, a good lawyer out there on the West Coast. And then Matthew Harris, great lawyer, also good lawyer. I'm not saying one's better than the other. They're both wonderful friends of the channel as well, and a lawyer out of Texas. Matthew has a YouTube channel where he posts new videos every Thursday. We're trying to get Nicole to post videos very frequently, but she's got a lot of life things and work in the way. We'll get her there. She'll be posting some videos here soon. But both channels I highly recommend. So ! Matthew or ! Nicole will get you a link to their channels.
And Dr. Streifler, did Dr. Collins, from your reading of his report, did he diagnose Ms. Dantzler with any delusional, did he diagnose her being delusional?
No, he did not diagnose her with any type of delusional disorder.
Right. Now, is learned behavior, is that consciously learned?
No, not usually. I mean, it can be, but generally, no. I mean, you learn behavior is what you grow up seeing.
And does it, you did not author a report in this case, is that correct?
That's correct.
Does it cost extra to author a report?
Yes, it takes a great deal of time to type it up and to create it.
Were you asked specifically did we discuss writing a report?
We discussed writing a report and didn't want the added expense.
And Dr. Streifler, you being paid $15,000 here today, does that make you change your opinion one way or the other?
Absolutely not.
Okay. And are you, when you diagnosed Miss Dantzler with with PTSD and battered spouse syndrome, that was done on self-reporting, correct? Okay. Now, after you sat through the entire trial, has your opinion changed at all on that?
It has not. I diagnosed her with PTSD, and I believe that she meets the criteria for battered spouse syndrome. I can't diagnose her with it because it's not a clinical diagnosis.
Well, thank you. You did state that. And is it in self-reporting? How long did it take you? How long did you do? How long did your interview take?
5.5 hours.
Prior to giving, or while you were interviewing her, did you tell her, well, now these are the criteria for PTSD, like number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4. Did you tell her what the criteria was?
No, I did not.
Did you suggest to her what it was?
I did not.
What did you do? Did you ask her questions?
I did.
Okay, and with the answer to the questions that she gave you over the 5.5 hour period of time, is that how you based your opinion?
Yes, and I asked questions over every area of her life, her childhood, her parents' relationship, her educational history, her employment history, her social history, her relationship history, her medical history, her substance use history, any counseling history. So it wasn't just about the relationship. It was an overview. I mean, as you can imagine, 5 minutes, pretty comprehensive, pretty much talked about every area of her life.
Thank you, Doctor. To the witness back to you.
Any other questions from the state?
Yeah.
Can this witness be excused and released? Thank you, ma'am, for your testimony. I think we're in a spot where I'm gonna have us take a brief recess, and then we'll move forward with additional witnesses. So I know you've got to get someone called up, but if we can let them know.
Yesterday, the judge was really frustrated. They went through a couple witnesses prior to the defendant testifying. And
Thank you. We're going to be in recess for 15 minutes.
15 minutes. Set a timer for 15 minutes. What? My watch can't hear me anymore. I think there's like water in the microphone or something. Set a timer for 15 minutes.
Minutes. Counting down.
Okay, there we go. All right. For those that are curious, who maybe showed up and are like, hold on, Whiplash, we had Thami on Verdict Watch, and now we're watching a completely different trial. Yes, we are. What happened was during Verdict Watch, we surfed around a little bit, and Amber, one of our great mods and our great document hounds, stumbled across this trial out of the 14th Circuit Court in Florida. This is live. This is happening right now. This is a trial of Angela Dantzler, where she's charged with the premeditated murder of her husband. She says that it was self-defense. It's a battered wife defense. The state says it was premeditated murder, and that they have concerns with some of the things that she did in the house, like covering up the cameras, spraying one with spray paint, unplugging other cameras, and all on the day that her husband was shot and killed. In addition to that, after he was shot and killed, she did not call 911. At least not, no, she didn't at all. Never. Instead, she, from the evidence, piled clothes on top of his body, possibly smoked a sizable amount of marijuana, maybe took a lot of mixed drugs, including some sleeping pills, and then lay down in bed with a couple of guns. They didn't find the body until the family finally did a welfare check with the police. Police kicked the door in. It's on body cam. They kicked the door in, found the pile of clothes, and found the body under the pile of clothes, and went up to the bedroom upstairs and found Angela asleep on the bed, or at least under the blanket. They pulled the blanket off, and she had a gun she was reaching for. They tased her to take her into custody. Took her into custody, took her to the hospital, which is, I think, something they're required to do after they tase someone. Took her to the hospital, and she doesn't remember anything between taking the pills, shooting him and taking the pills, and waking up in the hospital. That's according to her testimony. But obviously the state has concerns. They think that this was premeditated. They think that she was actually the one that set the cameras up, because she was the only one that had the app on her phone, even though I believe the testimony was that the husband could watch them on his computer. But there's a lot more to this. It's bizarre. We know that all of the husband's family does not like Angela. That's if we could pan to the right, which we can't do. I can't control the camera, but if we could pan to the right, the other side of the courtroom is virtually full. Has a ton of people in it that are all on the other side of this case, and very few want to be supporting Angela. So. Her testimony was very solid. It's rare that a witness testifying their own defense helps their defense, and she definitely did. It was very believable in listening to it, and the story was consistent even under intense cross-examination. Let's see. Hey, you look great. I wish I was going with you.
I know, I wish you were too.
You want to give me a big hug? Miss Arrazel, she's in her swimsuit. They're going swimming. No, she's not going to be on camera. How long did this happen? This happened in 2021, and so I will say Nicole Goodman did a good job pointing this out. We've only
With the jury having been exited, please be seated. At this time, we're going to take our recess as well. Ms. Bennett, if I could just find out for scheduling purposes, I know that we are on the closer side to what would be normally our lunch hour, but based on timing for this afternoon or possibly this evening, my plan is for us to take a little later lunch and get through. I don't know how many more witnesses. I'm not sure what your schedule is on who you plan to call next.
We're going to recall Tyler Hill, Austin Brock, and Jay Ratcley. All of them should be extremely short. I anticipate that we get all three of them before lunch.
This is a bad sign. Let me tell you about that.
We have 5 more witnesses that are non-law enforcement. All of those should also be extremely short, and we anticipate that all 5 of them will probably be done within an hour, hour and a half.
There's only one issue as to those. The court's order basically said about listing self-serving hearsay statements from the defendant, from those witnesses. My understanding from taking their depositions is that that's essentially all they know, is what the defendant told them. I asked counsel about that, and they said, well, we won't elicit the statements, just that they talked to her and she was scared. And I think that's improper because we don't know what they're talking about or what the statements are. And so I think that would be improper testimony.
Is Mr. Overstreet asking for us to proffer what we're intending to do?
If you want to just tell the court.
I'm not sure what your statement, what you want to do with that. So if that's what you're asking, those witnesses were on the phone. Some of them were there in person. And what they have stated is that Ms. Dantzler was breathing heavy. There were oftentimes pauses. She was whispering. Sometimes she suddenly hung up the phone. And those are not normal phone behaviors. So those are behaviors those witnesses can testify to, where Mrs. Dantzler was basically having a phone conversation, but they don't even have to go into any of what was said or not said by just describing how these phone conversations took place. And then there's at least one of the witnesses that was here and can testify to her observations at the home.
Mr. Overstreet, if when they take the stand, if you have an objection, make whatever objection you feel is appropriate, and we'll just have to address it on a case-by-case basis with each witness. We're going to be in recess for probably a little less than 15 minutes at this time, but we're going to be in recess until 11:15.
Okay, so we have about 10 minutes of time left. Matthew, if you're able to call, or let's see, I'm not sure if Nicole's able to call either. But I wanted to say I don't like what I'm seeing on the defense side, recalling witnesses. They have recalled, like they started the beginning of the day yesterday, which I've watched, you guys have not seen yet, but they recalled witness after witness after witness, just recalling somebody up to ask them one question. It gives the appearance of them being completely scatterbrained on their trial and not knowing how to they couldn't ask the question in the appropriate time when the witness was on the stand, so now they have to bring them back to ask them one question. I don't think the court likes that. It doesn't look good because the court wants to be respectful of the witness's time as well, not just the jury and everybody else. But it looks bad when you're recalling every single witness that the state called to have them on the stand for 20 seconds, 30 seconds, a minute. It takes more time to swear them back in than to ask them a question. I mean, it's allowed. It's not that they're abusing the system. Matthew Harris, in the flesh. Are you on the phone?
Scott, how's it going, man?
I'm doing well. This is a crazy case. I say that every time.
It really is.
But they just keep getting crazier.
What was really crazy was that we all got to jump into it as the defendant was on the witness stand, and that is so rare. But that's where we started the story. There was no preface. There was no opening. There was were no initial witnesses. We just get to hear her version first, which is a very interesting way to start any trial.
Yes, and obviously, only hearing one side of the argument, it's very easy to side with the person who's making the case. Because you don't get to hear the other evidence, the other perspective, as we saw from the Tommy Randolph case. There were two perspectives that were offered, and this adversarial system, typically the prosecution always goes first. They have the burden. They get to go first. They also get to go last because of that. But we've only heard the one side. And man, we fell in love immediately. We're just like, this poor lady, and the state is being so mean to her. and we wanted to give her a big hug and say, good, go spit on his grave. And then it turns out that, holy cow, there's a few things on here that she can't explain that seem a little strange. The spray paint on the camera, and maybe her, I was trying to get away. Maybe that is maybe that works. Maybe that covers that. And it's reasonable in my mind. It's not what I would have guessed she would have done, but it's reasonable to say she might have spray painted a camera so that she wasn't spotted by him trying to pack up and leave. I don't know. What's your gut feel on this one?
Oh, my gut is she comes across as very, very believable. She definitely has some odd habits or odd actions, as you pointed out, that she's taken, but her demeanor on the stand was very consistent with people who I know to be victims of abuse. And her story didn't waver, even whenever the prosecutor, which I've got my own thoughts, and I have not been shy about sharing those about that prosecutor. Right. Whenever he was attacking her and testing the story, she was very consistent in exactly what had happened.
Yeah, was she too consistent? Was she too level-headed? Did it surprise you that it didn't show any emotion during any of that?
No, that's one of the things that's consistent with abusers. Whenever they become so used to it, they've been traumatized for so many years that that's become part of their personality now. It's terrible to say, but they don't show as much emotion the longer they've gone through it. So, that very flat emotion is because they're conveying the story. This is like you describing walking the dog. There's no emotion behind that. I walked the dog. Yes, he was beating me. He did these things to me. That's just become part of her personality now.
Oh my goodness. That basically means that she sitting on the stand with that confrontational approach is basically putting her right back into the situation she was in before, when the husband would be yelling and belittling her. And so her response would be the same that she would be to him normally, trying to stay calm, try to not let it escalate, but she's being firm. She's drawn the line. She's saying, no, I'm telling the truth. She's not, rolling over and playing dead, so to speak, to avoid the attack of the bear. But, man, I've got a special request here. I'm not sure if you're able to read this on the screen. It says, please ask Matthew to make his questions on YouTube harder. Apparently, Yaku has mastered your questions.
I know, and he doesn't even live in the U.S.
I know. It's ready for the bar exam.
It's impressive.
That's tell me a little bit more about the prosecutor here from just what you've seen. His style on cross-examination has been sort of consistent with every witness that we've watched, and we haven't seen many. Is that do you think that's winning points with the jury, or do you think that's maybe a dangerous road to walk with a nice-looking little old lady on the stand? I mean, I hate saying little old lady because she's almost my age, but she just looks cute. What do you think?
But I know she, sitting on the witness stand, she reminds me of my Nana, and he is absolutely not winning any points by beating her up on the witness stand. It takes me back to mock trial. Whenever I was in law school, the witness on the stand that I was cross-examining, she was young, petite, pretty, and I tore into her. And afterwards, our mock trial coach said, listen, you can't beat up the pretty young girl on the witness stand or the jury will hate you. You have to take a different approach. Yeah. And that's what he needs to take from this, is you cannot beat up Nana on the witness stand and expect him to walk away unscathed. And so if he took the approach of just, all right, well, I appreciate that you said that, but in previous testimony, you said this. Isn't that true? And he kept that very flat effect. And he let her become the one who is animated and getting angry. Then he could draw that distinction. What he's trying to do is use his anger to draw that out, and he's ignoring the fact that she has lived with anger and attacks for all these years, and she is now immune to it.
Wow. She's immune to his style of attack. The person who wasn't was the expert witness. Wow, she got flustered. Wow, that was, at the end she was just... I'm surprised, first of all, I'm surprised there weren't more objections sooner, even if there was nothing improper about what was going on, which I think there was. A few of those questions were a little weird, but I'm surprised that they let her flounder to that point where she was basically just said, I don't know, at the end. I think that's what he wanted to get out of.
I'll tell you who I'm upset with.
Yeah.
here's who I'm upset with the defense expert. I'm upset with defense counsel. They should have jumped up and objected to so many of those terrible questions, those very sexist questions that were being asked.
Oh my goodness.
And they just sat there and let her take the whipping.
Okay,
and they didn't do anything.
I'm gonna create a firestorm for doing this, but literally what he said, what he was trying to say, for anyone who could not read between the lines when he was asking the question about women abusing, he was saying, "Isn't it her fault for not putting out, for not giving him enough sex?"
That's exactly it.
That's what he was saying.
No, that's exactly what he was saying.
There was no shut out. There's no other way to take what he was asking the question. He was wanting to leave it unsaid, so that she, to say, yeah, but women, I'm like, oh, you are kicking a hornet's nest. And honestly, maybe he's looking at the jury box and he's rolling the dice. Oh, that's the quack time. Sorry about that. That was loud. Maybe he's rolling the dice and saying, look, we've got more men than women up here. And I'll chance it. I'll chance it and think this will work. But man, it was very improper. I think it was rude. I think it was unprofessional, and it was wrong. It was wrong.
And I'm curious to see what this jury makeup is, because having now heard him blowing that sexist dog whistle here in the courtroom, I'm going to be watching that jury the next time they're in the jury box because we get to see them on camera.
We get to watch them walk in order one by one. It's pretty cool. It's almost like they do introductions and say their name before they go sit down. It's unique, but yeah, I think we do have more men than women.
Okay.
But I would say there were probably only I'd say two jurors that I saw that would look like they would be could be good friends or went to school with the defendant type thing in that age range, gender and age range. The rest it's sort of mixed, and there are probably a few more men than women on there, but I'll have to look again.
But you have to imagine what kind of dice, what roll of the dice for him, because let's just presume for a moment that he got every single one of the men that's on the jury to agree with that proposition that, well, she's the one that caused him to do this because she wasn't putting out. Does he really think that every single one of the women on that jury, because he's got to get all of them,
right,
all of them are going to agree that, yeah, if she had only done her marital duties, then she wouldn't have got what was coming to her? Is that really what he thinks?
The whole attitude, the misogynist, oh my goodness, it blew me away when I heard that. I'm like, I can't believe he's going there, because he's coming from a standpoint where he thinks what he's saying is right, okay, and it's wrong. it's wrong on so many levels.
Here's the problem.
Yeah,
people will speak like that until someone stands up to them and tells them that they're wrong. What's concerning is that in his orbit, this is not the only time that he's making those sorts of statements. Mm-hmm. And everyone else around him is either too chicken to stand up to him and tell him that what he's saying is wrong and sexist, or he has already beaten them down to the point to where they're afraid of him.
Yeah. Man, we'll see how this goes, where this goes next. I don't think... I think you'll be frustrated through the rest of this trial, because I don't think defense counsel is going to stand up and make those objections. We may see more of that same sort of behavior in here, especially probably in closing. I think we're going to see that come up again. But man, crazy. I can't wait to go back. Go ahead.
I've got half a mind to get Amber to call that defense counsel's office and tell her to start making more objections.
Just like when I text you, you just stand up and say, I object. That's all you need to do. The judge is going to know, okay? Because the judge's eyes, if you watch her, sometimes she'll look at the other counsel just like, are you just going to let that fly? And they do. And she's like, all right. Because the judge doesn't make the objections. If you make an objection, she'll rule and she'll say sustained, immediately. If she saw that it was something like that. Oh, I've got Amber on the phone. I'm not sure if I don't think I can conference you all in. But yeah, Matthew, thank you very much. Looking forward to watching this. I've got my FOIA request in already. Hopefully we can get the video from court for the first 3 days. I think first day was jury selection, so maybe we only missed like 1.5, maybe 2 days of testimony. And if so, we'll hopefully be watching this next week if they're quick. But that would be awesome.
Well, I've got one quick plug for Yako there, because he wanted tougher questions. I've got an entire video coming out. Can you pass the U.S. citizenship test in the next 2 weeks?
There we go. That should be great.
Let's see how he does.
I look forward to it. Matthew, thank you very much. Good talking to you always.
You're so welcome. God bless.
You too. Bye.
Bye.
Thank you very much. I tell you, life is good when you've got two incredible lawyers on speed dial, and we do here on this channel with Matthew and with Nicole Goodman. They're both incredible. Sometimes giving us different perspectives on issues, and just wonderful, great people. Thank you so much to both of you. All right, looks like people are coming back.
Well, you're always welcome. Glad to have you.
Well,
You staying with us for a while?
Yeah, I am.
Well, you're welcome to come stay anytime. We have the jury back up here. Perfect. Thank you.
The prosecution side, you're going to see more of that, and hopefully when we get these videos, you'll be able to see that. The daughter that testifies, she was actually recalled yesterday, and oh my goodness, she came to the stand. She was in tears. She almost had to be dragged into the courtroom, and she just got up there, and she's like, "Can I ask you a question?" She's like, "I don't know. I don't want to be here. I just want to go home." And she was in tears, just bawling. But she was the one that was with the police on the walk on the welfare check. Anyway, crazy. Our boy bailiff is here. Glad to see he's the intern still on the job. Just kidding. He looks so young. I'm sure he could beat me 6 ways to Sunday in just about any fitness test or a police officer test. But it's fun to see a young bailiff like that. A lot of times you see bailiffs that are sort of retired. They've gone the police route, and this is sort of their retirement gig. This guy's the beginning of his career, and he's doing great. Okay, it takes a minute for the jury to get in here because they have to come in the main doors. No one looks their age in this courtroom. It's one of those, what is it called? It's like the fountain of youth, but it's like the warped mirror of truth in this courtroom. Everyone looks in the mirror and sees themselves in a different age. I don't know. Patrol is cool, but I would, if I was a police officer, I'd love to be on bailiff duty because you get to watch people. You get a front row seat, just like the jury. Okay, what case is this? What is a membership gift? Angelina, this is the case of Florida versus Angela Riggins Dantzler. I think the logo, I just noticed we've got a mistake in here. The I should be an L right there. Dantzler. She's accused of shooting and killing her husband. 2 different guns, 2 different calibers of bullets, multiple shots, different angles. She says it was in self-defense and that she was a battered wife and she was defending herself to do that. Prosecution says it was premeditated murder and she did it for the money. Basically, same thing as that Tommy did because there was a lot of money in this marriage. They were fairly wealthy. They had a Cadillac Escalade, which is a very expensive vehicle. They had a slingshot, a couple motorcycles. At least one house, a business that was, by some accounts earning between $10,000 to $20,000 a week or a month, depending on which way they view it. And that business was given away to an employee, just given away. Here, you can have it. Ching. That's a nice bonus. Anyway, lots of that. The Fountain of Youth was what Ponce de Leon was searching for when he found Florida. And here it is. It's in Bay County. If only he had looked at the Bay County Courthouse, wherever the bailiff is drinking out of. That's where the Fountain of Youth. Fountain. Makes more sense if I say it right. Fountain of Youth was located. They had a lot of money. They had a lot of money. I think they also had jet skis, so we'll check that box on the bingo card as well. It's possible this trial today is going to run late. The judge is trying very hard to get this case wrapped up before the weekend is over because a juror, at least one juror, has a serious issue with this going long. And so the judge says, okay, we're going to stay late on Friday, and we might be in court on Saturday as well. So we might have a verdict watch on Saturday, which will be interesting.
State and defense ready to bring the jury back in?
Yes, Your Honor.
I thought they were coming in already.
We could bring our jury back in, please.
I guess they were just lining them up outside the door, which is what they do. They line them up in order so they can walk in. It's pretty cool. There is a chance that Brandy Churchwell, on her day off, is going to stroll into the courtroom and have a seat. Hopefully on the her right hand side, where nobody else is. I know she wants to sit with all the witnesses and talk to people, and she'll probably score like 1 million interviews from it. But we want to see her on the other side so we can see her in the courtroom. So we'll see if she shows up today, if she's able to get in. This is in her neck of the woods. Judge has told the jury that prepare for court tomorrow. We might be here, but I think it won't go that long. I think the witnesses are going to be extremely short.
Please be seated.
And we'll wrap up before the end of the day. I think we'll be in closings by
We
the
are
end of
back
the
in
day.
state of Florida versus Angela Dantzler, case number 21 CF 2919. Next witness.
Next witness will be Tyler Hill.
I'm watching my email for notification of the FOIA bill for how much I have to pay. I got my utility bill, $405.60. It's a lot. The cameras do pan every day. Today they're not showing the jury. Other days they have showed the jury and watch the procession of them coming in and everything. It's just however the court decides to set up the cameras each day, because they are controlled by the court. Eric, the reason we have so many cases out of Florida is that they are the Sunshine State, and their courts are just more open. More open is the answer there. They're not really any worse off than any other states. Some states that are very restrictive and closed, and as far as the courts are concerned, have many more crazy cases. If you heard about my experience with a judge earlier this week from North Carolina, where she locked down the courtroom after I talked to her, he's getting sworn in right now. Looks like he's wearing a purple shirt. I like the choice.
Please be seated. You may inquire.
Good morning, Mr. Hill.
Good morning.
I know we talked a lot yesterday, so today will be fairly short.
Okay.
There was an item in evidence. It's E6. May I publish?
Yes, ma'am. This is defense E6.
Defense E6. And Mr. Hill, if you look closely, I'm trying to describe that. It's close to the bottom left-hand corner in one of those patterned squares, kind of on the white. Does that appear to be a footprint?
This is the worst picture ever. Looks like a picture of a flashlight spot on a carpet.
It's a red-brown stain. It's kind of hard to decipher if that's a footprint or not.
Okay. Now,
Person County.
when you photographed, when you processed the scene, there were some bloody footprints.
There was, yes.
And is it possible that those would have tracked onto that rug as well?
Yes.
So the blood that was on the rug doesn't necessarily have to be just from the victim. Being from his injury, it could also be tracked there through footprints.
That is a possibility, yes.
Thank you. The second part that I would like to talk to you about is Defense Exhibit A1.
These are witnesses that have been recalled from previously from the
May I publish?
Yes, ma'am.
either previous defense testimony or from the prosecution's witness list. This is a murder trial.
Is that the sketch that you computer generated?
Yes, it is.
And when you did that, was that to scale?
It is not to scale.
So what was the purpose of it?
It is to establish the general layout of the house. It's just a nice visual representation that can be shown an example like this in a courtroom, so that when people are describing areas that they're walking through, it's just a nice visual representation.
So it
shows the layout.
It's an aid to your work?
That is correct.
He's an investigator or a...
And before this was computerized image was done, did you do some hand-drawn sketches to work off?
We did have hand-drawn sketches from the scene, yes.
Okay. And you can put that down. We know from Investigator Westfall that at some point, I guess some of the people working in the crime scene unit were shooting off ideas back and forth from one another.
That is correct, yes.
And were using one of the sketches maybe to kind of put their own ideas on paper.
Yes, just like we have been using it in the courtroom, we use it when we're discussing the case. If we're saying that somebody was standing in a particular location, it gives us a visual representation of that.
But none of you would be considered experts to do the trajectories or anything like that.
That is correct. None of us are certified as trajectory experts.
And that includes you, so you don't have an opinion as to, you have an idea maybe of what could have happened, but you can't testify to that that's just what did happen.
That's correct. I cannot testify to an opinion.
Thank you. That's all I have of you two.
Any questions, witness?
Just briefly, Your Honor. Sergeant, when you guys were on scene, if there were any bloody footprints in the carpet, you'd have documented that, correct?
Yes.
And when photographing someone like you did in this case of Miss Angela Dantzler when she was at the jail, you would have documented all injuries that were on her body, correct?
Yes, sir.
And if she had complained of any injuries, you'd have documented those as well, correct?
Yes.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Anything else for this witness?
No, ma'am, he may be released.
Thank you, sir, for
This is
your
what I'm saying.
testimony.
Just a brief testimony. This is the second time this guy's been up here.
Next witness?
Next witness will be Dr. Radke.
It's the witness lightning round. It's like speed dating in court. Ashley, we have made a request. We've made a FOIA request for the data for the video from this court for the days that we missed. I have the recordings from yesterday. We're watching today, and hopefully we'll get the FOIA request to come through. Hopefully they're quick about it. And we'll be, I mean, I just pay the money and download it is how it works, because they should have it on a server. That's the whole little words at the bottom of the screen. This is stored on a server somewhere. All they have to do is give me access and click the link. Hopefully we'll be able to have this whole court case, and we'll put it together. If we do, we'll watch the entire thing from beginning to end. Second day with this trial. We picked up halfway through the day yesterday with the defendant on the stand testifying in our own defense, which was amazing.
You may inquire.
Ooh.
Dr. Radke.
Good morning.
And his beard. You have to swear in the beard separately.
You have already educated the jury about the autopsy to a great degree. I just have a very brief follow-up on that. And my question is, did you do a toxicology report for any what's called volatiles?
Yes.
Would you explain to the jury briefly what volatiles are?
Volatiles are substances that can turn into gases.
Is alcohol a volatile?
Yes.
And were you able to determine whether the victim had any alcohol or parts of alcohol in his body?
Yes.
And how much alcohol were you able to determine he had in his body?
He had 2.64 grams, milligrams per gram of liver.
And is the liver the only part where you did the testing on?
No, we also tested the ocular fluid.
And the ocular is part of the eye?
Correct.
And how much alcohol did he have there?
0.229 grams per deciliter.
And is that, are you able to tell us whether a person would be drunk with that level of alcohol?
Most likely with that level, they'd be above the Florida limit for driving.
Thank you, that's all I have. Any questions?
Yes, Ron. How does decomposition affect the alcohol content?
Generally, it tends to raise the alcohol.
All right, so you can't actually say what his blood alcohol would have been at the time he died.
No, I can't.
Because the decomposition changes that alcohol content, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And it can do so drastically, correct?
Yes.
So to say that he had a 0.2 blood alcohol level at the time of his death would not be accurate, correct?
That's correct.
So he didn't have any controlled substances in his system, did he?
No.
No THC or marijuana?
No.
No benzodiazepines?
No.
Nothing, correct? Also, we talked a little bit about stippling. Was the only place...
Objection may be approached.
Ooh.
Yes, ma'am.
Objection. There was a spicy one. That's the spiciest objection I've heard from her. We'll see. We'll see what the stippling is. The stippling is the basically the burn marks, the impact marks of burning gunpowder that are found on the body when shot at close range by a firearm, and you can tell it's one of the ways to judge distance when a shot was fired, if there's stippling or not on the body. There are things that prevent it, like layers of clothing would protect against that, but the defense does not want whatever is about to come out. Let's see if they're able to stop it. Out of scope on recall. We'll see if the judge sides with them.
It is sustained at this time.
Sustained.
Doctor, I'll ask you those questions when we call you in rebuttal.
Okay.
I'll ask you those questions when I call you in rebuttal. I will get that information out of you. That was a jab.
Was making the point that the actual alcohol level at the time of death, as opposed to when you estimated the alcohol level, may change. Is that correct?
Was that a question?
Yes.
Can you repeat it?
Absolutely. When the alcohol level changes as the body decomposes, is that still that would still indicate how, and there's alcohol in it, that would still indicate whether or not that the person was drinking before death?
Not necessarily.
Okay. Can you explain that?
Sometimes people who haven't been drinking, when they decompose, can get up to a 0.1 of ethanol in their blood.
So, but at the level that Mr. Dantzler had, it would be very likely that he had been drinking before his death.
Yes.
Thank you.
Anything else?
This is what I'm asking about. I mean, this is what I
I
was
guess
talking about.
I need to ask, is this witness excused and released from the defense?
From the defense, yes.
Like I said, I'll recall you not this meeting today.
Thank you, sir, for your testimony.
Okay, is that a defense expert that is being now
Next witness.
subject to recall from the state? Defense has to pay for this time until. Oh man, I wonder how that works. Wow, that mustache will be back. We'll be back, and it will be bigger when we see it next time. Okay, I'm going to try to be quiet. I'm getting carried away in this. I apologize. I normally don't talk over everything like this, but we'll do better here. Yes, that was it. Defense asks questions that it's literally they're fishing and hoping they catch the right answer, and they don't know what they're going to get. Very dangerous.
Good morning, sir. If you'll please have a seat for me, sir, and you may inquire.
State your name, please.
Jeff Banks,
And Mr. Banks, where do you live?
near Atlanta.
In this microphone.
And what is your occupation?
I actually have two jobs. I'm an attorney and I have a heating and air business.
And do you know Angela Dantzler?
Yes, I've known her for about 22 years.
And how do you know Miss Dantzler?
Initially, I represented her in a divorce with a man named, at the time, her name was Angela Milholland. I represented her. I think it was my first divorce trial because I didn't become a lawyer until I was 42.
And have you continued to keep up with Miss Dantzler, or have you seen her since that time of that divorce trial?
Yes, many times. I've known her for 22 years. I think I've gone a year or two, without seeing her here and there, but she has a little business. She'll contact me from time to time about her business. And I've also, because I'm also have a heating and air company, I one time went out to her house and repaired her air conditioning system.
He's doubled.
And speaking of her home, can you describe her home?
Yes, it's probably technically a double wide, but it looks like a house because she's done so much work on it. Matter of fact, when I was out there, I was a little surprised that she had herself ripped the wall out and was building back some kind of new wall. And she had herself built, I think, a deck around it and a separate garage with 3 cars. She had her business, so she had a truck and a car. And it's about 5 acres. She had pet goats walking around. And it really was a very beautiful house.
Did you speak with Miss Dantzler any time prior, after she met Mr. Dantzler, but prior to her marriage to Mr. Dantzler?
Yes, she told me that she had. I'm sorry. Yes, I did speak to her.
That was a hearsay.
And as a result of that conversation, what did you do?
I was asked to look at a prenup, and I said that every state has different laws. I'm a Georgia lawyer, that you'd be better served by having a Florida lawyer, which laws here are way different in Georgia. But they wanted me to look at it anyway, so I did look at the prenup and gave an opinion. But I was, again, I cautioned that I know the Georgia laws on prenups, but I don't know Florida's. You'd be way better served to get a Florida lawyer to do that. But I did that.
Did you ever have an opportunity to speak with Mr. Dantzler?
Yes. After they were married, her house in 5 acres, she had, apparently he'd wanted to
Objection.
get rid of it.
Hearsay.
Hearsay part would be sustained.
Okay. Anyway, I ended up doing a deed to transfer it. I think it was to her children, but I can't remember. And then I think they didn't actually do that. But
Did you ever file that deed?
no.
Okay. Now, during the time that she was married, did you have any further conversations with Ms. Dantzler?
Yes.
How often would you have conversations with Ms. Dantzler?
At least once a month. And
what
by the time this incident that we're here today for, probably the last couple months, I probably spoke to her several times a month, and I would sometimes text her and ask her if she was okay, that sort of thing.
Now, without saying what Ms. Dantzler stated in any of these conversations, can you let's start with back close to the time of this incident, back in the spring and summer of 2019. When you would speak with Ms. Dantzler, can you tell me what her general demeanor was like?
She was.
Objection. I'll turn to you.
Sustained.
This is a lawyer she's talking to, and he can't get an answer out without hearsay.
I'm sorry, you're going to ask me another question?
Yes. Were you, after speaking with Ms. Dantzler, were you ever concerned about her?
Objection. I'll turn to you.
Yes.
Okay, this is where I feel concerned that defense counsel, even after a warning or a sustained objection by the prosecution, she can't get a question asked in a format that is legally acceptable, admissible in court. So the judge is a little frustrated. I've seen some frustration on the judge at times with the defense counsel because of this, but I don't know. I hope Brandy's able to show up in this court today. That would be awesome if she's able to. Let's see. So this dude was her lawyer and her HVAC guy. Cracking me up. Adam comes in with the comment. Did you see that? I put it up on the screen. The law office of HVAC. So, yeah, it's like, what is it? Business in the front and HVAC in the back. Is that what they're doing? I'm not sure. The guy's hourly HVAC fee is probably exponentially higher than his lawyer and consultation fee. I don't know. Every lawyer does different business. Not every lawyer is like a trial lawyer. There's tons of legal work that has to be done that requires very little time in a courthouse, in front of a judge or sitting at the prosecution or defense table. This might not be his area of expertise. Yeah, Golden Mare, 100%. That's what I'm saying right there.
We're in a spot where we're going to go ahead and take our lunch recess.
Oh, no.
It is 11:45. I am going to ask if you'll please be back by 1:45, please.
TMB, did I call you Adam?
And at 12:45, if you'll just meet again downstairs where y'all have been meeting this morning.
I will say
12:45.
your comment was witty and timely and perfect, a lot like Adam's as well. So take it as a compliment if I did accidentally call you Adam. I'm sorry. Or should I be apologizing? Either way, I stepped in it. I'm sorry. Yes, silly man. I'm sorry. My bad. Okay, it's 12:45. We're going to continue this court case throughout the day. We're not going to end right now, but we are going to go to lunch first. We have like a half-hour break while the jury waddles out one by one from the courtroom. I don't know why it takes so long for them to leave, but we'll see. Then the judge will tell us how long we're going to be in recess. Parrot Court, I'm constantly afraid that I'm going to be forgetting names and forget who people are. I try my best to remember everybody and everything that's happening, but I've only got so much gray matter. Yeah, well, my plumber and his law office is going to defend me, DMB, so you're good. Now the jury's leaving. Here's the funny thing. The jury, when they say excuse the jury, there's some process that the court goes through to prep the hallway for the jury to leave. And I think it has to do with some bailiffs that are ready to escort them, different bailiffs than the ones that are in the courtroom, to escort them from the courtroom doors to the jury room. So they say, well, excuse the jury, and then we sit here because that's the moment they say, okay, page the bailiff. And he's like, oh, I'm down the hall. I'll be there in a minute. And he comes down. As soon as he gets to the doors, they're like, okay, bailiff's here. Now the jury can stand up and they can leave. So that's the whole
Now
routine.
having exited, please be seated.
I like that ponytail. I bet he rode a motorcycle there. I'm like, $5 says he rode a motorcycle there.
All right.
It's supposed to
I'm
end
not
this week.
sure. Could our court reporter read the last question, please?
Uh-oh. Dances with Air Conditioners. I think that's the movie this guy was in.
Question. Now, without saying what Ms. Dantzler stated in any of these conversations, let's start with that close to the time of this incident back in the spring, summer of 2019. When you would speak with Ms. Dantzler, can you tell me what her general mood was like?
That's the prohibited area.
The next question was, were you after speaking with Ms. Dantzler, were you ever concerned about her?
And what is the state's objection?
Your Honor, it's essentially an end run around hearsay at this point. Again, the first objection was to an opinion as to her demeanor, and the second is being concerned about her. And so there's no point of reference as to what the conversations are, no point of reference as to why, and then calling upon this witness to render an opinion, his feelings about the defendant and the statement she had relayed. And so that's an improper inference before the jury because they're not allowed to have that hearsay.
Response from the defense?
We reiterate that observations such as in this case are well within the province of a lay witness to testify for. Once it is shown that he has personal knowledge of the witness, he can testify to what her demeanor was, what her how the phone conversations took place, whether or not she seemed upset or happy. He should be able to testify to whether or not he had telephone conversations without going into detail or without going into what was said about the marriage. And that can certainly be asked to say, did Ms. Dantzler discuss her marriage with you over the course of time? Did her demeanor change on the phone? So those are things that a lay witness can testify to. All of that is outside of the hearsay rule.
Response from the state?
It is calling upon hearsay to render an opinion, Your Honor, impermissible hearsay.
Well, it's a hearsay. It's an exception to the hearsay rule. It's not hearsay.
Ooh.
That's the exception.
What's the exception, he said?
That it's not hearsay. It's not something, he's not testifying to whether or not what was said on the telephone. He's not testifying to whether Mrs. Dantzler said she loves or hates Lonnie. He's testifying to, yes, he did have conversations, and yes, over the course of the conversation, when he had phone calls with her about her marriage, her demeanor changed. That none of that is hearsay. It's not being said what was said. What did Lonnie say? What did Angie say? It's a observation of whether or not she was crying on the phone, whether or not she was happy on the phone, laughing, giggling. Presumably, she was at first when she said she met Mr. Dantzler, she was madly in love with him. So presumably over the course of the marriage, and that will be, of course, up to the witness to testify to, not me, the demeanor about when talking about the marriage will have changed. She may call crying. She may call hanging up the phone suddenly. She may be whispering. So those are all observations. That is not hearsay. That is just her demeanor having changed.
Wow.
That's
the witness sitting here listening to all this.
That's an observation. That's not even an opinion. That's an observation that can be made just as much as I can see right now. You're neither crying nor laughing. That's an observation that I can make. And that's the same there on the phone. The observation can be made upon the sounds and upon whether or not somebody's crying or laughing.
Anything else from the state on this issue?
Yeah.
And the remaining witnesses that you're referring to, are they also similar as far as the questioning?
Yes.
Yes, they will be able to testify that they had phone calls about the marriage that changed over time as the marriage went on. Well, actually, one is Amy was here? No, Dawn. Ms. Collins was here and was able to observe in person as opposed just over the phone what was said.
Marcia, thank you so much.
We'll take that matter under advisement. I will address that issue when we reconvene. Can we go ahead and go over the final jury instructions?
Yes, Your Honor.
And we will call Detective Walker to just change the lineup a little bit.
Does that prevent us from being able to go over the final instructions?
Oh, yes. Can Mr. Banks be released from the stand for the meantime?
Yes, sir. I mean, yes, ma'am, and yes, sir, you can step down if you wish.
Okay, so
does that change, though, us being able to address and go over the final instructions?
No, we're able to do that.
they're going to call a detective. She's arguing this point about the
You're not
sketches.
excused, sir. Yeah, we're on recess. You can go out and take care of anything you need to take care of until we reconvene. Yes, sir.
Man, this is crazy. This is all over the place.
Then in looking at the first page, my pages aren't numbered. So the first page I have is in regards to the state of Florida versus Angela Riggins Dantzler, and it's got a spot for me to sign. Is there any objection to that page?
I have a different first page. Yes. I have one that looks like, oh yeah.
Same page?
Yeah, it said instructions to be read by Your Honor.
Yes. Any objection to that page?
Oh, no.
State and defense are both agreeable to that. Then Mr. Overstreet, do I take it you're agreeable to all these pages?
Yes.
You furnished them, so I won't. Okay. So next page was members of the jury. It starts with that page. Any objection?
No.
Next would be statement of the charge. Any objection?
No.
I'm going to leave it if the state objects to anything. You'll just let me know, sir. Next page would be the labeled introduction to homicide. Any objection from the defense?
No.
That's 2 pages. Agreement to both pages?
Yes. I mean, yes. No objection.
Next would be labeled first degree murder. It consists of 2 pages. Any objection to that instruction?
No.
Next page and section would be when there are lesser included crimes or attempts. It's 1 page. Any objection?
Enjoy the vacay, Maisla. Thanks for poking in.
I'm sorry. I'm trying to confuse this page.
It's labeled when there are lesser included crimes or attempts. It's 1 paragraph, and below it reads second degree murder and manslaughter.
Yes.
That's agreeable with the defense?
Yes.
So you got lesser includeds.
Next would be the section labeled second degree murder, consists of 2 pages. Is that agreeable with the defense?
Yes.
Next would be manslaughter, consists of 1 page. Is that agreeable with the defense?
Yes.
Next would be justifiable use of deadly force. It consists of 2 pages. Is that agreeable with the defense?
These are like textbook copy and paste instructions from the standard
Pardon me?
definitions.
We drafted it, so yes.
Next would be voluntary intoxication. Is that agreeable with the defense?
I don't think it's an issue, but so we don't have any problem with it, do you? I don't think it's applicable, really.
So do you have an objection or no objection?
Object. If you don't think it's applicable, object.
Yes, we do object. It's really not applicable, and it may confuse the jury.
Response from the state.
Your Honor, one, the state has put toxicology information before the jury indicating that the defendant had cannabis, codeine, temazepam, and oxazepam in her system during the course of the blood draw. The toxicologist testified as to the relevance of that. In addition, I believe the defendant herself admitted to consuming alcohol at the time of the law.
Anything else regarding this?
Yes, problem number two would be that we have, that we would have put that forth as a defense, which nowhere during the entire trial has that been done.
It's not a defense, and that's why it's an instruction to the jury, that they can't consider that.
Anything else regarding this page?
He said we didn't use that
No.
defense. He says
It
it's
will
not
be
a defense.
used as
That's why I
voluntary
wanted it in there.
intoxication will be inserted.
Kelly, share the wealth.
Next page,
45 million.
plead not guilty,
Congratulations.
reasonable doubt, and burden of proof.
Please
Is there
do not
any
respond to
objection
that email.
page by the defense?
No.
Next section is weighing the evidence. It consists of 2 pages. Is there any objection to that from the defense?
If we can just have a moment.
Yes, ma'am.
She didn't read these? You can't just trust the heading. Matthew Harris says, this is one of the scariest moments in trial. You have to really know your law and procedure at this phase or risk giving the jury a verdict form that prejudices your client. These are the instructions the jury is going to be having in their hands that they'll be able to go back to and refer to when they're trying to make a decision. And it says, well, the instructions say, if this is the case, then this. So yes, these are important. This is not, it's not something you want to, skip over and say, sure, they're probably good. Yes, I cannot control the cameras, unfortunately, Sue. In this case, the court has pinned the witness camera using Zoom. Wendy actually called me from the court, the lady who's in charge of this, so I could call her back and tell her, hey, can we see everybody else?
No objection to that page.
Those 2 pages? It consists of 2 pages weighing the evidence and has the paragraph inserted about the defendant has become a witness.
So that's fine.
Those 2 pages are agreeable with the defense?
Yeah.
The next page I have is defendant not testifying. That page needs to be removed. State and defense both agree, correct?
Yes, because she testified.
Yeah, we do.
They've not rested yet. We have at least one more witness after the one
You
who's
agree that
currently on the
needs to be
stand.
removed?
Yes.
That page is being removed. Next page is rules for deliberation. Defense agree?
Yeah, this is all standard, yeah.
Next would be cautionary instruction. Defense agree?
Yes.
That's the original
Next would be
chair from when
labeled
they built the
notes.
courthouse
Defense agree?
back in the 1960s.
Next would be labeled verdict. Defense agree?
Yes.
Does the defense agree with the verdict form? Consists of 2 pages.
Oh, petrified, that's awful.
So page 1 of the verdict form is good.
The chair was white originally. Carolyn, I tell you that when I hear that they're going to have lesser includeds, I think the chance of a conviction on some charge goes higher. They have not rested yet. We have a little bit more of defense, and then apparently we have some rebuttal, where one of the defense witnesses are going to be called by the state on rebuttal. It's going to be good. It's going to be short, but it'll be good. Majestic Unicorn, 4 months today. Congratulations. Thank you so much. Appreciate your support. That's a huge milestone. Thank you. More spaghetti at the wall increases the chance of something sticking.
If we could hold off, there's a couple of things that Ms. Riedel and I would look up on that page only, page 2 of the verdict.
So is there an objection to?
No, it's just something as far as tactics that she and I would need to discuss. But
We'll come back to the verdict form.
yeah,
However, there's been an agreement from the defense to include in the instructions on second-degree murder and on manslaughter.
Are you serious? I'm going to stock up.
But we'll come back to the verdict form. On the verdict and submitting case to jury, any objection with those 2 pages?
I'm checking.
Is the state agreeable to the instructions as we went over them, including the verdict form?
Yes, Your Honor. And it tracks what's required under Florida statute.
That's like $1 off.
Ms. Bennett, if we go ahead and take our recess then, and I've taken the other matter under advisement, would you be able to let me know regarding that verdict form before we bring the jury back in? We'll be in recess until 12. Well, I'm going to say we'll be in recess until 12, I guess, 12? If we say 12:35, that give us enough time to address what we need to address before we bring the jury back in?
I think so. I mean, the verdict form standards.
Be 12:35.
Yes, ma'am.
With hopes that we can stay on track time-wise with the jury.
I'm sorry. I should be paying attention to what the judge is saying, but I'm
This
currently
goes back to Ms. Bennett.
I'm currently
It's just that
searching
deposition.
Walmart
So
for
I looked at
spicy
it
maple
earlier. I don't
bourbon
know if that's
pickles.
her only copy, but
See mango habanero.
okay. Well, I am not staying here very much.
I'm not staying here during lunch either. I'm out of here.
If you turned off the hall. Well, the reason I'm asking is because if there's.
Oh, they just turned off the audio. The reason I'm asking is, and we're gone. And we're gone. Okay. So we have, what, half an hour? Did you guys listen? I was searching for Pickles. I apologize. I got sidetracked. We have a recess for half an hour. Ari is about to rent a U-Haul to do his Walmart pickle order. Not just rent a U-Haul. Well, there's the video's gone. Whoa. We don't want that. We have elevator music. That'll zing us in a heartbeat. Not just rent a U-Haul. I would rent the fleet of U-Hauls and cash in my 401k. Now is the time to buy your pickles, folks. At Walmart, spicy maple bourbon pickles on sale. It's like $1 off, you guys. That's a big deal. It's like 25% off. Kelly P says, I love this community. Thank you, Ari and Mods. Congratulations on that blue courthouse by your name. I love that you're still supporting the channel, and that courthouse will continue to change color as time goes on. Thank you. P.I. Lisa. I like to think it's Private Investigator Lisa. Have enjoyed being here so much. Thank you very much for 5 months of support. And here also down here, one more. We have TLC is me. You're one of my faves with 6 months. Thank you very much. TLC is me. I appreciate you being here. Look at that. A yellow courthouse by your name. It looks fabulous. I love it. Just how spicy are these pickles? Holly Mac, they have some spice to them. They do. They're not the sort of thing. Now, Ayden would say, well, I got political really fast. I'm suddenly looking at political debates on my screen. I don't need that. They're not so hot that you would like, oh, I regret eating that type thing. It's not going to, change your life. As, Ayden had like the ghost pepper challenge, and he's still suffering the consequences. These are not like that. They are bread and butter pickles, so it's a sweeter pickle, but it has a little bit of spicy. They put a little chili pepper in there too, a spicy, and it's got a maple flavor, and I guess it has bourbon flavor. Having never drunk bourbon, I don't know which one is the bourbon flavor. But it has just, you put the pickle chip in your mouth, okay, and you set it on your tongue, and it's like it activates every sensor on your tongue, all the different zones you're experiencing flavor, and the fact that they all blend so well together is just amazing. Yes, you lost me. I'm in pickle world now. I apologize. Golden Girl, 7 months. I'll throw that up there as well. Love to you all. Thank you very much. And our internet owner today. Congratulations, Golden Girl, on 7 months. No, I'm joking. Don't eat the pepper. That is not good. I don't eat the pepper. I really don't. I would not recommend that unless you're really into spicy. The pepper is just like, it's pickled in there with the pickles. $2.84. I can't find it online. I've gone through all the pickles. Well, that's the wrong page, but I've gone through all the pickles. I see the habanero, which is really hot. I just can't see the spicy maple bourbon pickles. I might have to do a lunch run. And how many jars do you think I could order before Mrs. R.A. says that's too many jars? That's too many jars of pickles. Because I don't care how soon they expire. They will be gone before they expire. Because pickles are consumed based on how many you have. And if I have them, I eat them. CG in Texas. Everyone's headed out the door. There's a run on the pickles in the store. We don't allow pickles to turn into politics here. No, we don't. Grillo Spicy. I have not had those ones. I've heard they're similar. But do they have the maple bourbon? You guys found them. Everyone else found them except for me. I'll have to look. How much space do you have? Bug Dugger, the one complaint I have about my my home here is that it was not built with somebody who had the idea of storing anything in mind. We have one big closet here, and it is full. It is full, actually. It's full of food, canned food. Number 10 cans, everything wheat, spaghetti, chocolate milk mix, just the essentials. Okay, and it's all dry goods in there. It's full. It's a good sized closet. I mean, we're talking maybe it's 8 feet deep by probably 5 feet wide and 11 feet tall, and we probably take it up a good 6 feet of just number 10 cans, and it's packed, and they're all in boxes and labeled, and everything's good. Unfortunately, it's if you want the good stuff, it's in the bottom in the back corner, and we can't get to it. So you have to go through the chickpeas and the all the other stuff that I don't eat to get to it. Winco, for the folks in the West, has a similar pickle. I have to look up the name. Tell you, they are the best. They are really the best. 200 jars is the count. 100 by $2.50, so $250. 200 jars is what 12 says I can get away with. Ashley goes more conservative and says 12 is probably where we should go. Limited to 6 jars. I'm limited to how many jars are on the shelf, unfortunately. Use the search bar up top. I'm using it. I say spicy maple. Oh, I spelled bourbon wrong. Not being a bourbon drinker. It's like Bourbon, right? Spicy maple pickle chips. Oh, I got the habanero ones. How do you spell bourbon? It's like Bourbon, Bourbon. Let me get the chips off of there and just say pickle. Oh, I spelled pickle wrong too. I see the problem now, you guys. It was operator error on my side. Pickles, Famous Dave's, Branston. Mango habanero. And nothing. It's got 0. I'm not sure why it's. Am I blacklisted by Walmart? Seriously, Walmart. After all the people I've sent your way to buy pickles, why are you holding out on me? I'm going to have words with Mr. Walton. This is just not. That's not nice. I'm on page 5 now. I still can't find them. And I know what they look like. Trust me, I would if they're there, I would not miss them. All right, quick sound, buffer sound. Thaddeum Nusky is sending the link on your burner phone. Thank you. I've been watching my email, hoping that Florida just gets right on it, so I can just quickly pay for these videos and get them downloaded, because I want to watch them next week if we can. But let's see. Oh, I've got several people have sent me the link. There it is. Sam's Choice. Click the link. Uh-oh, this page could not be found. Okay, let me just show you. Let me just show you what I get when all the rest of y'all are able to order pickles. I'm getting this right here. Apparently I've exceeded my lifetime allotment. Here's another link. Let's see. We're going to try this one. Another one. Uh-oh, this page cannot be found. I need a VPN. I need a VPN so I can... Oh, who sent me this? Hang on. Who is this? Somebody just sent me recipes for spicy pickles. Don't know who it is. Power Plant Couple. Spicy maple bourbon pickle recipe. I might have to resort to this if if I can't put the brand's name in too, says Melody. I normally just go to the store. I've never actually ordered them because I want to select the jar myself. Sam's Choice. I get Sam's Choice mango habanero, and that's it. You guys, if they pull these off the shelves, if they're no longer going to be producing this for my sole enjoyment and consumption, we're going to have some problems.
Call from Ohio Mama.
Ohio Mama, I'm a bit distraught here. Help me.
Yes. Hi, everyone. I've never called in.
First time caller, welcome. I will go easy on you just
awesome
for that.
Show.
Yeah.
Yes, you make my workday awesome every day.
Oh, thank you.
So the only ones I'm finding are the spicy habanero and the hot.
Okay, so hot is hot habanero, mango habanero. That's the one brand. I'm looking for a spicy maple bourbon, and they are hot. It says hot.
Yeah, and it did say that. So type in spicy maple bourbon pickles, and it's the first one that popped up on mine. Now it has a little hot on the top of it.
Spicy
It says
maple
hot.
bourbon pickle. Pickles or plural or singular?
I put plural.
Okay. I'm doing exactly what you do. I'm on walmart.com. Okay, I'm going to hit search. My result, it's not the first result. It's not even on the first page. I can scroll down. On the first page at the very bottom for $2.84, I can get Sam's Choice Mango Habanero Fresh Pack Pickle Chips, 24 ounce. But that's it. I've been blacklisted.
I guess you have. You've bought them out.
I guess this is their way of answering my email requesting that they sponsor the show.
This is their way of saying share the wealth.
And they said no. Is what they said.
They said please do share.
Oh my goodness.
So, yeah, spicy maple bourbon pickles. When I pull it up, it says Sam's Choice hot spicy maple bourbon fresh pack pickles, and it's the first one. Now, it does have a picture of habaneros on it, but it does not say, it just says hot at the top and then spicy maple bourbon.
I've got nothing.
I'll try to screenshot it and I'll send it to you just so we can see if that's the correct
I don't
one.
doubt for a second that everyone else in the world is able to order these except for me. This is
Walmart's just telling you to share the wealth. That's all it is.
Road trip is what we have to do. I have to do a road trip.
Yes.
You're all going to have to
pickle
buy
party.
the pickles for me, and I'll come around and then buy them off you. So that
Yes,
it'll be like a
we
black
just need to have
market
a
for
pickle
pickles.
party.
A pickle party will be it.
A pickle party.
Oh my
We will
goodness.
have it. And by the way, there's an awesome pickle blanket too. I don't know if you're a blanket or a cuddler or whatnot, but there's a pickle blanket. It's awesome.
My wife draws the line. She's very picky about the blankets we have because, like I mentioned, we have very little storage space in this house. So
oh boy, yeah.
So having like 10 extra blankets is like, well, where are you going to put them? Okay, that's the concern. And so if I were to get a pickle blanket, some other blanket would have to go. And she has chosen some very soft, some very comfy, cozy blankets that fit perfectly and take up all the space. And so for that,
No room. No room.
Look at
She's
this.
got enough pickles in her fridge. We don't need one on the couch or the bed.
No, man. Ohio Mama,
You guys-
you're welcome to call
Yes.
anytime. Thank you very much. It's
Have a
great to hear
great
your
day.
voice. Have a wonderful day at work. Thanks for having us on in the background.
You too. God bless you all.
Thank you. You as well. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Man, Matthew Harris says, happy to be here for another monthly milestone, seven months. That is just great, Matthew. Thank you so much. It has been 7 amazing months with you here. Buffer, grab my last message, says Amber. Going backwards, seeing if I can find it. Change your location and or opt for shipping to you from Walmart. I'm not even logged in. This is not saying my local store. This is just generic. Anyone off the street who Walmart has never done business with before, and they know me. They know my pickle affinity, and say no more. I'm going to need a lawyer. Is what I'm going to need. Part of the reason it's out of stock in Ayden is because Ayden doesn't have any Walmarts. Ayden is tiny. Try your local Walmart page for delivery. Mine came right up. I'm going to dig into this. I will tell you, last time I was at the store, I bought 2 jars. And I felt comfortable only buying 2 jars because there were more jars on the shelf. And I didn't feel like, oh, great, these are the last 4 jars. I better get them all, or I would have. But the shelf was full. And now that they're on sale, save $1. You know, I could... Do you know what I could do with all the dollars if they had always been $2.84 since I started buying them? That would be a lot of money. I've thrown off the supply chain. Ashley, thank you, I think, for alerting us to this. I'm on the website. My private investigator, Lisa, I'm on the website looking at this, and it's still not working. Okay, that being said, I need some clarification here. First of all, I'm asking for a friend because I'm seeing if I have time to drive to Walmart or not. But what time is court coming back, considering they're at Central Time? She said 12:30. Do we only have 15 minutes? Because that takes 15 minutes just to get to Walmart, unfortunately. It also says rollback. I'm concerned when they say rollback that they're like clearance rollback. Like, we're not going to sell these anymore. Everyone's seen them all across the country. Found them in France. In France, you can find them. Order them online, and I can't. I literally, I could probably throw a rock and hit a Walmart, from just about anywhere in this country. And no. Adam is offering me a deal and a half. Zip code might be the issue. I don't even have a zip code in there. I'd have to sign in to do that. I'm not sure I want to do this because if I confirm who they think I am, then I'll never get my pickles. Let's see. Unique Detail. Oh, my goodness. This is from Unique Detail. Just wanted to take this picture. I think there's a filter on this. Tell me there's a filter. That or you have a really old TV. I'm just going to hold this up to the camera. We'll do an autofocus. Unique Detail took a screenshot of me. I need the eyebrows in this picture, but I look a little older in this shot than I feel. Maybe I need to click the button that says touch up this image. Unique Detail. This is what I have to look forward to. That's funny. Thank you very much. Yeah, good laugh there. All right, I've got images after images. I'm not going to show this. I don't want to show people's phone numbers, so I'm being careful here. But of pickles, I'm saying, yep, here they are. They're available where I'm at, just not here. Anyway, that's me at 80. That's me if I were to appear in this courtroom. That's how I would appear, because your age apparently does not show when you're at this court in Bay County. Okay, so Aldi's is going to start selling them soon. I have an Aldi's around. My only issue with Aldi's is that that dang quarter to get the shopping cart. I walk into the store thinking I'll just grab a shopping cart and load up, and it's like, oh crap, I don't have a quarter, which means I can't grab a shopping cart because they don't trust me to return it afterwards. Oh man. Lisa, have you tried these pickles? Honestly, I'm asking seriously. Have you tried spicy maple bourbon pickles? because they are addictive. They seriously are addictive. Teresa, welcome to the gallery. Thank you so much. Green Courthouse by your name. We appreciate you. And as well, Majestic Unicorn. It's been wonderful. Happy to be here. 4 months as well. Thank you all for your memberversary messages. Who was that doing the not safe for work thing? $15 for a jar of those for us in the UK via Amazon. Kathy, they are good. I love these pickles. I mean, honestly, they are the best pickles I have ever eaten. And I've eaten quite a few pickles, honestly, for most of my life. I've enjoyed, the crisp crunch of a good dill pickle, just that bite, the zing, everything. I've loved pickles, everything from the little tiny ones that mom sets out for the Thanksgiving table with the olives, all the way up through, the full size, the big gallon jars where you stick your hand in and just fish one out. As a kid, that's what I did anyway. Isn't that the way you're supposed to do it? I've loved pickles my whole life. And somebody says, did I get bumped from chat? If you got bumped from chat, please let me know. Text me your name on the burner, and I can check. If you got accidentally bumped, we can make sure you get back in. Okay. Anyway, I'm just saying, Lisa, don't ban me by pickles. Lisa, what do you love? Tell me something you love. But everyone, let's just be quiet for just a little minute. Lisa and I need to have a little talk. Lisa, come lay down on the couch. Lay down, get comfy on the couch. I'm going to ask you just a couple questions. See how you're doing. Maybe just have a little talk. No pressure. But tell me something you love. That maybe let's keep it food related. Okay, just because the kids are here and everything. What would be like your what's really good? That thing. I'll wait. You can think for a minute. Oh, she loves me, says Thadam. Look at this. Adam, your image has changed again. Let's see. I love rum and raisin ice cream. Okay. Have you had the perfect mix of rum and raisin ice cream? We're talking the creamy ice cream that is just first of all, it's the perfect temperature. So there's some ice cream can be too hard and some can be too soft, but having the perfect mix, the perfect creaminess, just the delicious flavor, the right mix of the rum flavoring with the right number of raisins, and you just get that mouthful in the spoon. It's like, this is heaven. That, Lisa, is what the pickles are to me. Okay? That is what it is to me. Sorry, I don't mean to get all defense attorney on you like that. Am I buffering? I apologize. Maybe YouTube's saying I'm getting too wound up about this. They're good. They're really, really, really good. The best I've ever had. All right. That being said, so let's go back. We came here to watch trials, guys. I'm not here to make my shopping list on all your eyes, on your feed. I'm on my pickle box. I rarely get mad, but when I do one of two things. I go out and I buy pickles, or I carve my trees into letters, and I don't have any trees here. And now I'm hearing that they're not going to be selling pickles at my Walmart. So we have a problem. That's what it is. Okay, back to what's your P.O. box? We can send you some of those stale pickles. I don't think they would fit in my P.O. box. I rented the smallest P.O. box available at the post office, mostly because they price it as if it is square footage of beachfront property. I don't know what the post office thinks they have there. It's like, hey, check out this amazing 3x3 little box with a tiny little key that opens, and your hand can barely fit in. You're trying to reach in without pushing the mail out the back side, and anything that's in there is folded up and rolled like a taco, or you have to get it over the counter, which is funny because in the US, guess what? It's illegal for them to hand mail over the counter. Why? I don't know, but you have to do that anyway because the box you rent for, $60 a month or something is that size. So the pickle jar won't fit. And I'm concerned that, honestly, that my mailman would eat the pickles instead of handing them over. If I was the mailman, I would. All right, it's getting X-rated over pickles. It's getting spicy in here. I apologize. Let's see. I just typed in Sam's pickle chip and got them in Kentucky. Rub it in, guys. Rub it in. Everyone's able to get it except for me for some reason. And they're cheap. Yep, they're cheap. On sale. Everywhere but here only. Sorry, Ivan. We're on a little break. Let me tell you where we are with court. Today we've been following this trial that we picked up. Well, now I've got some weird guy on the screen. Let me get rid of him. Hang on. This is I don't know who talking about I don't know what. And so we're gonna say thank you, but no thank you. Let's find where we were. We were somewhere down in Bay County, Florida. Florida. Now not even my auto-populate isn't even working. Maybe the computer is conspiring against me. Florida, it was 14th. That's what it was, 14th. th Judicial Circuit in Florida. Bay County. Do they have a live? No. So we're waiting for them to go live. We'll have to watch that again. Let's see, where were we? We were over here. My daughter works at Walmart. They have them there on the shelves. Stacy, everybody else has them but me. I'm not going to go cold turkey. Look, I have options. Okay, they're not the best options. For an extra 10 cents, well, I guess now it's $1.10 because they're on sale at Walmart. But for an extra 10 cents, I can go to Food Lion and pick up the exact same jar of pickles. I know this because the jar is manufactured at the same place. Like the little bumps on the bottom of the jar when it's like molded in the factory, it's the same. It's the same jar. It's the same lid. It's the same pickle. I've done the blind taste test. It's the same, but they charge an extra 10 cents. Plus, it's Food Lion, and I'm prejudiced. I found them first at Walmart, and I wanted to be true to the store that introduced them to me. We all know what to get RA for Christmas. Yeah, the pickles don't ship very well, I don't think. They don't. They're just too big and heavy, and it's hard to pack them. Check the burner phone. The burner phone's ringing. Hey, look who's on the phone. It's Amber. Amber, how are you doing, my friend?
I'm laughing my behind off at you right now.
You're laughing at my misery. Here I am suffering, potentially never getting pickles again. I mean, I could probably get a deal.
I have a fix for you.
What's that?
I have a fix. Because I just tried it on my computer, on my work computer, mind you.
Your boss will be going through your search history. Like, call Amber in. We need to ask her a little bit about this SMB stuff she's searching for.
Okay, I just changed my location, my store selection to Greenville Neighborhood Market.
Okay, this is close to me.
Well, I put in the P.O. box zip code, so yeah.
The store that comes up actually is closed down, and they're making it into like a daycare, literally. But that's okay.
Okay, which one is it?
Greenville is the closest one. So I think Greenville on not Memorial, Greenville on Highway 11 or
Arlington Boulevard.
No, the other one. Arlington. That's the other one. That one's scary. You don't go to that one. Okay. I'm not joking. Let me tell you, it's story time here just for a minute. But that Walmart you don't go to because they're like people that you've seen like a Walking Dead movie when people are just like walking around like slowly looking. That in the parking lot, it's like that, but they're everywhere, and they just mill about in the parking lot. And it is so bad that the police. They have one of those camera trailers set up, okay, with the lights and the cameras that spy on everything. They have one of those set up to watch their other one that they have set up to watch the people, just to make sure no one steals the original one. That's how bad it is. Okay, they have cameras to watch their cameras. You get out of there, and it's
Do we want to talk about the Walmart store itself or get your pickle? Because court's going to come back before we get done.
Let me just say that scary one, it's... The way to get to it is you go to Hooker Road. No, I'm not joking. Honest to goodness. You go to Hooker Road. You hang a left by the cigarette shop. Go down Hooker Road and then go in through the back alley, and that's where you are. That's the Walmart. That's the one Mr. Beast shops at. Mr. Beast, the guy who has like 1 billion YouTube subscribers, and he can waltz in there just fine. But I get there and it's like I barely survive with my life. So if that's where I have to go, I'm going to have to say no. It's not going to be there. So there's another one. There's a different Walmart I can go to. Tell me the solution really quickly. We'll get back to court.
Okay, I've got a Gateway Drive in Greenville, and I've got a 10th Street in Greenville.
These are all bad areas. I mean, I'm not saying it's like Compton, and it's not that bad, but
Okay, what
10th
about
Street.
Greenville Boulevard?
When I came here to rent, like to first find a place to live, I stayed like just off 10th Street, and I barely escaped with my life that time as well. Mrs. R.A. rented me an Airbnb there, and getting in there, it's like Fort Knox.
Do I need to hire somebody to go into Walmart for you?
North Carolina is a great place. I love it. I really love it. But there's certain parts of Greenville that I don't go in for my own safety. How bad can an area of Greenville be? Let's put it this way. We have the shot collar system for when shots are fired in Greenville. I'm joking. I'm under oath here. I'll use this hand so you can see I'm raising it. But we have the shot collar system so that when somebody just pops off around, either from their car or their backyard or something else, the microphones that are set up all over town, especially this area where the Amber's trying to send me in, they can detect where the sound is coming from and pinpoint it so that all the cameras, which they have everywhere as well, can just zoom in and within about 3 seconds can be looking at about 10 feet from where that shot was fired from. They call it shot collar. And basically that's Walmart. That's where it is. Anyway, oh man. I think all our viewers have left. Oh my goodness.
Oh God. Okay, what about Winterville?
Winterville's good. We'll do that one. The Winterville Walmart is closer to me, actually, and it's a good one. It's a neighborhood Walmart. It's not like the full store, so you don't get to buy your ammo and your pickles at the same time, but you can at least get your food and maybe some flowers.
Well, you're in luck because they have them.
They had them on the shelf. I just can't see them here in the. I'll drive down there.
You need to change the location on your Walmart screen.
All right.
Just underneath the Walmart logo on the top left, it says, "How do you want your items?" Next to that is the location.
Bulk. I want them in bulk, so I only have to make one trip to Walmart once per year.
I'm legit crying right now.
Amber, do you know when court comes back? Asking for a friend.
In like 60 seconds.
60 seconds, okay. So we will not miss that. I've obviously missed the time to do a Walmart run. But yes, I do shop at.
on the computer real quick.
I do shop at the Winterville Walmart. That is where I typically get my. I mean, if you want to hang out there, if you ever want to meet me in real life, the best chance is being at the Winterville Walmart in the pickle aisle. That's probably where you can find me. I'm there more often than the P.O. box, honestly. But it's all good. Okay, as long as they're there, I'm happy. Crisis averted. We'll be good. Amber, thank you very much for your help. I'll let you go back to work today, and you can explain to the boss what the SMB searches were on Google. All right. Yes, it's called Shot Spotter. I called it Shot Collar, but Shot Spotter. Thank you. Amber, have a good one. Good talking to you as always. We'll see you. Bye. Somebody check on Amber, make sure she survives. Let's see. All my groceries are delivered to my home. We did that for a while, but the problem I have with the grocery delivery, this is a serious complaint here, is we've gone from concern to gripe session. But Walmart is not as concerned with the quality of the item they give you. And so if you are choosing something, say like a canned good, they will select the item you want or something close to it if they've run out, which they do nowadays, which used to never be a thing. But they'll select the item you want, but they'll first choose the most dented, ripped, missing label package they can find and give you that one.
Call from
Dave.
Hey, Dave. Dave, this is R.A. How are you doing?
Good. The thing with Walmart.
Yes.
All I did was I just Googled. I didn't go to the Walmart page.
Okay.
And it comes up like the second one. I had an experience in Walmart where I was trying to get a toaster replaced, and the guy could not find it in his computer system. I came home and Googled it, and it came up. Walmart couldn't even find it on their own computer, but Google found it.
Dave, you're a hero. I did exactly what you said while you were on the phone, and it pulled up. The only problem I have is they're charging me full price, $3.84 on this one instead of the rollback price of $2.84. But
I'm in Canada, but it doesn't say CA or just .com.
Yeah.
And it shows it at $2.98. You save 86 cents.
I'm getting the Adam Nusky special is what I'm getting on this price. Having to pay the extra buck. But Dave, thank you very much for that. I appreciate that. Google fixed it.
That happens all the time. Just Google spicy, and then it will just bring up different pages. Walmart does like this.
Have you tried them, Dave? Have you tried the pickles? Are you able to get them in Canada?
No. The next time I go to Walmart, I'm going to see if they got them here in Canada.
That would be awesome. That would be cool.
I love it.
Thank you very much, and good to hear from you. Good to hear put a voice to the name as well.
Yeah.
So, thank you, Dave.
I'm off and on all the time, but with all the fires up here, I've got lots of time to watch you. So
wow. Well,
we had over 900. We had over 900 people show up at our emergency center for the fires here.
Oh my goodness. That is terrible. I know we complained about the smoke a little bit.
We had 20,000 people, just about 45 minutes an hour. So that Kelowna fire that they're talking about.
Wow.
The Kelowna and West Kelowna and West Bank, and that Northwest Territory is one they're talking about.
Mm-hmm. It's so bad.
They're talking about 90-some%. That's the whole territory. That's not just Yellowknife.
Okay, so this
Yellowknife is the capital.
I don't consider myself, in the category of extreme environmentalist, but I do think that we should probably take care of the earth. It's where we live. So I'm big about, cleaning up after yourself and not polluting.
Oh, yeah.
When you have a forest fire like that.
We've had, in 18 months, we've only had 14% of our usual moisture here.
Oh, man.
In the last 18 months.
It's just bone dry.
I really have noticed, I really noticed in the last 10 years the changes. And it's so dry that I cannot remember a regular rain. I think it's been so long since we've had one. We might have one for 5 minutes and it rains a little bit, but it doesn't do nothing. And the ground is so hard that the rain doesn't soak in.
It can't soak in.
That's why we get those.
Yeah,
it doesn't soak in.
Just runs off and you get no benefit. Well, Dave, hopefully that situation will abate a little bit with the fall around the corner, and maybe we can cool off and get you some first some rain and then some snow. Don't want the snow too soon, but because it can get pretty.
It was funny because we got a big ski resort just in town. It's actually a mile. It's a mile higher than right here in Vernon, but they had 120% of moisture. So they're going, great, this is going to help because when they run off, it'll fill the reservoirs and all this stuff. And it didn't do a thing. All we ended up was getting flood. And our fire season started in April.
Yeah.
So they're like the fire up by Fort St. John started in April, and they're just saying it's going to burn. We can't stop it.
There's nothing, but it's that big. All you can do is try to defend it, little areas and just let nature take its course. But it's super scary.
Yeah. It's I have so much respect for the firefighters and the first responders and stuff. It's just
that is a tough job. I did communications for a fire crew during a wildfire, and so I was just the guy sitting in my nice air conditioned room with all the cool water and drinks and food being delivered I could handle, talking to the guys who were actually digging the fire lines and parachuting out of the planes and just those much respect to those guys. It's a dangerous thing.
Well, the one fire chief got on the thing, and 13 of the firefighters lost their own homes. They're out fighting. Like the one lady was trying to save a home, and her home is right beside it burning down. But 13 of the firefighters have no home.
Man, I hope the community or the government and whatever the resources there are able to step up and reward people like that to put their own life on the line.
The community is phenomenal. The community is phenomenal.
That's good to hear.
But government and bureaucracy,
yeah, we
had that big Lincoln fire like 3 years ago, and the prime minister said, "Oh, we're going to be there for you. We're going to be there for you." That's his line. But anyway,
it sounds good on TV, right? So
yeah, they have no permits. No permits have brought out.
It's hard to get that water to the end of the row. The government is generally not the best means of dishing out that aid, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But Pickles, not politics. We'll have to steer back to the true crime side of things.
Yeah. So I wasn't trying to get into the political thing. I was just saying that but no. The community is just off the charts here. I'm so proud of the communities in this area that here in British Columbia.
That's good to hear.
They'll give their shirts off the back.
Yeah, great people. Dave, thank you very much. Stay safe, please. Good to hear from you, and I appreciate you helping me solve my pickle dilemma. As it seems like a small problem when we're talking about forest fires. Thank you very much, Dave. Good to hear from you. Yeah.
Thank you. God bless. And now I can put you off mute so I can watch what you're doing.
All right. Thank you. We'll see you. Bye.
All right. Take care.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
All right. Thank you very much. Good to hear. I love to hear that soft little accent from Canada. And you might say, I don't know what you're talking about, but I heard it. I heard a little bit of the accent. I love it. Do stay safe up there, Dave. Thank you for calling. Okay, we've got the feed coming in right now. Let's see what we've got here. There we go. So court is starting. There's Wendy. She called me. Wendy Strickland called me. And I'm like, oh, great. They're mad at me. But she wasn't. She was just apologetic, saying, I'm sorry about the feed. It's working now, I promise. Okay, where's our audio? Camera 3. I didn't get a lunch break, guys. we're going to break, but it didn't happen. So I might have to whoa. Did you hear that? My whole house was shaking because the car stereo was going by that is too loud. All right. We denote have accent. How do you put the O in it? Holly, the only time I hear the accent is when you say about. And it comes out a boat. It sounds like a boat, but you say about. It's beautiful. I'm not making fun of it. I love it. Thank you so much for being here. Of course, you don't have accents. We're the ones that speak funny, and I know that. Let's see, Ashley. Look what you started. Thank you so much, Ashley. Appreciate you being here. Those little comments like that always appropriate. All right, we're watching the great chair, the throne, the witness throne here. Holly says, I'll have to call you and show you how I say about right. Yes, we'll have to do that and get the actual pronunciation. Yes, Holly's also from Canada, is my understanding. We have quite a few. Shout out to JB as well. I'm not sure if you can see. I'm a little distracted because sorry about that. I hit the wrong button, first of all. I still have the pickles on my screen. I'm just glad once they're here, I'm not letting them leave. I want to just keep them on my screen, keep an eye on them. But we'll get the pickle situation sorted out. Lots of Canadians representing. I would sing the "Oh Canada" song, which I've actually sung. I wouldn't say professionally, but in public settings, in front of very large crowds, I've sung the national anthem for Canada. I think of South Park and blame Canada. That's not the best way to think of Canada. They're more the true north, bold and free. My precious. Little Gollum sound. Okay, so court is coming back in. We're hoping to hear the judge rule on as we can get refocused here, guys. We're actually here for a true crime. So I'll try. I'm going to move the pickles off the screen, and we'll go back here. But Look at this. All the Canadians. Would all the Canadians please stand up? We need to just, everyone else has to just sit quietly briefly for a minute. I know this will be difficult because some people will be actually behind us in chat and they think that this hasn't happened yet. But would all the Canadians just please stand up and just own it? Just let us know if you are in Canada, and then after a little pause, if you are from Canada, also just go ahead and let it be known. And here we go. Let's see. Rose, Holly, Nancy. Casey says, please focus. Chat is all over the place. We're going to get back to trial in just a minute, and then we're going to dial it way back. We've got a few in here. Sue McDonald. I got myself in a lot of pickles today. Oh,
all right, before we took our recess for lunch, we were addressing the final instructions. Regarding the final instructions, everything was agreed to as far as the instructions themselves, but there was a remaining issue of the verdict form.
Mm-hmm.
And has the defense had a chance to discuss what they needed to discuss regarding that verdict form?
Yes, it's acceptable.
I'm sorry, it is acceptable?
Yeah.
Okay, so the verdict form consisted of 2 pages, and both of those pages are also agreeable with the defense. So the entire jury instructions, including that, is acceptable with the defense.
Yes.
And if Ms. Dantzler had any questions regarding that, Ms. Dantzler, did you have any questions regarding that, ma'am?
She's asking the defendant directly if she has any questions about it.
You don't have any questions, ma'am? All right, then we've got the agreed upon instructions regarding the objection from the state regarding the testimony of the question. That is going to be overruled. I do want to make sure, though, that the defense and the state are both aware that no hearsay or self-serving statements are admissible. Y'all will make sure all witnesses understand what they are and are not allowed to testify about. Next thing I need to address with y'all is we are approaching 1 o'clock on Friday afternoon. I am not sure how long more the defense plans to have its case. I'm not sure how long the state plans for, if there's anything, if the state plans on doing any rebuttal. I think I heard you say you do plan on doing rebuttal. I don't know how long the state's rebuttal is going to be. I only bring that to y'all's attention because we're at 1 o'clock. We have the rest of the defense case. We have the state's rebuttal. We have closing arguments. We have final instructions. I don't know how long you anticipate your closing to be. I'm only bringing all this up because at some point we're going to have to address whether we are going to be able to get finished and the jury deliberate tonight, or if we're going to need them to come back in the morning. Depending on the position of the state and the defense, would then also have me leaning towards asking the jury in regards to would they rather stay here late and get this deliberated tonight, depending on what the feelings are with the state and the defense, and go from there. So I don't know if y'all already have a position or if y'all are just contemplating what the options are, because y'all know a little bit more about your time than I do as far as how much each of you plans to continue regarding addressing on your cases.
I prefer to finish tonight.
The defense would prefer to support it this time.
So the state's agreeable to finishing tonight if possible, at this time.
Your Honor, I would say that I would like that question put to the jury.
I'm going to ask the jury either way. I mean, in regards to,
Yes, ma'am. Okay.
if y'all say y'all both agree, I'm going to ask them, and either way, I'm also going to ask them as far as like food, because if they want to stay, we'll make sure to get some food brought in so that they have food for dinner while they're here. So I shouldn't have said either way. I mean, I had a couple of questions I was going to ask the jury if y'all were agreeable with staying tonight and finishing and then deliberating. I did want to run it by them because if the majority of them or all of them do not agree, then we do need to address what we'll do about tomorrow. So is the defense also agreeable that if the jury, at this time, if the jury wants to stay tonight to get this finished, as far as the deliberations, y'all are agreeable to that?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
state defense and are agreeable. We'll address this again closer as we see what time we actually get there, but I do want to give them enough notice to at least discuss that with them. So if something changes in the next couple hours, please let me know. Do we have them lined back up? Perfect. If we can get them lined up, please.
They do line up the jury so they can walk into the proper seats.
Yes, sir.
I just want to have clarification. The court's not saying the state can't elicit statements of the defendant through these witnesses. Correct?
I'm stating that the defense cannot bring hearsay in at this time. If there's something y'all want to address on a case-by-case basis or witness-by-witness basis, we can. But the order as far as self-serving statements from the defense is still the order.
Okay.
It's a simple answer. Is the order I entered previously? It's still the order.
I just was making it clear since it's an admission.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That doesn't stop you from being able to do your cross-examination. I just wanted everyone to know that the order I previously put in place is still the order.
So this judge, she's not rushing the verdict, but she's cleared the jury. Like when she seated the jury, she said, this is how long it's going to take. And they said they would be done by Friday. Like they would be all done and they should be able to get a verdict by Friday. It turns out that it went longer than that. It took a little longer to get to this point. And now the jury's reminded her saying, hey, we're going to have a problem if this goes on because I'm not available next week. I'm not sure if it's like he's got a cruise going on or something. I'm not sure what. But the judge is concerned about that, saying, okay, if that's a problem, we don't want to have a mistrial because the jury is not available. They have a legitimate reason they cannot be there in court. So she's pushing that way for that reason. I'm not sure who's calling me. Let me check this real quick. I was just clicking. All right. So is this a better position? I'm trying to find a place where I can be where we can still, maybe I'll put your comments up on the top of the screen. I know it's sort of weird for this layout, but I don't want to be covering the defendant. Oh, they're calling back. Hang on.
Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Would you like Mr. Banks to go ahead and retake the stand?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Let's see. Kitty Kid Bang Bang says, couldn't they use an alternate juror if one has to leave? Yes. I think there are 2 alternates. I was in the witness chair. Ooh, it looks like he rode his motorcycle in the this afternoon without the helmet. Hair's a little bit frazzled. Let's see what these comments look like. Is that too far up? The Zoom layout is a little bit. I could be his shoulder angel is what I could be. I could like whisper in his ear. Which side's the good side? Am I the angel or the devil if I'm on this side? I'll be down here. I want to be able to see the defendant is all. And she sits underneath where I normally reside. Who's this witness? This is a lawyer and former HVAC man, repairman for the defendant. Mr. Jeff Banks, the former attorney, represented her, or at least provided some services for her when she wanted her prenup reviewed, and I think represented her in a previous divorce, if I heard correctly, and also fixes her air conditioning unit. Dr. HVAC. Let's see. Attorney HVAC Esquire.
Still in the restroom?
Can you check the restroom and see if the jurors are smoking in the restroom? Because they're taking forever. Just got a scam text about my package arriving at the post office and they need me to log in to get it. Nope. Smoking in the boys' room. Kim R., these green names look great on this chat board. They do. So
They're
many
about to come
generous
in?
people that made that possible. Jury's
Should be
about to show
coming in momentarily.
Boy bailiff is going to usher them to their seats. Speaking of generous gifters, 5 more gifts from Samantha Terry, Mev, Sophia Nova, Mystery Murder Chick, Sierra Harity, and Hello Kitty, all gifted memberships. Thank you, Samantha, one of our fantastic moderators. Jury is here and announced. Samantha is amazing. She is wonderful. Thank you so much. Kim, this is one view I can't control. I'm hoping that when we get to the recording from court, they give me all the views. But we'll see.
We're back in case number 21 CF 2919, State of Florida versus Angela Dantzler. And we were in the middle of examination regarding one of our witnesses, and he is still with us. So I just would remind you, Mr. Banks, you're still under oath.
Yes, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
Mr. Banks, I want to backtrack just a minute. You've known Ms. Dantzler for how many years?
22.
And during that period of time, after she got married, did you have conversations with her?
Yes.
Did you have conversations regarding her marriage?
Just about every conversation was about marriage.
Now, can you tell the jury, in the very beginning, what was her demeanor regarding her marriage?
In the beginning, she was elated. She was happy as she could be for getting married in the very begining.
Did that change over time?
It changed pretty quickly, and as almost every time I spoke to her, she was acted upset. The further time passed, the more frequently she called me, and the more I guess the more upset she was, especially toward the end. Sometimes she would be crying.
Okay. Now, as a result of the conversations that you had with her, did you take any action?
I told her that she needed to get a divorce. Told her sooner than later, and I offered and did I said I would help her because we do lots of divorces. I would be glad to interview some lawyers down here to see if see if I can find a good fit for her. And
did you do that, Mr. Beck?
yes. And after speaking with her, I found a lawyer that wasn't too local, one a little further away. But what I suggested was that we have a conference call, the three of us, and let me interview the lawyer and see if it's
relevant.
Response? I mean, it's sidebar.
We're going to do an objection counter on this one. We're going to count the objections on this next series of witnesses. We realize all of them are going to be testifying roughly the same thing, and I think the prosecution does not want this to come in. They already have fought against this and they lost, but the judge said I'm going to let them walk a very narrow line on this, and we'll see. They're not going to allow those self-serving statements to come in. They're not going to allow that hearsay, and we'll see. We'll see how many objections. Or where the judge basically says no more. That might that might also happen. Okay, so that's our objection counter. And you can see that, right? Hearsay, speculation, and relevance, says Mr. Upper-Torso. Yes, he is an attorney. It's funny that he was saying, I was talking to him. It sounds like he almost met her as an HVAC guy and then found out she needed some attorney advice. And he's like, hey, guess what? I'm also an attorney. I can help you out. You want a divorce? I know a guy. Megan, thank you so much. Welcome. I'm glad you're here. It wouldn't be the same without you. It's a fun little community to be a part of. This is a hug emoji. It's probably one of the most misunderstood emojis ever. But once you see it, you can't unsee it. Here we go. Let's see if it was sustained or not.
Mr. Banks, after you, do you recall what period of time it was that you found Ms. Dantzler a divorce attorney?
June. I think it was early to mid-June of the year that Mr. Dantzler passed away.
I have nothing.
He wanted to finish. She cut him off. He's like, but.
Mr. Banks, you have a law firm?
Pardon?
You have a law firm?
Yes, I'm Ms. Riedel's law partner.
Ms. Riedel's law partner, correct?
One of them, yes.
Okay, so you guys work together every day?
Well, we each have our own cases.
Did you share a law office together?
Sort of.
And what's the name of it?
Banks and Riedel.
Banks and Riedel.
We actually have an office in a small town in a place called Eastman, Georgia. We have one in Macon where she stays, and I actually live in Atlanta. So the three offices are 3 hours apart.
Anything else of this witness? Can he be excused and released?
So they just called like their
sir, for your
co-counsel
testimony.
to testify. Okay.
Next witness.
Have an office in my mom's basement. Man. So he recommended the defense attorney. I think this is a very small circle. We're getting a clearer picture of what happened here. There's so much that happened that we're not aware of. Obviously, jumping into a case as late as we did. Let's see. WKRP didn't let turkeys fly out of the plan, realizing in short order turkeys don't fly. That was a funny skit.
And whenever you're ready to proceed.
Good afternoon, investigator.
Good afternoon.
Again, we heard a lot about, from you already, so I just have a few brief follow-up questions. And there was a lot of talk about a trip to Nashville that Mr. and Mrs. Dantzler took. Do you recall that trip?
Yes, ma'am.
And they were staying in a hotel there that led to Mrs. Dantzler leaving the hotel. Do you recall that?
Yes, ma'am.
Did the hotel kick Mrs. Dantzler out?
The report indicates that Mr. Dantzler asked for Miss Dantzler to be evicted from the room.
And did the hotel make a note that Mr. Dantzler requested that?
Yes, ma'am.
That's what he just said.
Mrs. Dantzler had both some electronics, and it's my understanding that you collected some electronics that belonged to Mr. Dantzler as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Including cell phones?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know if Mr. Dantzler was in the habit of erasing his data regularly?
I do not.
This is a murder trial, Stephen. She's accused of murdering her husband. The state says premeditated. She says self-defense.
You were here and testified to the ring camera that was shown to the jury earlier. I have a couple of questions about the ring camera system. Can you explain when you suspect that there is a ring camera, or in this case, what steps did you take to receive the video?
I initially submitted a preservation letter to Ring, which would have preserved any video and content saved on the account associated with the Kings Harbor residence. I then followed up with a search warrant to obtain that data from Ring.
And so Ring is not associated with any government agency, is it?
No, ma'am.
Is it a private company?
I believe so, yes.
And do you know who in that company can monitor or watch the camera system?
No, ma'am.
And so when you received that video from them, or did you receive the video from them?
I received several videos from them.
And how were they given to you, whether on a disc or whether forwarded via electronic mail or anything like that?
They were sent electronically.
We're counting objections.
Is that through a data drop device or through email, or how did you receive them?
Yes, ma'am. Some drop file sharing program.
Like WeTransfer.
When you receive them, do you know most electronics that are out there have some underlying data? Is that correct?
In what regards?
If you take a photo of something, there is somewhere some underlying data that says this photo was taken on this camera on this date and time, for example.
Do you have a name of that or anything?
Metadata?
I know that metadata exists. I don't know what that is, though.
Okay. And so when you receive those videos, do you look up on the received materials when they were taken, or when they were altered, or anything like that?
I requested the video between a date range, and that's the video that they provided.
But I guess my question is, since this is a private company, are you relying on that they just sent you what you asked for?
Yes, ma'am.
So, but you don't know what the employees at that company actually do.
Those employees are directed by the search warrant to comply with the request outlined.
And I don't mean it necessarily in relation to the search warrant. Do you know how the company stores those videos?
I do not.
Do you know how this company labels those videos, the date ranges?
I do not.
So if an employee sends that to you, they grab it from what is labeled by the company as being the date range, presumably.
I'm not sure how they label the videos. They provide it to me.
And then you do you know how to pull up that data to look at any of the dates that may be indicative of when these videos were taken or filmed or altered?
Are you referring to metadata again?
Yes, sir.
I don't know anything about metadata.
When you get those videos, as far as other than them saying it goes with this date range, well, actually, specifically, but the videos that you showed were stated to be on a certain date, namely Sunday the 11th. How did you come up with it being on Sunday, the 11th?
I was relying on the records provided by Ring.
And the same with the other rig videos that were shown, presumably earlier in time. That was all that you were relying on the records.
Correct.
And you did not, because you said you don't know, retrieve any data confirming that these records were correct as given to you.
Again, I relied on Ring to.
Yeah, but my question is, you did not confirm in any way, shape, or form electronically that Ring sent you the correct records.
Correct.
I'll just come talk to my, yes, ma'am, right quick.
The proper thing to say there is court's indulgence. Not just, can I just talk to my court co-counsel real quick? She's doing an okay job, but it seems like as she recalls all these witnesses, it seems like she missed it the first go around.
Any questions from
No
the
objections
state?
here.
Just briefly, you sent a search warrant to Ring, correct?
Yes, sir.
That is a legal order compelling disclosure of information signed by a judge, correct?
That is correct.
Ring responded to that and gave you the records you requested, correct?
Yes, sir.
For the date ranges you requested, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And they provided you all of those records and recordings?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, counsel also asked you about cell phones. In talking about data, Your Honor, at this time the state would seek to publish State's Exhibit 401 in evidence.
Yes, sir.
It's interesting they're publishing it now.
Sir, I'm
It's already
showing
been on
you
the stand once.
from the extraction in State's 401 in evidence. Did the defendant have a cleaning service for the house?
Hang on one second, Mr. Overstreet. You said 401?
Leave it.
Defendant
402, I'm sorry, 402. The defendant had a cleaning service for the house, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in her phone, there was a text message from a Marley Cleaning, correct?
Yes, sir.
On what date did Marley Cleaning send a message to the defendant?
It's dated for July 12th, 2021.
At what time?
Approximately 6:36 p.m.
All right. What was the response by the defendant?
Ms. Dantzler states, "Can you skip us this week?"
What date and time was that sent?
Her response was sent July 12th, 2021 at 6:55 p.m.
And then after that, when it says this week,
Can we, I'm going to object to this.
Barbara?
So we're going to count both sides' objections. We haven't done a poll yet, and honestly, I don't think we can do a poll in this trial because we haven't heard the prosecution. There's so much. We've heard one side, and they've put together a good theory of defense. A lot of people say that it sounds good, but the other side we have not heard yet. So we've got to wait and hear that. I do have a request in. I'm constantly monitoring my email here, looking for the email, hoping the court just really quick and getting the video back to us. I'd love to have this to follow next week. Lots of emails, but not the right one. I got an email from Food Lion just for me. There better be a coupon for pickles in here. No, I'll pass.
Your Honor, may I continue?
Yes, sir.
That means that it was this
Right,
objection
so
was
there's a
overruled.
message there that says this week. Shortly after that, what date and time was that sent?
That was sent July 12th, 2021 at 6:55 p.m.
And then after that text message, what is it the defendant says?
Ms. Dantzler states, "We are out of town."
At what date and time was that?
July 12th, 2021 at approximately 6:56 p.m.
No further questions.
This is the evidence the state is pointing out here. July 12th,
Any other questions, Ms. Bennett?
2021.
Try and read this. So the times that you have just stated to Mr. Overstreet, did you read those at the right side of the screen where the conversation is?
Yes, ma'am. Where the text message.
That was the day he
The
died.
highlighted portion in blue, what times does that state?
In blue, that says 7:03 p.m. for the start time, and then last activity of 7:05 p.m.
And then right next, last 70, read this.
Yes, Holly, but the bruising may have been due to the medical treatment she received.
When you
with
look
the
at the
Narcan.
start time, what date does it say there?
That says 5/11/2021.
And so this conversation started at 5:11 and then went into the last activity. Is that what we're reading from that? Is that how is that interpreted?
No, ma'am. Celebrite is displaying that when the phone was downloaded, the communication between Marley Cleaning and Miss Dantzler began back on 5/11/2021, and the last time that they had contact was 7/12/2021. So that entire communication thread that they've had on Miss Dantzler's phone is displayed here, and that's why you're getting the difference in dates and times on the
So
screen.
there were conversations on, like multiple conversations really, not just on the 12s with Marley Cleaning.
Correct. As you can see here, there's other text messages.
And all that they're saying on there is that they, what is it that they're saying on there on the 12s, the last one, the last two?
What was the question?
So basically, Mrs. Dantzler is canceling a cleaning. Is that the extent of that conversation?
Yes, ma'am. On July 12th, that's the conversation.
Okay, thank you.
That's the day that he died, the day that she said
Anything
she
else
was
for this witness?
asleep and does not remember.
Ms. Bennett, anything else for this witness?
No, you can be released.
Thank you, sir, for your testimony. You are released.
We're
Next
flying,
witness.
flying through witnesses. I'm
Your
sorry.
Honor, I call Dawn Collins, please.
Somebody Collins. All these are recalled witnesses. I believe all of these have been on the stand previously, and we're getting just a couple questions out of each one. I cleared that one off. I was completely late in clearing that off. Sorry about that. So, for those that that feel the defendant is not guilty.
While this witness is coming up here, could I have the attorneys at sidebar?
Another sidebar. For those that feel this, how do we explain, or how do you reconcile the testimony that we have now two text messages that were sent after the husband was dead and before the police found him, that were saying that they were out of town and to cancel, to not come over? How do we explain those?
Ma'am, if you would stand up and raise your right hand so our clerk can swear you in. And whenever you're ready to inquire.
Would you please state your name?
Kimberly Dawn Collins,
And Ms. Collins, where do you live?
Ackworth, Georgia.
And do you know Ms. Dantzler?
I do.
How do you know Ms. Dantzler?
We met about 10 years ago through a mutual friend on a trip here to Panama City Beach, girls trip.
And have you kept regular contact with Ms. Dantzler in that 10 years?
I have. As a friend, as someone who's worked for her. Angie employed myself, my daughters, friends of mine. So we've been with Angie for a while, and then as a friend when she was down here in Panama City Beach, come and visit her.
Did you visit Ms. Dantzler after she moved to Panama City?
I did.
How many times did you visit with her?
3 times that I can remember. One was with a friend. One was we came and we visited. We didn't stay with Angie, but we came and we rode the boat and everything. And then one was in June 16th through June 18th of 2020, or a month before the incident occurred.
If you don't mind, if you can speak up just a little bit.
I will. I'm sorry. Okay, is that better?
Did you come and stay in the home with Ms. Dantzler those 3 times?
Only that last time.
And why did you end up coming that last time?
Well, June 16th is Angie's birthday, so I flew down for her birthday, but she had asked me to come.
I would ask you not to say what the
that's okay, but
Ms.
that's why I
Dantzler
flew
said,
down.
please.
Okay, but I flew down, and I was coming down to help Angie move out of the house. I didn't know if it was going to be a long or short duration, and I did get here, and we couldn't move. We didn't think Lonnie was going to be at the house, and so we weren't able to do anything while he was there. So.
And do you recall what date that was that Mr. Dantzler came back?
Oh, he was there on that night that I arrived, June 16th, I believe, yeah.
Okay. How did Mr. Dantzler treat you the first night you were there?
Lonnie was always amiable up front, and then he would start drinking, and he would escalate. And he would become belligerent and mean more towards Angie, not so much myself, but he did make remarks, rude remarks, and it was uncomfortable.
Did you stay how long did you end up staying in the home with Angie and Mr. and Ms. Dantzler?
Well, like I said, we didn't know if it was going to be a long duration or a short duration. And in a couple of days, because Lonnie was drinking from morning to night, it was escalating towards, like I said, not just Angie, but Angie horribly, and then towards myself. So we had scheduled sort of 3 days at first, just to see what we could get done. But in 2 days, I knew I had to leave. And I just felt like it was dangerous. He was escalating. I worked in the ER services. I've seen people escalate like that. Sustained. That's it. Anyway.
I think you've answered the question that I asked. Did anything happen the last night that you were there?
During the day it did, because I left a day early feeling like I was in danger. And I felt like Angie was in danger too. I asked her to come with me because of his escalation. And that morning we were in the kitchen, and he sort of made Angie go with him inside the bedroom, like just kind of grabbed her arm and made her go inside the bedroom. And I was concerned because I already felt like we were in danger. I was in danger. And I heard her holler after a long duration, and I texted her and asked her if she was okay.
I don't want you to state anything that Ms. Dantzler said to you.
Oh, well, she didn't. She didn't answer, and I was very concerned. They finally came out of the bedroom, and I went up to the bedroom that I was staying in. It was a guest room upstairs, and I just felt like I needed to leave. And I felt like she needed to leave. He was a dangerous man, and I felt that while I was there. It's very dark and sinister there, and I didn't know what was going on, but I felt it. And he just kept escalating. And I was scared. I was scared for myself and for hers. And I asked her to come with me.
Thank you very much.
Any questions from the state?
Yes. The defendant never told you that Mr. Dantzler ever laid a hand on her, correct?
No, just that he would become belligerent and rage.
Never beat her, correct?
I was never told that.
When you say you were at the house, was what dates?
June 16th through the 18th. I left a day early and checked into a hotel on the 18th.
So they weren't in Nashville during that time?
June 16th through the 18th?
Yes, ma'am.
No, I was there at the house.
And when you were at the house, you never saw any cameras, correct?
Never saw any. I just was made to understand that there were.
My question is, you never saw any, correct?
I never saw any because they were hidden.
They were hidden?
As far as I understand, because Angie didn't even know where they were.
Angie didn't know where they were?
As far as I understand.
Ooh.
Ms. Dantzler told you she was worth $1.5 million, correct?
She didn't tell me that. She was on dating sites that had to meet a certain quota.
Okay.
Any redirect?
Did you ever do bookkeeping for Ms. Dantzler?
I did not.
And were you aware of whether or not Mr. and Ms. Dantzler had been to Nashville prior to you coming?
Angie told me about what happened in Nashville, you know.
And do you know how, when you got there, how long Ms. Dantzler had been back to Florida from Nashville?
I do not.
Nothing further, thank you.
Anything else of this witness?
No, Your Honor.
Can this witness be excused and released?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am, for your testimony.
Okay, I had to take the whole bottom end off the audio there because she was breathing on the mic so bad.
Next witness.
We fixed it.
Tammy James.
This got really weird. That testimony did not help defense at all. Inconsistent with a lot of prior testimony, including the defendants. Man, what are we counting? We're counting objections. We've got just a rapid fire group of. I'm going to go back to my normal spot here because she's not doing anything super interesting that needs to be seen. But so I'm going to cover the defendant, unfortunately. We've got a bunch of rapid fire witnesses that are coming in, recalled from prior testimony, either yesterday or from the state. Just being asked a handful of questions and then being cleared. And it seems like everyone that comes on is damaging the defense's case. It's the defense calling them.
May I inquire whenever you're ready.
Would you state your name, please?
Tammy James,
Ms. James, where do you live?
Powder Springs, Georgia.
And Ms. James, how long have you known Ms. Dantzler?
About 29 years.
And where did you first meet her?
Elementary school.
Did you ever work with Ms. James? With Ms. Dantzler?
I did.
And in what capacity?
When she started her business, I was her bookkeeper.
Okay. And did Ms. Dantzler do well with her in her cleaning business?
Later on, yes. It was slow in the beginning, starting it, but later on, yes, did pretty well, I thought, yes.
Now, did you continue your relationship with Ms. Dantzler after she married Mr. Dantzler?
Yes.
Did she tell you about did she tell you about meeting Mr. Dantzler prior to the marriage?
Yes.
Did you know she was going to get married?
Yes.
What was her demeanor about when she was about to get married?
Excited. In love.
Did you continue speaking with Ms. Dantzler throughout the 2 years that she was, or nearly 2 years that she was married to Mr. Dantzler?
Yes.
Did you ever talk to her about her marriage?
Yes.
And did things change from happy and in love to a different demeanor?
Careful with the objection here.
Yes. When did that change as far as you knew, from your observation?
Months down the road. Concerns probably within the first, for around 6 months.
Did you ever visit Ms. Dantzler while she lived here in Panama City?
Yes.
And how often did you visit her?
Once.
And when was that?
I don't remember the exact date. Within the first year.
And how were you treated by Mr. Dantzler when you visited?
He was quiet but friendly.
Did you ever have invites to come back?
I did.
And why did you turn them down?
I did not.
You did not what?
I didn't go.
And why did you turn it down?
I really didn't feel comfortable and had things going on my own end.
Now, as you talked to Ms. Dantzler and her demeanor was changing, can you tell me in the last 6 months of her time together with Mr. Dantzler, did you notice any significant change in her demeanor?
Yes.
And what was that? And I'm not asking you to say what she said.
Okay. From what I took, concern, worry, fear.
Did you speak to her in the in the month of July of 2021?
Can't remember the exact date, if it was in late June or early July, but somewhere close around near Father's Day week.
What, at that particular time, what was her demeanor?
I called to check on her, and it was a quiet answer and rush off the phone.
They're flirting with that hearsay.
I don't have anything further.
They did well. Nothing objectionable there.
Any questions from the state?
Ma'am, I'm a little bit confused on the time. You said you met the defendant in elementary school?
When our kids were in elementary school.
Oh, when your children were in elementary school?
I
Okay.
met her at an elementary school.
Okay. I think you said you met her in elementary school, so it was a little confusing.
When our kids were in elementary.
All right. Now, Angela, she had a Kia Sorento or something like that, right?
Yes.
You bought that vehicle for $3,500 from her.
Yes.
And later you found out she was driving an Escalade, correct?
Yes.
And she didn't have any complaints about that Escalade, did she?
No.
And you had multiple invites to the home and to go out to dinner, correct?
Yes.
For both Lonnie and the defendant, correct?
She would give me the invite.
She would give you the invite. You just never made it, correct?
No, we did not.
And Ms. Dantzler never told you that Mr. Dantzler was ever physical with her or hit her, correct?
No.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
Why'd you yell at her? She answered clearly.
I think you indicated you had done some bookkeeping for her in the past, correct?
Yes.
From what years were you doing that bookkeeping?
I don't remember the year it started. but I ended in 2005.
In 2005?
Yes.
So you had no idea what her finances were like in 2020 or 2021, correct?
Can you repeat that?
And you don't know what her finances were like in 2019 on and 21, correct?
That's correct.
Nothing further.
Can you redirect?
You stated you did her bookkeeping in 2000, the last year you did it was 2005.
Yes.
Do you recall what she would be making some months?
In 2005?
Yes, ma'am.
Some months really good. They could be $10,000, $12,000 weeks.
And was that after she had paid her employees?
That's all her invoicing coming in.
And did her business, did you remain friends with her?
Yes, I did.
And did you know what she was doing as far as her business was going? Did she talk to you about that?
Currently?
No, not currently. I'm sorry, from 2005 until 2019.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
Did her business remain, from what you observed, about the same as when you finished doing the books?
I would say she was staying extremely busy.
Okay. I don't have anything further. Thank you.
Any other questions, this witness?
Yeah.
Is she excused and released?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am, for your testimony.
Okay, let's see how many more we have here.
Next witness?
So,
Teresa Fowler.
Teresa Fowler is the next witness, is what I heard. There's so much more to this case. Every time I listen to it, there's just more and more. It's intriguing. I can't wait to listen to the rest of it when we get that from the courthouse. Holly, thank you for the gifted memberships. NC Chick 424, Julie Brendel, Allison S, Victory Panel, and Rondi Rue, all gifted memberships. Thank you, Holly, for that. That's super generous. A lot of people are thinking that, although I said that one witness was not useful in saying in what she provided, but she did corroborate that she did not feel safe there with and the behavior of the husband. That was useful, but some of the other stuff was not useful. So it was a win and a lose at the same time.
You'd have a seat for me, please, ma'am. You may inquire whenever you're ready.
Joanne, this is live. Are you
Ms.
talking about the
Fowler,
other one?
would you please state your name?
Teresa Riggins Fowler.
And Ms. Fowler, how do you know the defendant, Angela Dantzler?
She's my baby sister. That's what we've always joked.
So it's safe to say you've known her entire life?
Yes, ma'am.
What was life like growing up in your family?
We were just a normal family. Mom and dad, they were married 28 years before they divorced. And I was the oldest, and I was always called their little mama. We had a sister with special needs, and then my brother, and then Angie.
Was there ever any abuse in your family?
From my father, yes.
Okay, can you describe that?
Physical abuse, just hitting, slapping.
Was Angie ever the victim of that?
Yes. All of us children were.
Now, Ms. Fowler, did you, did Ms. Dantzler tell you about meeting Lorenzo Dantzler?
No, ma'am.
Did you know before she got married that she was going to get married?
No, ma'am, I did not.
When did you find out that she had gotten married?
It was after they had gotten married. It was at an aunt's funeral. We had an aunt pass away with cancer.
Do you recall when that was at all?
I want to say maybe a month or two at the most. I'm not 100% sure, but I know it wasn't very long afterwards.
Okay. And do you consider yourself close to your sister?
I've always felt we were. There were times we were estranged, you know, as you have sibling kind of fussing.
After Miss Dantzler got married, did you have conversations with her regarding her marriage at any time?
Yes, ma'am.
Did Miss Dantzler ever, well, after you have conversations, when you had conversations regarding her marriage, were you ever concerned for her?
Yes, definitely.
What was her demeanor when you talked to her in, let's say, the last year of her marriage? What was the demeanor of your sister when you spoke of the marriage?
When we would just speak, even just in general, she was very timid. You could hear a fear in her voice. She would talk whispering, and she was in the closet talking, and then she would need to hang up quickly.
Did you ever become concerned about her after speaking with her?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you ever attempt to ask her to leave the marriage?
Yes, ma'am.
And why did you feel that she needed to do that?
I did not feel she was in a safe situation.
Thank you very much.
Okay, here comes Cross. Oh, it's
Mr. Overstreet, any questions?
Yes, Your Honor. So, ma'am, you're the defendant's sister, correct?
Yes.
And she never sent you any photographs of any injuries, correct?
No.
You never seen any injuries on your sister before, correct?
No, because I live in Georgia.
All right. And you talked about being estranged from her at some point, correct?
Oh, everyone has little piddling arguments.
In fact, most of your family is estranged from her, correct?
That's the other family.
Your father?
Right.
Your brother?
Mm-hmm.
Her sons?
No, her sons are not. They've had their arguments off and on.
Now, was your sister's nickname growing up Looney Tunes?
That's what my brother called her.
And when I asked you about lying about your father having a heart attack, that's pretty bad juju. Would you agree with that?
Mm-hmm.
Nothing further.
Anything else, this witness? Should she be excused and released?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am, for your testimony.
man.
Next witness?
Evelyn Harper Waters.
And her sister might be staying in court. Let's see. Nope, she's going to leave. Okay. Bad juju is bad form. It's not good. It's like, oh man, that's you don't do that. That's bad juju. He's referring to, if you look on the thumbnail image, the text message. I think it was saying that they had to go out of town because her father had a heart attack or something, and it didn't happen. That text message was sent the day that the husband was killed. Yes, bad juju is not in the lawyer dictionary, nor was it on my bingo card.
You may inquire.
Would you state your name, please?
It's Evelyn Harper Waters.
Where do you live, Miss Harper Waters?
I live in Hiram, Georgia.
How do you know the Miss Angela Dantzler?
Well, we used to go to church together, so our kids grew up together, and I've been best friends with her for over 24 years.
Is Brandy there? I can't see. We need a close-up.
Now, were you aware that she had met Lonnie Dantzler?
Yes.
And how did you become aware when she first met him?
Well, I actually got to meet him. She had him at her place, and I met him there.
And what was your impression of Mr. Dantzler?
Objection, calls for an opinion.
What was the objection?
Calls for an opinion.
Sustained.
How long was it before the wedding that you met Mr. Dantzler?
Yes.
And were you invited to the wedding?
No, I don't think anybody was.
And did you talk to Miss Dantzler? Well, tell me how she was about getting married. What was her demeanor?
She was on cloud nine. She was so happy.
Did that ever change?
Yes.
Did you continue talking with her by telephone during the time that she was in Florida?
Absolutely, when I was able to.
Did you ever come to see her when you were?
He didn't allow me to be there.
Okay. Miss Dantzler wouldn't allow you to be there?
Mr. Dantzler.
Did you have some difficulty with Mr. Dantzler?
When I first met him.
Okay. When did you first notice that there were problems with Miss Dantzler's marriage?
Gosh, probably about 4 to 6 months into the marriage.
Can you describe when she would discuss her marriage with you? Can you describe what her general demeanor was?
She was scared. She was worried. She wanted to leave, but she couldn't. She cried a lot. At the times that she was allowed to, well, not allowed, but she'd sneak off to call me. She was quiet, and I'd ask her if things were okay, and she said, no, nothing's okay. And
if you will, let's not say what Miss Dantzler said, please. When's the very last time that you talked to her prior to July of this incident occurring?
July 12th.
Okay. And do you recall, and how do you know it was July the 12th?
Because it was on a Monday, and my granddaughter had just come in from school, and my phone records show that it's on the 12th.
Objection. That's not it.
Would be a sidebar.
They're not happy about that. My phone records show that it's on the 12th. The phone records apparently not in evidence. Yeah, Brandy. I talked to Brandy after I was on with the verdict last night, and she said there's a chance she might, if she's got time, pop into the courtroom. She hasn't told me she's going to be there, so we're keeping an eye on it. But I don't think she's going to make. She's got so much stuff to do today. She's a busy girl with family and everything else. Let's see. So we think it's a previous witness who's back there. We can see the sister is back there in the aisle seat, sitting next to the gentleman in the white shirt and the tie. She's the one who testified last. I don't know exactly how far it is from where Brandy lives. This is close by.
The last phone call that you had with Ms. Dantzler, can you describe her demeanor on that phone call?
She was terrified. She was hiding upstairs in the closet. And she was whispering. And she was terrified. And she was crying. And I told her to leave. And that wasn't an option. And then the next thing I know, I hear big heavy steps and I hear a door open and then I hear her hang the phone up or something. And that was the last I spoke to her.
I have nothing further.
Any questions from the state?
Yes. The phone call was when?
July the 12th.
To Angela Dantzler?
Yes. She called me.
She called you?
Mm-hmm.
Your Honor, may I publish State's Exhibit 402?
Phone
Yes, sir.
records incoming. This is to impeach the witness.
Ma'am, I'm showing you the phone call to her phone on July 9th of 2021.
They're not showing us the
It's
close-up.
to her.
Right?
Yes.
Okay.
I told her many times.
All right, this was an outgoing call. See that? It says outgoing.
Yes.
After that, there are no other outgoing calls. Everything's incoming. July 13th, all missed calls. So you're sure you called her or she called you on the 12th?
My phone records, I thought, showed the 12th.
So you're mistaken.
Well, it's possible, yes.
Her phone has no phone calls going out to you or coming in on July 12th, 2021.
Okay.
Madam Clerk, you can take that. Now, did Angela work when she lived in Panama City?
She worked at his office a couple of times, but she did a lot of volunteer work mostly.
So she was out of the house all the time.
I don't know about all the time.
And Mr. Dantzler, he ran a business, correct?
Well, he was at home several times too.
But he was running a business, correct?
Well, of course, he had his own business.
And so your testimony is that every time she needed to speak to you, she needed to sneak away and use the phone?
If she was by herself, she would call and talk to me, and if he come in the door, he would say, who are you talking to? And then we would hang up abruptly.
Now, you didn't like Mr. Dantzler because you believe that when he paid you a compliment, and called you pretty, that somehow that was insulting.
No, what was insulting was when he asked me if I was into swinging.
Ma'am, do you remember giving a deposition?
In my deposition, it says he asked and then it stopped. Nobody wrote the rest of it.
Oh, so the court reporter now you're saying didn't transcribe what it was you said?
Well, it says he asked and then it goes into, he told me that I was pretty. Why would they not finish their sentence?
So you're saying the court reporter did not take down exactly what you said?
I'm saying somebody didn't type it correctly, whatever they heard or didn't hear.
Okay. So when I asked you the question about what had occurred, and you said answer for counsel, it's page 5, lines 6 through 13.
Objection.
Yes, ma'am.
I tell you, you can't sleep on this one. This trial is incredible. So many interesting things. We're seeing this. The state is making some points here. They're scoring some points with hard evidence that conflicts the testimony of the witness. That, in the minds of the jury, you've got to consider that. And it says, Ari, what did you bring into my life? I'm sorry. I don't know why they went to the park. They were all, going to hanging out at the park, going to the swings. That's all I could gather from this last little bit. I don't know. That's it's feisty. It really is. Karen, I feel like these witnesses aren't prepared. Not just the witnesses, but I feel like the defense has not done the homework to find out what testimony they're going to get from the witness. They haven't done any depositions or reviewed them, or maybe they're sort of making their plan as they go along, thinking, well, maybe we could call this person and they might say this, and then they call the witness to the stand, ask a question, and the witness answers the other way. And they're like, really? Oh, okay. No further questions. It just seems like it's like on a shoestring. They're just, or fly by night, I guess is the shoestring would be the budget. And I think they're spending good money, especially their expert witness was great, was wonderful for them. But some of the family and friends, the testimony just, I don't know, hasn't been prepared or hasn't been reviewed thoroughly. It's not helping. We haven't heard the testimony about the swinging from the prosecution yet. We're hoping to get that testimony. For those that are listening to this saying, what is this trial? Where's the beginning of it? The beginning of the trial, we missed. We only heard from the defense on. And so I filed with the court to get copies of everything we've missed from the beginning, from when they called jury all the way through we started this live. So I've requested that. Hopefully we'll be able to get that soon and be able to air the whole trial in its entirety, because I want to follow this. I want to have it like all together so I can get it in one piece.
So, ma'am, when I asked you that question, you answered, he just said, he looked at me, you know how a guy looks at a woman and undresses her. He looks at me and then he told me that I was a very pretty lady. And I said, thank you. And he said that, oh gosh, I told him he better take good care of her. And he said, I plan on it. Remember saying that?
That is correct, but somebody did not put the rest of my conversation without him asking me that.
So your testimony is that the court reporter disregarded what you said when creating the transcript.
It's possible. Human error. Mm-hmm.
That's a tough one. The court reporter is generally...
Angela was extremely jealous
biased
about December Johnson, correct?
Sure.
You would agree sometimes people aren't who you think they are.
What do you mean by that?
Just what I said. Sometimes people aren't who you think they are.
Well, that's true in any situation with anybody.
Nothing further.
Any other questions, this witness?
It looks bad. It looks really bad. I'm not sure if it's the same court reporter, but it's a small county. It might be. Yeah, that's a tough one. Objection counter is what we have going on.
Waters. What was it that was said to you by Mr. Dantzler that caused you concern?
The day that I met him?
Yes.
Angie had slipped off to the bathroom and he was sitting at the bar and I was standing at the bar, and he looked at me and he smiled and I smiled back at him, trying to, I just met him. And he looked at me and he asked me, was I into swinging? And I said, no. And he said, well, you're very pretty. And I said, thank you. And that's when I told him he better take good care of her.
Did you discuss that with Ms. Dantzler right away?
No.
And why not?
I didn't want to make her unhappy. She was so happy. I didn't want to ruin it. And I just figured it was a guy thing. Guys do that. They act like that.
And why did you believe that you spoke to Ms. Dantzler on the 12th of July?
It's been 2 years and maybe I just forgot the date. I knew it was a couple of days before the 14th. So it's just my mistake. But
well, did you know that Ms. Dantzler had more than one phone?
Yes.
And so is it possible that she did call you on the 14th?
Well, extremely possible, but when I see something in front of me, I'm not going to call that a liar.
Did you, and you said that you remembered it was on the 12th. For what reason?
Because it was like 2 or 3 days before the 14th. And I remember that because I said, I just talked to her.
And what specifically made you remember that it was a Monday?
My granddaughter had just come in from school. It was the first day of school, so I knew it was a Monday. and she had come in and asked me why I was crying, and I told her.
Nothing further, thank you.
Where'd your granddaughter go to school?
She goes to Panter Elementary.
Where?
Panter, Panter.
Elementary?
Mm-hmm.
Where's that at?
They're researching
It's
right now.
in Dallas, Dallas, Georgia.
Dallas, Georgia?
Mhm.
First day of school?
No, it wasn't the first day of school.
I thought that's what you just said.
No, it was because it's a Sunday and it was a Monday. No, the first day of school didn't start till August, but this was something special that she was in.
Oh, okay. Definitely true.
Okay, they were going to pin her to the wall, saying
Anything
that
else,
was not
Ms.
the first day of
Witness?
school.
Can this witness be excused and released?
Wow.
Thank you, ma'am, for your testimony.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, he was going for that. He was going for the jugular. Jugular, I guess I should say, not the juggler. The juggler's like a do 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 do.
Next witness.
Circus thing. I can't contain my facial expressions, Miranda. I'm sorry. Oh man, I'm into this trial. Holy cow! Almost regretting watching Thami.
The defense rests.
Boom.
We are going to take a brief break. It'll be for 15 minutes. It is about 2 o'clock, so we'll be back at 2:15. If I could get someone please to come up and escort our jury.
The defense just rested.
Thank you.
So we're done. We might have a verdict tonight if this is a quick verdict. So here's what we're gonna have. We've got jury instructions that happen next. The jury's gonna go out. We've got no. We have a rebuttal. Hold tight. We have rebuttal. We know that the state is calling rebuttal. They're calling, I believe, one of the state's expert witnesses or one of the state witnesses they called today on rebuttal because there was a question that was outside the scope that they wanted him to answer. It might be very short. They could have another expert as well. So we might have a little bit, we might be in for a long afternoon of rebuttal. After rebuttal, we're going to have jury instructions, then closings. We're going to have the state go first, then the prosecution, and then I think the state gets the last little bite at the apple. Then charge the jury, and off they go to deliberate. I know the jury wants to get this done, or at least some of the jury wants to get this done.
We're waiting on
quickly.
bailiff to take y'all downstairs. Do y'all need waters and things downstairs? Thank you.
Peter, I'm trying to figure out a way to do this. I can use StreamYard and have some family members do this to put this up, but I'm supposed to be driving my son way out to a state park, I think east of Raleigh, tomorrow. And so we're going to figure out a way to, if this continues on Saturday, figure out a way to get this live streamed. I wouldn't be able to be in the picture, or maybe I could. I'm thinking. Possibility.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Wishful thinking. We will have a playlist in order once we get all the videos. This is just the second day we've been following the trial, so we've requested with the FOIA request for Bay County. I'm just waiting for basically them to tell me how much it costs. Once we pay, they should give me the links. We'll download it, and we hopefully, if they're quick. I mean, sometimes it takes 2 months. That would be a nightmare, but if they're quick, we should
The
be able
jury
to get
having
this right
exited,
away.
please be seated. Anything the state of the defense needs to address at this point?
Just for roadmap purposes, the state's going to call 2 witnesses. They're very brief. So I think we're going to roll right into closing probably much earlier than we thought.
Good.
Anything the defense needs to address? So after recess, then the parties are agreeable, then it'll be the state's rebuttal.
Yes, ma'am.
You agree with that? But after the break, we'll be ready to go forward with whatever the state has for rebuttal.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
All right, we'll be in recess then until about 2:15. As soon as the jury's lined back up, I'll be out and we'll be ready.
That's a 10-minute break for them. They're an hour behind me. They're in Central Time. Yes, we want to know the prosecution. Jamie, we're going to hear, if we don't get the we're going to watch the rest of this trial as long as it's available. Okay, unless of course, if this drags into next week and we don't get the FOIA request back right away, or if we do get the FOIA request back right away, we're going to save the end part and watch it from the beginning, so we don't know the end. Or at least we'll try to pretend we won't find out what the end is. I keep checking my email, hoping that the court will just email me just send me the money. I'll click the button and pay, and we'll get those videos. And we want to follow this. But we are going to hear the prosecution in closing. They'll help pretty much wrap up everything together. We're going to hear basically all the key bits of evidence, the things that they don't think are match up with the story that the defense is telling us. So we'll hear that soon. But I want to hear it in trial. I want to hear it come out in evidence. So we definitely want to follow this from the beginning. Jamie Lee, also, the state's attitude with the defendant yesterday was unbelievable, and she stayed so calm through all of it. Kelly, I will do verdict eyebrows when we're with Brandy. So maybe if Brandy's there in the courtroom, I might put them on in honor of her, but they're going to stay over there on the shelf for now. All right. Let's see, a couple questions. Suzanne wants to know why not call the police right away and claim self-defense. Suzanne, you have to heard the testimony from her yesterday. Her husband had connections with the police department. They would hang out a lot. Like the officers and her husband were always together because of some business thing they were doing. They were next to each other, and he said because of that, he was untouchable. Basically, they won't believe you. Anything you do. He isolated her from that and said, basically made it so that the police was not an option for her. What city is this taking place in? This is in Panama City, I believe. It's Panama City. Where's our, let me check. It's in Bay County. I have to look at my paperwork. No, I think it's Panama City. Anyway, it's Bay County, Florida, in the Panhandle, not far from Panama City, not far from Brandy. So she said it's like 10 minutes away. Okay, let's go right here for just a second. There we go. So we've got a quick 10-minute break. The jury gets a break, and then we're going to go to rebuttal. They said 2 witnesses the state's going to call in rebuttal, and they'll both be very brief. So probably if it takes more than half an hour, I'll be surprised. I just believe her, and maybe I'm a fool. She seems very believable. Very believable. Covering cameras is suspicious, yes, but when she tells her story and saying, I was running away, I was getting out of there, and I couldn't have him seeing me and finding out that I was leaving. She starts spraying the cameras, covering them up, and guess what happens? He comes home early. She thought she had enough time, and it didn't work. So her story checks out if you look at her, her response to that. She does seem believable. Her friends, less so. Her friends are more problematic, I think, in their testimony. Some of it is good, some of it is solid, but some of the details that the friends thought they were very firm on has been countered by the state with the evidence, and that's hurt a little bit. Wouldn't covering the cameras be just as suspicious? Jamie, yes. If you look at it and say she was planning the murder, so she spray painted the camera and covered them up and then shot him, so there would be no evidence. But if you look at her story and saying, I was getting out of there, this was my day, I was not putting up with this any longer, I'm going to make a run for it while he's at work. And I know he watches me through the cameras, so I'm going to spray paint, cover everything up, unplug, pack everything up and go. Well, she starts doing that, and he comes home early. Maybe her suspicion was right. He was monitoring her, and she didn't have enough time. She thought she had enough time to do it, but no, he gets home and instead he stops her from going, according to her testimony. Says, I'm going to be the one that tells you when you leave. You leave on my terms, not on yours. She overdosed after shooting him. Okay, so also that would seem problematic. It seemed to fit into the state's narrative of the events, but according to defense, and we have to look at this and say, is this reasonable? According to defense, she says, I knew that his family hated me, and as soon as they found out what I had done, they would kill me. And so she says, I can't go to the police. I can't run now. You know, all she could do, she said, I just wanted to make my peace with God and die and just end it right there. And so that lines up. Now, what happened between then and when she was arrested, that's a little harder to explain. According to defense, she says, I thought I was dead. She had taken all this medication, which by all accounts should have knocked her out. And a lot of events happened during that time. There was several, they say a lot of marijuana blunts on the floor around his body, but no THC in his system. There was in hers. There was 4 feet of laundry piled up over his body, just hiding the corpse. She doesn't remember how that got there and can't account for that. She was up in bed with some guns under the blankets. And when the police showed up, she didn't respond. She was out of it, apparently. The police had to break the door down. You can see the broken door on the body camera footage. Then they came in, they found the body downstairs. They go upstairs, clearing the house, find her, pull the blanket back. She reaches for a gun, and they end up tasing her to take her into custody. She doesn't remember that either. She doesn't remember anything until she wakes up in the hospital, like a day later. Too much shady stuff in the mix, in my humble opinion, says Ayden. We have 2 more witnesses, 2 more. Rudy says not buying it. That's not buying the story. It's not checking out for Rudy. But he would have noticed if the cameras were down, which would have made him suspicious, and that would have explained why he came home early and caught her. Did she ever say if he asked her about covering the cameras? I don't remember if he asked her. I don't think that was brought up. Michelle Mo, oh wow, thanks. All right, I'm just catching the tail end. Yeah, we all are. We're so excited to get the video from the courthouse as soon as they process my request. I'm checking my email every 15 seconds trying to see if it's come through. But we have an objection counter right there. Oops, on the screen. There it is. We're counting all the objections because these witnesses were all basically testifying the same thing. The purpose for these last few witnesses for defense were to let us know sort of what they observed or what they felt was Angela's mindset or state when, right at the end. Was she really concerned? Was she fearful? Were things different? She was quiet on the phone. She's talking in the closet, hanging up rapidly. All these things all sort of was the same thing. The state objected to all this coming in. They said this is hearsay. It's sort of like an end run around the hearsay rule because you're saying what did you feel was going on, and they objected. The state said we're going to allow it, or the judge says we're going to allow it, but you have your objection button ready, and there were only 6 objections. Some of them were by defense, so not a ton there. I'm going to go ahead and clear the counter off for that. We'll go back to, let's see, 3 there. All right, Melody says, I'm all in on her story. Many of you who have experience in this, who have either sadly had personal experience in an abusive relationship or have been around somebody who's been in it, see the same signs and the same telltale activities and behaviors, and are saying this checks out. This is 100% real, or I'm buying it, the entire story. I feel like Amber Heard has made people more skeptical about domestic violence. That's another side of it. Those who did not suffer it, and I do think it's a minority, but those who did not actually suffer domestic violence and claim they have, to use it as a weapon against someone. Eileen says, your facial expressions are priceless today. I'm a bit behind, so forget my unplaced comments. It's all right. When you hear this one, when you catch up, thank you. In a house with dead husband. Yes, that's where they found her. And the husband had been shot multiple times with different guns, different calibers of guns, from different angles. Okay. My question is, says CJ Martin, you do all this to leave, then use self-defense, but try to take yourself out. Why? CJ, I would say if you can, if you didn't get to watch yesterday, listen to Angela's explanation for that. And although it might not make sense to someone who hasn't been in that situation, the way she described it, it did make sense. Even though that might not have been what I would do had I been, thinking that I would be in her situation, because I haven't experienced what she has. But when you look at the totality of the situation she was dealing with the fact that she felt she couldn't go to the police, she said that he already killed another guy, according to her, killed another guy who was giving them trouble at the business, and he was found dead in his car, and no harm came to him. He says, I can do it to you too. You can't go to the police. It's not going to help you. So police was out of the option. The family on the other side didn't like her, and she was worried. She was scared of them as well. So she basically felt she wanted to get out, and she had to end it. She wanted to run away. She says her plan was not to kill him. She wanted to just get away and run and be free. But she ended up shooting him, and she said, once they find out, they're going to kill me. They'll find me and they'll kill me. And she just wanted to end it. So it makes sense. Her story, as convoluted as it seems, as the state wants to make it seem, it does check out from beginning to end. It seems smooth and seems consistent. What did I miss? Oh, not much, Lynn. Do you have Pickles? You missed a little bit of Pickles as well in a break. Fun and Funky says, I got ads played during your live stream for the first time that I've ever watched a live stream on any channel. Weird, but no biggie. Did anyone else get ads? Did I click on it? Usually, for that to happen, I have to click on a button. There's a little button up here that says Insert Ad on my screen. It's right there, and I think I've clicked on it once on accident when I was trying to clear it, because sometimes it'll pop up and say, hey, did you forget about me? Insert ads. You make more money. I don't like watching live streams that have ads interruptions because it literally covers up something and I miss something. I don't like it, so I don't serve those up for you, but I apologize if you got ads. Hopefully there was something good, like for Pickles or something. Oh man, some people are getting ads. If I did it, I do apologize. I got ads, never before. Hopefully they were good ones. I do apologize for that. No ads. The one fix for that is having a YouTube Premium, but that's a little spendy, and that's not always an option for everyone. Got 2 ads the other day. I know on replay YouTube will do it. So possibly if you're not up to live, it might put more ads in, because YouTube is more aggressive with ads on a replay than on a live, is my understanding. But I've selected to not have any ads. Okay, pickle punishment ads. That's why God gave us the skip button. And any ad you see should have a skip button. If you go to the edit, when I'm setting up every single live stream on the monetization side, because I do want to make some money off of this, but on the monetization side, I can say, do I want the ads to be skippable? And one of the options is to remove that and make you have to watch the entire ad. And some of those ads are like 2 minutes long. It's like, nope. So it's not worth the extra 30 cents a day that I would get from you guys watching an ad that you have no desire in watching. Rudy, I do apologize. If it came during the live, I might have clicked on it. Are we doing a podcast tonight? Yes, we are. The Not Relevant podcast is live. We will have a dad joke segment. If you're a fan, just know that we're going to have some jokes. So bring your A game. We're gonna try to. I think it's trying to make the other person laugh or crack up. We'll see. Thomas and I are going to sort of face off, so to speak, with some dad jokes back and forth. Okay, let's see. We should be back right now. We're still just seeing the witness. I think that's the witness stand. I've seen 1 hour long ads. First of all, no. Who would want to do a 2 hour ad? Skippable 2 hour ad. That is like a feature length movie. That is not an advertisement. Can you imagine how much it costs that company to be like, oh, I'd like to advertise on YouTube My ad is 2 hours long. What will that cost me? That would cost a fortune. At least we know they feel your channel is ad worthy. Rudy, that's the upside. We haven't been demonetized for all today's swinging talk and everything else we got into. And we did get into it. Yes, you can send dad jokes to the burner. I need all the help I can get. I need to win this contest with Thomas. Petrified. I just don't think the payout is justified. If you're just trying to get views, the cost for ads is really high. It's just not there. Plus, YouTube takes a cut 30%, or I guess the ads, I think they take 50%. So yes, we do have a podcast tonight at 8:00 on this channel. We'll be live. Weather Watch and I will be on at 8:00. Hopefully, we'll have a verdict by then. What if we're in a verdict watch through the evening? It could happen. Don't wish that on us. I think it'll be faster, Minnesota Nice. I think, first of all, we have only 2 witnesses left on rebuttal for the state. Then we're into closing arguments. The whole trial took a week. I don't think we're going to take more than an hour each. So that puts us 3, 4, 5, 6 o'clock. Couple hours. That could be. Oh, man. We could have... I tell you what we'll do. We'll do the podcast, and we'll have a verdict watch counter, deliberation counter going in the corner. And when it comes in, we'll follow it live on the podcast, and then we'll go back to the podcast. Does that work? Why on earth don't they have all her phone information? Hannah, ouch, that hurt. Ow. Just scratched my knee and just like ripped a hair out. And it was extremely painful. Why on earth don't they have all her phone information? I think they do, Hannah. Think of this. You might have a friend that has multiple phones. Okay, there was a time when I carried multiple phones. I only carried 2. I didn't have 3, but Angela had 3 phones. When you call your friend, do you call one number and they're not answering, and then you call the other number, and then you call the other number? Probably not. If they're all cell phones, you probably have this is the number I call her on. So I don't think her having multiple phones, one was probably for work, one was probably for, the storage unit work, one was for the cleaning work, one was for her personal phone. I think they have all the ads. What's the Father Buffalo taste?
Is the jury line back up?
Bye, son.
Thank you.
I like it. We're getting started already. Boy bailiff, front and center, please.
While we're waiting, I did have one follow-up question regarding this evening versus tomorrow. Based on the timetable that appears we're on, then is the state and defense agreeable then to us going forward with closing and final instructions and let them deliberate this afternoon and tonight?
Yes, ma'am.
And I know I had mentioning this to the jury. That was when the anticipated time was later in the afternoon. But this is more along the lines of some of the times that we're normally getting into this for all of our other trials. So are y'all agreeable for me not addressing anything further with the jury?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so it sounds like they're ahead of schedule. There's Boy Bailiff.
Oh.
I hope if a guilty that is a lesser charge, I worry about a hung jury in this.
Ready to bring the jury back in?
Michelle, hang on. Let me.
Yes, ma'am.
We can bring our jury in, please.
Let me check, see if we can get you fixed. If there is anyone who's unable to comment in chat, reach out to me on the burner phone. Sometimes people accidentally get put in the timeout box. Now, first, Michelle, you didn't do anything naughty, right? I have to ask you this. Under oath, raise your right hand. Do you swear under penalty of advertisements on all your live streams that you didn't do anything wrong in the live stream, Michelle? So help you, YouTube. Okay, all right. If you didn't do anything naughty, I'll take you out of the timeout box if you're in there. Let me check.
Please be seated. With the defense now having rested their case, is there anything from the state?
Yes, Your Honor, briefly. Dr. J. Radke.
Michelle, I don't show you in the timeout box. Check to make sure you didn't accidentally unsubscribe, because you have to be a subscriber to chat. But that's it. I've gone over it like 6 times and I don't see you there.
You may inquire.
Dr. Radke, earlier we talked about stippling. What again is stippling?
So stippling is when the unburnt and still burning gunpowder strike the skin and cause some very small abrasions.
And what distance does that occur in?
Generally under 3 feet.
And did Mr. Dantzler have any stippling in any other gunshot wound besides the head?
No.
Nothing further.
Any questions?
Meaning he was not close up.
Thank you, sir, for your testimony.
But he was also wearing clothing, which would prevent the stippling.
Yes, sir. Another witness.
Next call, Dr. Romaine Barrett.
Nurse for God, thank you very much. Just gifted a membership, and that went to Mary Murphy. We're now halfway through the rebuttal. We're moving right along here. This is so quick. Defense is not quick on the reply sometimes.
May inquire.
Good afternoon, doctor. Can you state your name for the record?
Hi, Romaine Barrett.
And sir, where are you currently employed?
Currently, I'm at HCA Gulf Coast Hospital.
All right. Back in July of 2021, where were you working?
Ascension Sacred Heart Bay.
And what position did you hold there?
Hospitalist.
All right. And sir, what's your educational background?
Bachelor of Surgery, Bachelor of Medicine, which is also an MD.
All right. So you're a medical doctor, correct?
That is correct.
And sir, if you could just speak up just a little bit for me.
Maybe you can move the microphone a little closer to you if you need to.
Okay.
And how long have you been practicing medicine?
Since 2013.
All right. And I'll tender for voir dire if there's any questions. Okay. Did you have a patient that arrived at Bay Ascension Sacred Heart back in July 14th of 2021 by the name of Angela Dantzler?
I did.
All right. And what was she being treated for?
Altered mental status, parasuicide.
And when an individual is taken into the hospital, are they evaluated for any injuries?
Yeah.
Did Ms. Dantzler have any injuries besides the taser probes that had been stuck into her?
Not that we noted.
All right. How many days did she stay in the hospital?
I think 5 days, if my memory serves me right.
Why was she in the hospital for 5 days?
Well, she was altered, so we had to.
She was
several
altered.
things. She was Baker acted 1. We presume she likely overdosed on Tylenol too, and we had to treat that. And of course, we had to monitor so that her mental status was back to baseline. So all of those factors.
Now, were there any doses of Narcan given to her?
If I recall, we gave a total of 3 doses.
All right. Sir, what is a sternum rub?
It's when a medical provider exert a painful stimulus to the sternum to elicit any response from someone that's unresponsive at the time of your assessment.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes, sir.
I'm showing you what's been entered into evidence as defense exhibit H1. Sir, looking at that photograph, were you able to tell whether or not that bruising on the chest was from sternum rubs?
Given the totality of the circumstance, I would say it's likely from a sternal rub.
Yes, sir.
They're publishing a picture of her
And as you
chest
indicated
with a big
before,
bruise
over
on
the
it.
course of the 5 days, did the hospital notice any injuries on Ms. Dantzler?
No.
Did she complain of any injuries?
No.
When she was discharged, was she checked for any injuries?
Specifically, I would say no.
Okay. But had any developed that were notated in any of the medical documents or charts?
No.
All right. What does acetaminophen or Tylenol, what would an overdose do to a person?
Primarily, it's toxic to the liver. It by itself wouldn't really cause a mental status change like we had with Ms. Dantzler.
Okay. And does the acetaminophen, the toxicity in the liver, does it do anything to the human body or the cardiovascular system?
Theoretically, it could, but more commonly, it's mostly just a hepatotoxic, meaning toxic to the liver.
Okay. While Ms. Dantzler was in the hospital, was she given any doses of heparin?
Routinely, especially if you're not mobile in bed, we would administer heparin on a daily basis to prophylax against developing like a clot in the leg.
All right. What does
yes.
What does heparin do?
It's an anticoagulant. It intervenes in the coagulation pathway to limit the chances of you developing a clot due to immobility while you're lying in bed, not moving.
Does it thin your blood?
Definitely.
Does it cause you to bruise more easily?
Yeah.
Nothing further.
Ms. Bennett?
Yes.
It's their last chance before closing.
Good afternoon, doctor.
Good afternoon.
So you stated that Mrs. Dantzler came in with an altered mental status.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
Simply unresponsive at the time.
Okay. If someone is unresponsive, it is normally, there are some tests done to see if there's a pain reflex. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And the sternum rub is one of the more severe tests that can be done.
Yes.
One would first check for some pain reflex in the feet or hands or anywhere before doing a sternum rub.
That's an option.
If a person has a pain reflex to a lighter pain in the hands or feet, would a sternum rub would that be necessary?
No.
So if Mrs. Dantzler came in and she would have corneal reflexes and is responsive to pain in all 4 extremities, a sternum rub would not routinely be done, correct?
No.
Not correct, or it wouldn't be done?
It would be done.
It would still be done? And would the sternum rub be, would that be in her medical records?
It depends. We don't specifically like notate sternum rub performed. We would say no response to painful stimuli, or response to painful stimuli, or after deep sternum. But yeah, it's hard.
Do you know whether a sternum rub was performed on Ms. Dantzler?
I myself did not do one, so and having not seen the documentation specifically stating that they did one, it's hard for me to state that it was.
You stated that Mrs. Dantzler was given Narcan. Yeah. Narcan can be given in different forms, correct?
Yeah.
What medical professionals, what form do they usually use to administer Narcan?
Well, intranasal.
Intranasal, are there other forms?
IV.
Now, somebody who is unresponsive and has an altered mental status, once they come to, would they be maybe confused, lethargic?
Yeah.
Would they, can it be that they don't make a whole lot of sense with their actions?
That's possible.
So they might not say, hey, I have a bruise, can you look at this?
That is correct.
Speaking of bruises, do they show up in a dark color right away?
Typically could be a few days.
Would a bruise necessarily be mentioned in her medical chart?
If it's significant, yeah.
But it could also be that it's not.
Yeah.
Just maybe.
Shlomo, thanks for the update on Brandon. 42
That's all
years.
the questions I have. Thank you. Can you redirect?
Let's redirect. I think it was after about 2 days, Ms. Dantzler was out of that incoherent state, correct?
Yeah.
And she was Baker acted and sent to talk to a psychiatrist, correct?
That's correct.
Yes.
She didn't like the psychiatrist part. They did do a mental evaluation on her. The court did as well. The court had one done. Maybe that was what was ordered. Where are the eyebrows, says Sean? They're within arm's reach. I can get them if I need them. Was outside of direct. Is that, you think that's what the objection is? Outside of direct, his redirect should be within scope. That's a good one, Dodie. Got arrested for downloading Wikipedia. I told them I could explain everything. This doctor does not seem so confident personally to say 3 shots without medical records in front of him, and then he would not have said doses, etc. Yeah, he seemed like a good witness for the prosecution initially, but defense, the way they've been able to get him to say he doesn't know if Narcan was administered, if the sternum rub was administered. I guess they know that Narcan was, but they don't know if the sternum rub occurred. I think he's a doctor. He's a medical doctor, is my understanding. He was a hospitalist at the time. Didn't they call him doctor? Is he like, he's like a nurse? Is that basically what we're saying? There are different levels of nurses, but he's an MD, a real doctor. Lizzie's asking the question we're all asking. What on earth is a hospitalist? Let's see. Somebody says, I have a question. Where can we watch her on the stand yesterday? On our channel. We followed this, and it was yesterday afternoon. So basically, during Verdict Watch yesterday afternoon, let me start over. Scratch that. That was terrible. Start over. It is my intention to air this entire trial from beginning to end as a trial that we cover. It would not be live at the time we did it, obviously, because it's live right now. I'm waiting. Excuse me. I'm waiting for the FOIA request to come back from Florida so we can get the video from the days that we missed, because we did miss Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. We only watched the afternoon of Thursday and Friday. I have all of Thursday recorded, and we did a Thursday and Friday. We're doing Friday right now. So I guess I probably should go back and request the entire trial, because I'd like to have the video without me in it. Anyway, that's my goal. But if you just want to go back and watch the defendant on the stand, we started watching with her already on the stand. I do have her whole video as well, so we can play that even without that. But we might do I want to watch it with you guys, so I don't want to just post it and have everyone watch it whenever. I want to watch it with you guys because I love your feedback. I love your questions.
Doctor, after a couple of days in the hospital, she was coherent again, correct?
She was.
She complained of no injuries, correct?
She didn't.
Nothing further.
Any other questions, this witness?
If a patient has a bruise, they don't necessarily need treatment for bruising, right?
That is correct.
And not all of them mentioned that they want to have treatment for bruising, right?
That is correct.
Thank you. That's all I have.
This witness be excused and released.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir, for your testimony. You are excused and released.
And with that concludes the evidentiary portion of the trial. We're moving straight into possibly jury instructions and closings.
Anything else?
The state restaurant.
Can I meet state and defense at sidebar?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, we're done. We're done. So, man, this is a crazy case. I cannot wait to get the full video. He flew off the stand. He did not want to be there. There were a couple witnesses. The video we have from yesterday that we started the show this morning, I realized this morning it was really confusing because the live stream didn't come in, and then another court was using the same YouTube channel, and it just wasn't there, and it took a while. So I started watching the live stream from Thursday morning. It was the recorded video from Thursday morning before the defendant took the stand. I started showing that, and then the live stream came in, so we cut away, and so a lot of people were confused, thinking we were watching prior stuff. Basically, there's very little of the prior we got to watch, almost none. Yes, we need them in order.
They're going to be able to go back to A. We're going to take a brief recess. Y'all will be going back to courtroom.
Sherry Smith, I can't wait. I can't wait to hear prosecution. It's going to be interesting on the close, but I can't wait to hear the whole thing. They're on Central Time. They're in the Panhandle of Florida, just far enough west that they're not on Eastern Time. Do you have the body cam video of the police coming in? That was shown in court. I don't have the body cam by itself. I've seen it in news stories from this. I might be able to request it from Panama City. Let me do that real quickly. Just to get the standalone. That might be slow to get to me, but I want the whole thing. Panama City, Florida. Public records request. And you get good at this stuff here. There's the contacts.
Please be seated. With the jury having exited and the state resting their case, the defense resting their case, the state doing rebuttal, and now having rested, is there anything from the defense?
State will renew the motion for judgment of acquittal at this time.
The state
And,
or the defense?
The defense.
Yeah.
Yes, the defense will do that too.
The state will renew the judgment for acquittal.
At this time, we would maintain that the elements of first-degree murder have not been proven. And the reason for that is there's three elements to it. The elements pertaining to guilt are, if there's only circumstantial evidence pertaining to guilt, then the state has to disprove beyond a reasonable doubt all defenses that the defense has brought forth. And the case law that supports that, it's two cases. One is a Supreme Court case from 2016 that is Knight v. State, and the citation is 186 Southern 3rd, 1005. And it was brought up again by the Court of Appeals for the First District. This, however, is still subject to review because it is not final, but it is 336 Southern 3rd, 858. And I'm handing a copy to the state.
I think there's no way that the judge is going to grant this. I think the state has put forward enough evidence that she has to view this in the light most favorable to the state. So I'm pretty sure that the judge is going to say this has to go to the jury.
And the Knight case, the Supreme Court case at this time, is the controlling case in this matter. And in that case, the Supreme Court has addressed if there is a motion for judgment of acquittal by reason of circumstantial evidence, the court has looked at whether that would apply to all or to some elements. And they found that some elements can be that do not pertain to guilt, the guilt of the defendant. They don't fall within that, but the ones that are the one that go to the books of guilt of the defendants, those are only proven by circumstantial evidence. Like I said, they have to overcome the defense for beyond a reasonable doubt. In Ms. Dantzler's case, the first element would be Lorenzo Dantzler is dead. Now, that is whether that is proven by circumstantial or actual evidence is not really mattering in this line because it's not going to Ms. Dantzler's guilt. It is solely a fact that is at that point just a fact. The death was caused by the criminal act of Angela Ricketts Dantzler. And if I may just repeat water.
Yes, ma'am.
Now that element was proven by the state, if at all, which we're certainly not conceding, only by circumstantial evidence. The third element, that was a premeditated killing of Lorenzo Dantzler, was also only proven by circumstantial evidence. So in this case, we would maintain that a judgment of acquittal should be granted because the state has not overcome the defense, the defendant's defense, for lack of a better term. And
we've thought about her accent quite a bit. Some people say Germany, some say Norway, some say Netherlands. I don't know. When I was over in England one summer, my hair bleached completely blonde on top. and I have no idea how. I thought it was sun bleached, but now that I think about it, I think a buddy pranked me and put something in the shampoo.
And so going to the ninth case again, that is the one that is controlling. The court states, and this is on page 6 of 7, in the first paragraph to the left, this is a case about constructive possession of a drug, so that's why they refer specifically to it. But what it says is when constructive possession is shown by circumstantial evidence, as here, the evidence must be inconsistent with the defense's theory of innocence. And so that is essentially what we're maintaining in the same line of thought, that what the state has shown may be the state's case, but it is they haven't gone over the hurdle of showing that it is inconsistent with our defense. So for that reason, we would ask that the judgment of acquittal be granted.
1.99. Response from the state.
The current standard is whether or not there's sufficient evidence to go to a jury in which a reasonable jury could find the defendant guilty. There's sufficient evidence based on all the testimony that the court has heard, and the jury has heard here in court today to satisfy all 3 elements of the motion sheet.
Thank you, Nurse for God, for the
Anything
super
else
chat.
from the state of the defense on this issue?
No, Your Honor.
No, ma'am.
That motion is denied.
And Mandy Belsick. Mandy
Any
Belsick.
other matters y'all want to address before we bring the jury in?
Thank you very much for the super
Ms. Bennett?
chat as well with the super sticker.
No, ma'am.
Then at this time, we'll bring the jury back in. The jury will then be ready to receive closing. After closing, I will read the final instructions. We do need to address what is going to go back with the jury. Is that something y'all want to address before we bring them in?
I believe everything except the firearms would be appropriate.
So the items that were not opened,
Correct.
are you still you want them to go back with them?
I don't think there's any need for them to go back since they're unopened.
In addition to the firearms, it may be prudent to leave the items that have biohazardous material in them in the courtroom until or unless the jury asks to see them.
Which is basically everything.
I'm just trying to find out what y'all have left.
I'm thinking
No, I think we'll just tell them if they need to see anything, we'll bring them out.
Now they went
I don't think there's any, obviously
they just went from, send it all back. Don't send the
Well, we
guns.
disagree with that. We would ask that.
So don't send anything. Make
I
them
think
ask
there's
for it.
several items that can be brought back, including the book. And there's items that are not hazardous, like I'd say the fragments, for instance, can certainly go back. And
Are the fragments, but they're not opened, correct? Aren't they sealed?
yes, that's correct. But they have their the stamps, the little stickers on there, so they can see where the items were and where they were found, which was one of the. It would probably help them to see that, because when Mr. Hill testified, they were like, this fragment was here and this fragment was there. So to be able to read the stickers and say, okay, this was found here and this was found there is probably going to be more helpful than to have to come in for each fragment, of which there are like 100 and some.
Okay, if they want to see the photos, though, aren't they going to have to come out to see all the photos except what's in the defense book?
unless the state provides them that laptop that I discussed. It's over in my office, but I can have it brought over.
The state didn't bring the evidence.
Laptop and all of the digital exhibits can go back with them. I just didn't anticipate how fast we were able to get through things, but I can have that retrieved and brought over.
Okay, we can address that once they get back there then. Once they go back in the back, I'm just going to ask the state and defense if they'll come up and any items that can go back that y'all want to go back, if y'all will grab those. Yeah. Or at least tell my bailiff what those are.
May I talk to my investigator?
Yes.
Including the bong. The bong goes back there as well.
Yeah, go to the bathroom real quick.
Yes, ma'am. We can go off Blue Man.
What does it mean to go off Blue Man? I'm not sure what that is. Sorry, I keep checking for. I think we're off audio. Blue Man is audio, apparently. Okay. You said mod chat? Yeah, the criminal defense lawyer is a list German. Where's the mic drop? Okay, so let's see. We're about to closing arguments. Wonder what our first language is. Blue Man Group does great audio. I've heard better. I've heard better. Definitely something in the shampoo. I'm in the UK. Definitely not going to get sun bleached hair over here. Yeah, I think somebody they put some bleach or something in my shampoo bottle, and I ended up going like almost completely blonde, but just on top. Okay, and just for the record, I mean, I've always, for my entire life, I've washed all my hair when I wash my hair. So I'm surprised that the whole thing didn't go blonde, but it was just the top. So that's why I say it was sun bleach, because it was just the part on top. And maybe it was a chemical they put in there or something. I was around a couple pranksters. Weather Watch, are you here? LinkedIn says German. I've got, I'll give you a run for your money on the dad jokes. I'm ready, locked and loaded. And I also added a story there to the rundown if you want to possibly read through that. I'm not even sure what to summarize it as, but it's just bizarre. And since it's No Pants Friday, I thought it was appropriate. Okay, UV light activated trick shampoo. That's what it was. Trick shampoo hair bleach is how it worked out. But how did it look? It looked great. I thought it looked great. I thought it was cool. Of course, at the time, I thought the sun was doing it. But it looked like, I had this, this color of hair, and then...
In defense, need a few more minutes before we bring them in?
I'm ready.
State's ready, Your Honor.
Ms. Bennett, are you ready for them to come in?
Come on. May have tricked you, and the dad jokes won't even be on this segment tonight. Well, we might have Verdict Watch on the segment tonight, so that could spin things up a little as well. More likely to be seagull poop, says Peter Steele. Why, thank you. There's a pleasant thought. If it was very evenly spaced all over the top of my head, just where the sun hit. The sides did not get bleached, nor did my shoulders. So the aim was very good of the seagulls. Pictures, it never happened. I do have a picture of it. I'll have to dig it up. Don't let me forget. Sometime I'll do that.
Hey, Jenny.
Yes. Oh, I'm not Jenny, but it was just right in my ear, so I just answer. You can call me anything, and I'll respond. Apparently. I paid big money to get my hair done like that. It was free for me. Okay. Hot take from Cher says her closing will stink, but so will his. I think we're going to see more of the fiery passion if he does the closing, which he's done everything. I think he's done pretty much almost all the...
No, we need to wait. Ms. Bennett wasn't ready. Are you ready? Okay.
She said she's ready.
Yours entering.
There they come. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, no, that's something else. Buttercup, how are you doing? Rebecca, good to have you here as well. We offer some amazing freebies here in the UK. You really do. Oh, the flat top.
Please be seated.
Those were the days. I never got one. My mom
Case number
wouldn't let me.
21 TF 2919, State of Florida versus Angela Dantzler. Is the state ready? Is the defense ready? Both the state and the defendant have now rested their case. The attorneys now will present their final arguments. Please remember that what the attorneys say is not evidence or your instruction on the law. However, do listen closely to their arguments. They are intended to aid you in understanding the case. Each side will have equal time, but the state is entitled to divide this time between an opening argument and a rebuttal argument after the defendant has spoken. Whenever you're ready. Yes, sir.
That wasn't enough time. I couldn't get a break.
Good afternoon.
I thought we got all the instructions.
Thank all of you for your time, your attention, your patience.
I'm going to move in the top corner here.
Angela Dantzler murdered Lorenzo Dantzler in premeditated cold blood. This is the perfect example of premeditated. Lorenzo Dantzler, stage 241, was the victim of repeated abuse at the hands of Angela Dantzler.
Apparently, we're getting audio only for this portion of the
Her
trial.
jealous, controlling nature was a shock to a man who had been married for 38 years to a woman he loved. And when she passed away and he needed companionship, he made a fatal mistake with Angela Dantzler. You learned about that Nashville trip as we got closer and closer to the homicide. The controlling nature, the jealous nature of Angela Dantzler. She had beat him up again up in Nashville, had to have her kicked out of the room. She took all of his belongings, his credit cards, his ID, so he wouldn't be able to get home to punish him. You know the last known ring camera footage from July 11th of 2021. Lorenzo Dantzler walking with his dogs, Angela Dantzler coming and sitting down behind him as he went to grill the two of them some steaks. He's wearing the yellow shirt that his dead body was found wearing, the pants, the shorts that he was wearing that were found in the living room off of his body as he crawled away from being shot. But he was wearing a gun on his hip. He thought it's just a regular night.
Are you kidding me?
Had no idea what that woman who went back inside had planned. Lorenzo Dantzler never came to work on July 12, 2020. Recall the testimony of the two co-workers, Emily McCrone and Eric Fuzzy Pinchek. Mr. Dantzler was someone who would arrive 7:30, 8 o'clock in the morning, and both of them were there, and he never came. Why didn't he come? He was dead. Dead. The text message from Lonnie's phone to Emily McCrone. I'm in Georgia with Angie. Her father had a heart attack and is in the ICU. Sent from Lonnie's phone. Who had Lonnie's phone upstairs with her when the police came in? Angela Dantzler. When she got on the stand, what did she claim to you? Lonnie sent that. Forgot about that one. To Marley's Cleaning, July 12th, 2021. We are out of town. How convenient. Could you imagine the shock being the cleaning lady coming into that house? She knew what she had done. Lorenzo Dantzler is dead. We are out of town. We are going to see my father who's in the ICU. Oh, but she was leaving, packing up. All her clothes and shoes were in there. State's Exhibits 217 and 218. Looks like somebody in a hurry to get out of the house. Then there was the body cam footage of Sergeant Rosamondo that you saw from July 14th of 2021. I want to skip ahead in it. Let me. Well, it's not going. But in any event,
he's lost. This is bad.
Sergeant Rosamondo, as you saw in that body cam, you can look at it again when you go back to the jury room. They came upstairs to find Angela Dantzler hiding out in the house. Now, did she, when they kicked in the door and announced themselves as police officers, identify yourself? If anyone's in here, did she call out, "I'm upstairs. Thank God you're here"? No. She hid up there as they cleared the house. Now, mind you, the family, the police, they were outside that house for probably a good 30 minutes to an hour, trying to figure a way in, trying to figure out what was going on, peering in the house, trying to get inside, making a commotion. Did Angela Dantzler ever announce herself? No. Because she was hiding up in that room with two guns, a .40 caliber Glock pistol, and the .32 caliber revolver she used to kill her husband. She was up there, and it was at that moment in time she knew there was no way out. So she started to down those pills. Now she wanted to make you believe that she had taken them right afterwards. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll get to that later, because she was sure active on her phone after she murdered her husband. You've seen the diagram of where Mr. Dantzler was found. And there were photographs taken by the Panama City Police Department on July 14th of 2021 over the course of a number of days, I believe 3 days, to process this entire scene. State's Exhibit 4, Angela Dantzler spray painting the camera outside. Angela Dantzler had the Ring cameras on her phone. She knew what they showed. She didn't want anyone to capture the murder on her phone. So what did she do? Well, you also heard from Sergeant Hill. She unplugged the garage door openers after she murdered her husband. Now, how would you get up there? Sergeant Hill said you'd have to climb up on that truck. She had thought everything through. She turned over the camera in State's Exhibit 16 at the foyer. She was upstairs in State's Exhibit 47 with the 2 cell phones at placard 27 belonging to her and Lonnie, and all those pills she was taking. State's 56 showing the cell phones. State's 52, the 2 firearms that she reached for when the officers had announced themselves and told her to show her hands. What did she do? She didn't show her hands. She didn't stand up. She didn't do anything. She laid back, and as they pulled the cover back, she reached for the guns. Now, why would she reach for guns when officers had guns pointed at her? Because she was hoping that that act of mercy wouldn't have occurred. State 66, the laundry. Now notice the dryer is open. There's some socks with white and pink on them. Looks like it was emptied rather in a rush. So I want you to remember that, and then states the 84 by the grandfather clock. If you remember when we had Sergeant Hill testifying, the grandfather clock is a good way to keep track of where you are in this house. But this hallway, in this hallway is where Angela Dantzler had the 9mm already. I think in opening they said you were hear about a gunfight, that they were popping off rounds at one another. Then it stopped. Did you hear any testimony about that? What happened was Lonnie Dantzler was sitting in his red chair. He was sitting there, and Angela Dantzler came down the hall, that 9mm Glock firearm, and started shooting rounds. Now, how do you know that? Because bullets don't bend, bullets don't come around corners, they go straight. A round went up into the wall, directly across from that hallway in states 138, and went into the side of the chair, states 167, that Lonnie was sitting in. Now imagine the horror Lonnie must have been in at that time. His wife is shooting off rounds, 4 of them. There's 4 casings in that hallway. There's projectiles going everywhere. He's seated in the chair, frozen. You know you can get out of the chair. She came up around the front. I bet she was yelling all sorts of obscenities, calling all sorts of names. That bullet striking, going through the chair, not striking Lonnie at states 173. We'll get back to states 94, but she had made sure when she was going to do this in that room, state 78, that she was going to unplug this camera. This is where all the action went down. The woman's so terrified, she claims, of her husband, that she unplugs the cameras where all the action's done. States 128, remember the laundry? There's the laundry basket. The shell casing near, the white and pink socks, just like at the dryer. When she stood in front of him at that red chair, started shooting, states 134 shows the projectile striking the wood paneling behind the chair. States 144 showing the bullet strike going through the chair as Lonnie was seated in it. You know he was bleeding already, states 175 due to the blue star. She had shot him in the knee, bleeding. As you heard from Dr. Radke, he wasn't going to be able to walk. It had torn the ligaments in his knee. States 157 showing the trajectory rod, showing the pathway through that chair at a downward angle, meaning Angela Dantzler stood right in front of him, aiming the 9mm, and fired as he sat right in that chair. They were able to recover a projectile in states 151. Then, prosecuted, Lonnie wasn't going to sit there and keep getting shot. When he got up, tried to walk to get away, he fell. His knee was not going to be able to support his weight. And she shot him some more. You heard the testimony of Dr. Radke, who was a shot that went right into his left side, I believe it was, and went in and fractured his hip. Now his legs aren't working at all. And he's crawling on the ground. Angela Dantzler tells you, I guess he just stands up at some point and just strips off his pants for no reason. His pants came off because he was crawling on the ground. His legs were limp. And those gym shorts and underwear just pulled right off. And as he crawled along the ground, what kept happening? Well, you know, there were bullet strikes going into the floor, meaning the shooter was standing over that point, discharging the firearm into the floor. This man was helpless. He was mortally injured, bleeding as there's blood along the floor. what did Angela Dantzler do? She kept shooting. State's Exhibit 123 showing the blood, the shorts, the shell casings. State's 114, more shell casings. Till Lonnie finally ended up master hallway. State's 188 showing and detailing for you the projectile strikes that were along. Remember 48 being the one that went through the chair, fragments at 49 and 50, and then projectiles at 53, 52, and 51. He was trying to get away, but his legs were not working. He was helpless. State's Exhibit 193. When that gun, and you know she shot him more in that hallway because there's 9mm casings around his body. When that gun jammed, when it failed to feed, she threw the gun against the wall. She had emptied every round out of that magazine but one. Then she went and got her revolver. He was still alive. And that placard 14 is the holster. After she got it, she took it out of the holster, stepped down. She went to go finish the job. She came right back to Lonnie as he lay there on the ground, dying, probably pleading for his life. The shell casing stayed 225 around his body. You can see his feet. Stayed 230. The shell casings around the body, footprints. And then there's the marijuana joints all around his body. States 224. States 237, all the blood left behind from Lonnie's body. How did he just end up in the corner there as he tried to get away? His legs weren't working. He had been shot. He was bleeding internally. He was going to die. He was going to die. You heard from Dr. Rackey. That shot through his lungs, his liver, he was going to die. All those other gunshot wounds, he was probably going to die from as well over time, but he could have been saved from those. His arm fractured, his clavicle fractured. His arms weren't going to be working. He wasn't going to be grabbing anybody or hitting anybody with no arm. What did she do? What did she do? Came up to him.
Finally, we get a camera adjustment.
Put the gun at 3 feet of his head in her own foot. Pull the trigger. In the head. She would receive her own statement. Whether she had disabled the cameras, which she admitted to today or over the course of this week, whether she wrote out the plan on what to do, premeditation can be found. When she made the conscious decision to kill Lonnie Dantzler, she had formed premeditated. Whether it was after the first shot, the second shot, the third shot, the fourth shot, the fifth shot, the sixth shot, the seventh shot, the eighth shot, the ninth shot, the one to the head, she wanted Lonnie Dantzler dead. What did she do afterwards? Did she call the police? No. States 204, she got those clothes out of the dryer. She emptied the linen closet that you saw on the crime scene walkthrough and covered up his body. Covered it up. Then she called the police. Wait, no, she didn't. She built herself a little walkway to the master bed. She had herself some marijuana, state 16. Or states 204, showing placard 16, states 205. Medical examiner's diagram states 354, showing the multiple gunshot wounds that Lonnie Dantzler suffered. States 355, showing the directionality of all of those gunshot wounds. They were going all over his body in all different directions. And did he have any stippling on his chest from a close gunfire or someone grabbing? Sure didn't. He sure had stippling on his head. States 360. You heard from Dr. Radke that could have been from a bullet graze or being pistol whipped. But it was a defensive wound. He was trying to protect himself. States 361, the same, bruising on his arms. States 373, the gunshot wound to the head to stippling. States 296, the stippling on Angela Dantzler's. Well, how do you know she had been planning this for some time? Well, her phone. The things she was looking up on her phone: how to crack a safe, how to turn off the Ring cameras, how to use Ambien. But look, July 12th, what is she doing? She's on Facebook. She had murdered her husband. It's 7:23 in the evening, and she's on Facebook. That's cold-blooded. She's looking at property on July 11th in the evening, getting on Facebook. And then she's using the Ring app, the only person with the Ring app. July 11th, July 12th, July 13th. She wanted you to believe that she was overdosed on pills and can't remember a thing. Here she is using her phone. The text message from, I guess, a realtor saying, "Hi, Angie, this is Alex." Yes, a real person. Saw you interested in potentially listing your home. July 13th, 2021. The web history on the phone, like I talked about, safe cracking for everyone. There's nothing in the safe. She thought there was stuff in the safe. She wanted in there pretty bad. So what's the law on premeditated murder the judge is going to read? There are three elements the state has to prove beyond the exclusion of error reason. One, Lorenzo Dantzler is dead. Two, the death was caused by the criminal act of Angela Dantzler. And three, there was a premeditated killing of Lorenzo Dantzler. Killing with premeditation, the judge is going to tell you, is killing after consciously deciding to do so. The decision must be present in the mind at the time of the killing. The law does not fix the exact period of time that must pass between the formation of the premeditated intent to kill and the killing. The period of time must be long enough to allow reflection by the defendant. It must be formed before. After she shot him with that 9mm, and she went and got that revolver, she knew exactly what she wanted. Ladies and gentlemen, there's premeditation all over her actions, whether it be her phone, the cameras, whether it be the actual shooting itself and the way she executed Lorenzo Dantzler. Because make no mistake, this was an execution. Shooting someone point blank in the skull, by any definition, in any part of the world, is an execution. So what's the evidence? 2 separate firearms were used. Projectiles that were recovered, that were recovered from the body, if you recall the testimony of Mr. Foggy, were both 32 caliber and 9mm. The ones to the head being 32 caliber. He suffered multiple gunshot wounds. So many that she left one in the firearm only due to malfunction. The victim was shot, he was crawling away. The gunshot wound to the head, again, 32 caliber revolver. It was a close contact gunshot wound. It was an execution. The gunshot wound to the abdomen being 9mm. The remaining identifiable bullets were screened. She disconnected the cameras, lied about the whereabouts of Lonnie Dantzler. This, ladies and gentlemen, was on Angela Dantzler's phone. One of the last images, probably of them on July 3rd, I believe it was, 2021. Outside their home after getting a yard of wine. That was Angela Dantzler back in July of 2021. Not the woman they're trying to portray today. That is Angela. Lonnie Dantzler was loved by so many people. His employees, his friends, his family. From all the testimony you heard, he was the type of guy who give the shirt off his back, it seems. He was generous, wasn't flashy. He worked hard. Despite everyone telling him this is a bad thing. Saying that it's bad. Little did he know that he's going to find himself.
Might work for the jury, but we can't hear
Angela Dantzler, with premeditation, with hate, wrath, envy, greed in her heart, shot and killed Lorenzo Dantzler. You've heard all the evidence, all the testimony. As she sits here now, she is guilty as charged.
He drops his pen.
Ms. Bennett, whenever you're ready.
Mic drop. Okay, Zoom is horrible. We're getting awful audio on this. I apologize. The cameraman is even worse. Sorry, Wendy, threw you under the bus there. But this is a fixed camera she's just zooming out on. They're not showing us the graphic pictures. So we're sort of going back and forth as long as she remembers. Here we go. Here goes the close. Hopefully they've got it all together for this.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. This is the last time that the defense gets to talk to you. The state gets 2 shots at the closing argument, and he will go again, please. So I will summarize what the defense believes has been shown. It's here, and I will do that too. Thank you. So what have we learned during the course of the week? On day number 1, we've heard a lot from the family. Predictably, they had a loved one. They like their son, brother, and uncle. Yes, he showed them his best side. And it is very understandable that the family is upset about the loved one. That does not mean that Lorenzo Dantzler was not an abuser behind closed doors. Larry Dantzler is dead. Any dad would be upset losing his son under any circumstances. But even he stated, he gave a statement to the police shortly after this happened, before he lost a lot of his memory. And when he had a chance to refresh his memory, he was saying, yeah. Closely thereafter, I remember he was in at work early in the morning and he left early. Eric Pinchik, the employee, he told you that him and Lorenzo came in early every day between 6 and 7. And that on the Monday, he didn't see him. If Eric doesn't see him, that doesn't mean Lorenzo was not there. What that means is Eric didn't see him. Same as Emily McCrone, who comes in later. She stated she comes in at 8. Lorenzo could have left already. Lorenzo could have gone somewhere else. Or Emily just didn't see him. You were told that this is a big storage unit. There is some sort of warehouse associated with it. There is unit D or G or whatever that was that Lorenzo had done up as a little room with a shower and a workout room and just a room to hang out. Nobody stated he was there or he wasn't there. What they stated was they didn't see him. Angela told you he left. Maybe he didn't go to work. We don't know where he was. He wasn't seen other than by his father, who stated 3 days or so after the incident that he had seen him Monday morning, Monday the 12th, at the storage unit. Daily Dantzler. Daily was very sure she didn't, none of the Dantzlers like Angela. She made that very clear. She was saying, yeah, at first we were seeing, we thought this, everything was going very fast and weren't all that excited about that. But when you heard her, after the December Johnson debacle, which we will get into, I asked her, I said, which of the family member took Angela's side? Angela, who was married to her dad. Angela, who was supposed to be a family member. A family member, not an employee who worked there for a year. Who supposedly was Lorenzo feeling about like a little daughter. That was his wife. Not an employee that he had for a year, the woman he married. The woman he promised to cherish. To be nice to grow up with. Who took her side? None of them did. None of them did. Every single one of them said, we're taking December's side. How does that make a person feel? The family of the man you love is showing you that an employee of a year is more important than you are as a member of the family. Daily Dantzler also said a very important thing. She stated, yes, I know, my dad put the cameras up. And why do we remember that? Because he liked to watch the dogs. Why is that important? Not because of the dogs. It's important because she knows that he had access to the ring camera. She told you he had access. He was watching the dogs regularly. 3 phones were found, speaking of that. 2 were assigned to Mrs. Dantzler. 1, we don't know him a lot about, wasn't shown a lot about. But we don't know whether Lorenzo had other phones, whether he had access to watch the ring camera from the computer. We don't know where he watched from. But we do know he watched them because he liked to watch the dogs. December Johnson. Now, she worked there. She was, by all accounts, a good employee. She was married, and she was well-liked as an employee, as was Eric Pinchik. Eric received a $5,000 bonus towards a motorcycle around Thanksgiving. December Johnson had her breast paid for. That in and of itself is no big deal. It's about the same amount of money as they told you as Eric Pinchek had gotten as a bonus. What is the big deal is how it was treated afterwards. December was still working there, and from the cumulative testimony, just about everybody said they knew about it. Who didn't know about it? Angie didn't know about it. His wife didn't know about it. Everybody behind her back, the breasts. She didn't know about that. She learned about it when there was a family gathering and Cynthia Hammond told her about the breast. And Angie was, what? Stunned. She asked Lorenzo about what does he do? He lies. He doesn't say, yeah, you know what, it's no big deal. I gave Eric the $5,000. She deserved a bonus too. She hadn't gotten one last year. And that's what she paid for with it. He didn't say that. He denied it and he denied it until they had a fight and then he admitted it. What was she to think? Wasn't she to think that there was something more? She didn't want Lorenzo to work with December Johnson. She was uncomfortable about it. She asked him to let her go. He didn't do it. It could have been easy. He could have said, you know what? I respect your opinion. I can see where you're uncomfortable with this. How about I'll give her a severance package. I'll give her a good week's notice. She can find something and we'll find somebody so that you're not uncomfortable with. When Emily McCrum was working for her, it was not an issue. It was, she's a good worker by all accounts. She's still a good worker by all accounts. And Angie had no problems with her according to Emily. So it wasn't that Angie didn't want Lorenzo to work with a woman or to be out of the house. It was that Angie was afraid because everybody was hush-hush about the boob job, about how Lorenzo and December were working together. That's what made her uncomfortable. The hiddenness about what was going on, that's what made her uncomfortable. The phone calls, oh, I'm in the car with Angie. That's what made her uncomfortable. The rumors that Lorenzo may have told her himself. Kneel her a little bit. Oh yeah, we kissed in the closet. Maybe we didn't. No, we didn't. How does that make her feel? How would anybody feel with that? That destroys trust. Those little needles destroy trust. And once that trust is destroyed, people get watchful. They want to go and see what's going on here. And so Angie was watching more. She wanted to find out, was there something to it? At some point, she tried to fire December Johnson. Was maybe not the most tactical thing to do, but she wanted to show the family that, hey, here am I, you're ignoring me, you're on her side. And what happened? After that, her husband didn't stand up to her and said to his dad, you know what, Dad, my wife is super uncomfortable with it. This wasn't cool, but let's fix it. His dad goes like, you know what, son, I'm going to hire that woman that your wife is uncomfortable because that's the right thing to do, not what your wife, our family member, wants. William McKenzie, the doctor, Daly's ex-boyfriend, he didn't have a whole lot to say. He claimed that Angie was talking bad about Lorenzo, but that was pretty much it. And not even that bad. Oh yeah, he's spoiled. She probably said that. Lots of people joke around with their spouses being spoiled. If she said, hey, you're eating too much, you're getting a bit round around the middle. Lots of people do that, tease each other. A lot of it in good humor, some of it not so much. But what did William McKenzie say when he tried to dodge the question at first? In the end, he blurted out and said, well, of course nobody is there and sees it when two people are alone. Well, point taken, nobody sees it when a couple is alone. We don't know what's going on there, because that's when the behavior changes. The prosecutor told you Lorenzo Dantzler wasn't a flashy guy. Yes, he was. He had a big house. He had boats. He had nice cars. But that's just a small bit of it. He wanted Angie to dress differently, to look nicer, to dress up nicer. It wasn't good enough the way she looked. And he was very worried that she embarrassed him. That was his big worry. Angie stood him up in Nashville, and he was embarrassed. Dr. Streifler has told you a lot about domestic violence. And what we learned from her is it starts off fairly easy. Nobody goes out and says, hey, let's go out for dinner, and by the way, I'll abuse you in the future. Usually, people go put their best foot forward. Fall in love with me. I'm going to spoil you. I'm a nice person. I'm going to do whatever you wish we're going to be. It's going to be us against the world. And they're happy. And they were happy together at first. But then that changed. And the tension grew, and the abuse started. Likely after the first hit, I'm sorry. This isn't me. This was an accident. Maybe the other way around. Angie's thinking, that wasn't him. He was drunk. That was an accident. And then they're happy again until they're not. That is very much in line with what Dr. Streifler has told you. That's how it starts. It's a wheel of domestic violence. We have the honeymoon phase. Everything is great. The tension grows and grows and grows until there's some sort of explosion, and then it goes back to the honeymoon phase. Why do people not leave? Why do people not leave? Dr. Streifler told you that a large amount of women are killed when they leave. Mostly women, possibly some men. Why is that? It's a complete loss of control. The moment the victim wants to leave, that's the moment where the control is lost. She's not doing what he told her. She's not leaving when he allows her. She is not having sex with him whenever he wants to. She is just not doing what he wants to. So she starts planning very slowly, renting a unit under the maiden name, trying to move things up. It's a slow loss of control. What comes with that? The moment where she starts to leave, the tension grows because he's starting to lose control. Angie's friends come to visit. What does that do? Now there's other people there. It's two things. He has to behave when they're there, but she loses control. But he also loses control at the same time because here are outsiders that may be helping. And she was not very lucky when with her upbringing. Her father was abusive. You heard that from her. You heard that from her sister. And that's what she learned is normal. Love and attention is when you get hit. That's not normal. That is learned behavior, but not in the sense that we sit down and read a book and say, what is this learned behavior? It's something that you grow up with, that you see on a day-to-day basis. This is how mom and dad are treating each other. That's what marriage is. She experienced it when she was married with Mr. Turner for 2 years, almost 10 years, I believe. They had 3 sons. They split in a reasonable manner. There was nothing that you heard that it showed that it was anything more than run-of-the-mill divorce. So Angie can leave men properly in a way and have a divorce. She's shown that. Unfortunately, her next partner, Mr. Milholland, was abusive as she has told. They were able to get a divorce, and you heard from Mr. Banks, because there were lawyers involved. They were able to do that with the help of lawyers, but not after Angie has been beaten severely. Not before that. Sorry, I spoke. So talking a little bit about the evidence of the case and how that fits in with Angie's experience and with Angie's marriage. Starting with purported to be on the 11, the video, the ring video. Officer Austin Brooks has testified that when the police wants a ring video, that they send a subpoena to the company, which is a private company, and then they receive the records. So they receive records. He said it himself. He doesn't know what the employees do there. He doesn't know how these videos are stored. He doesn't know how they're handled. He doesn't know if they're altered. He doesn't know who watches them, or if they can even watch them. He takes them as is and says, okay, these are the ones for those times. He does not double check any underlying metadata to see if what that is, if that matches. So here we have the video. Lonnie Dantzler wears a yellow shirt and black or blue shorts, dark shorts. A lot of people have home clothes that are put on at home because they're comfortable. Some people wear them on a daily basis, the same thing. Some people have 2 or 3 sets that go through the wash, but a lot of people do not dress out at home. We don't know how often Lorenzo Dantzler was wearing that outfit. Thus, we don't know when this video was taken. Because there's nothing that supports it other than that a company of which we know nothing sent a video, presumed to be on that case, in response to a subpoena. They responded to the subpoena. Whoever sent that video said, okay, they want me to send a video that is dated, and then from wherever they store it, they took it, whichever way it was labeled, and said, here it is, and that's what it is. What we know is that we don't know if that's true. So that's the 11th. The state would like you to think that on the evening of the 11th, or sometime during the day when he was wearing their clothes, that this incident happened. The evidence doesn't line up with that. And why is that? So we have the 11th, we see, presuming that this is true, we don't know, but if we assume that this is true, we see that those two are at the pool. We have Larry Dantzler saying he was early in at work and he left. We have Angela saying he left the house. But we also have Hannah Alchemy, who said that she heard a male scream.
Objection. Fact not in evidence.
Would be at sidebar.
Normally we hear the judge just say the jury will be reminded to remember the evidence they heard during the trial at this point. But they're doing a sidebar meeting on this one. Hey, how's swimming?
It was great. It was an L-shaped pool. And there's a pretty deep part where it's like, if you're at the right angle, it looks like
Wow.
it goes to 8 feet.
Hey, gorgeous.
That was fun.
You brought me a Mountain Dew?
I did not.
What do you have there? Parks root beer. I do. I'll take it. Thank you. Mrs. R.A. is home. Acoustics are horrible on this. The microphones are very poorly placed. We're getting a lot of reverberation. There's no sound dampening material in the walls, so the sound's bouncing all over the place. I did see the update. Brandon Castiglione sentenced for 42 years to life. That's a long one. Let's see this closing. This closing might be one of the worst ones I've heard. Both sides were miserable. I thought we would see better from the state than what we saw, but we didn't.
So, you all heard Ms. Alchemy talk. She said there was a loud roar in the evening coming from the dock area, definitely from the Dantzler area, definitely male. And she remembers the date so well because she said, well, I heard this loud roar that's male.
Objection. Fact not in evidence.
Sidebar.
We need to be at sidebar again.
That judge's voice was the same voice that the parents, when they turn around in the car and say, do you want me to turn this car around? That was the same voice we heard from the judge. Like, seriously, children, again, get over here. Fact on evidence. Yes, she did, says Georgia Culture. It's very hard to understand her. I do apologize. It's probably going to be over soon. That's all I can say. They moved the microphones and they're just picking up like ambient sound from the room. which is just echoing around, and the voice, and with that on top of the fact that we can't see her face very well, so we can't even read her lips, and that she has a very strong accent. This one's a difficult one to listen to. Yes, Connie, soon. We're hoping soon. What we know, I don't know about the exact time limit on the closing, but we do know that both sides have the same amount of time, and the state bifurcates their time. So we're probably going to get we're probably going to hear defense longer than we've heard the state already, because state gets to get back up again and go some more. DA is not going to let defense just weave a story. See what else. Do you want me to stop this car? I can turn this car around. Defense didn't object to state's closing, so those facts are in evidence. Yes, pretty much. That's what we would expect, that the facts are in evidence. Rona says, did he get the recordings of the prosecution's case? We have requested them. Sometimes this can take weeks and weeks to get the video back. I'm hoping that it's faster, because the county is just really open to this. So
going back to Miss Alchemy,
but not yet.
she heard a roar of which she thought it was male coming from the Pier Dock area. She was very sure it was Monday, because she had written to her daughter on her cell phone that she heard that, and her daughter was worried for her and said, go inside. So we have that day for sure. That day also had a phone message going to Emily Crone that Lorenzo, Dantzler, and Angie supposedly went up to Georgia. There's several reasons why this message can be sent. One of the reasons is control. Lorenzo comes home and sees what? He sees boxes being packed. He sees furniture being moved. He sees Angie getting ready to leave. She told you that he was mad. Now, they had fighting going on. This is the moment where she is going to leave, or trying to, and this is the moment where he needs to prevent her. They're trying, so what they need right now is anything but anybody else butting in. Somebody else coming in is not going to fit his plan, but it would certainly fit hers. Because somebody coming in might be able to help her and say, hey, I was just moving all this. And he would have to stop, because then there would be witnesses. So it makes a lot more sense if he sends that message. What that does is to say, we're not here, so nobody will come there. The same for the message in the afternoon to the cleaner. Now, the cleaner would see what? The cleaner would see those boxes. The cleaner who knows Angie could have said to the cleaner, hey, you know what, while you're here, carry those boxes to the car with me. What would he be doing at that point when she's trying to leave? And that happens. He's losing control. It is much more in his interest that nobody comes to the house as it would have been in hers at that time. Much more so. So that leaves us with phone records in general. The phone records that you've seen and the searches that you've seen, very similar to the ring video. It's a company named Cellubrite. That company allows or has a software program so that the data can be pulled from the device. You've seen data pulled from one device. You haven't seen the underlying data on this either. What you've seen is the search. And you've learned during this trial that the phone stores the searches, the photos, the videos, the messages in several locations. Maybe on applications, it may be in the phone's inner storage, it may be on the SIM card. And all of these may be having slightly different times. Again, this comes from a third-party company, which the metadata wasn't pulled. So nobody showed you that this is the actual data. What we know is there's some data there, and it may be valid, but it also may be not. So Coming to this point, or going back a little bit, this shows you why Angie didn't leave before. This situation, right there, she was packed to leave. Why did it not work before? Lorenzo had taken her independence. How had he done that? She came, she wasn't rich, but by all accounts, she had a good bit of money. She had $314,000 in her savings account, more than a lot of people have, or in an account in any event. She had a business which she had about 10 people working at any given time and at some jobs. That business was doing well. That business was doing very well in 2005, as Ms. Tammy had testified to you about. The business, by all accounts, was growing from 2005 to 2019, so there's no reason to think that her income would be less. On the contrary, it would be more. She had property that was paid off. She had a nice home. Yes, maybe it was a prefab home, but it was nice and she liked it. She had a car that was paid off. When Lonnie gave her his ex-wife's car, he already had that. There was no extra expense, number one. Number two, more importantly so, Angie, you are driving Susan's car. You're not getting your own car. You are driving Susan's car. And she says, okay, nice car. She sells hers to a friend for a friend price. And now she doesn't have a car in her name. One step. They go in and visit her home. Like Angie said, probably the first time ever that Lorenzo had set foot in a trailer home. And he didn't like it. Embarrassing. So he suggested that be sold. She sold it. And again, not the step of the independence taking. If she leaves, she doesn't have a home that's paid for anymore. Now she has to stay with family or rent something. Emily didn't know about the abuse. They were worried about her, but she had to set pictures. They didn't have any tangible evidence to know and see what was going on with her. So how does she explain that, Teresa, I'm going to move in with you. I'm having all these bruises. I'm having all these problems. After just 2 years ago, she was telling everybody how great that man is. That's embarrassing. She didn't have a place to go that was hers anymore, that she felt safe in. Number two. So now we have two things taken from her. She had still kept on her own money, but he had access to the credit cards and to, as you heard from the Trellens, the moment where she took his credit card to travel back. She depended on him financially. So she had tried to leave twice before. Once after that trip to New Orleans, where the roles were kind of reversed. He left her without any money. She stays in a hotel. She gets home. She's trying to leave, but they reconcile. This was fairly early. They reconcile, and overall, if that would have been a single incident, it would probably have been not too overly concerning, but it wasn't. The Nashville trip was the other way around. That was a trip where he was stranded, and Ms. Overstreet kept telling you she was kicked out of the hotel. As Austin Brooke has told you, that's not true. Lorenzo kicked her out of the hotel and made a report to the hotel to not let her back in. The hotel had nothing to do with that. They just took the report from one of the guests that said, we had a dispute. Lorenzo told them she was the aggressor. Lorenzo told them that she attacked him. And Lorenzo told them that she is not allowed back. And that's what was in the report. The hotel employees had nothing whatsoever to do with that. And that's a lot of that. Lorenzo told other people. Lorenzo told December that their relationship is going well. December, the girl who got boobs for. December, the girl that his wife was already jealous of. December, the girl that made her uncomfortable. Now December, that girl gets to know what's going on in their marriage. December, Lorenzo told Eric Pinchek, and Eric took those pictures, that Angie was beating him, and that Angie was allegedly pulling a gun or something. There's no evidence from that. The evidence is Lorenzo told. That's what it is. Lorenzo told people that Angie is behaving badly. Lorenzo told his dad. We have no other evidence all the way through when you look at the evidence that Angie abused him at any time whatsoever, other than Lorenzo told somebody. Now, why is that important? It is important because it isolates her. If her family thinks she is crazy, she is jealous, she is nuts, she is acting poorly around the employees, she can be part of the family. He has the control about what she's doing. It makes sense to him to do that. But there's no evidence other than, yes, these people all testified truthfully that, yes, this is what we thought of her because he told us. Lorenzo was frightening her a lot. She was telling you about the boat trip, and you saw the pictures of her bruise on her hip, that he pushed her towards the railing and threatened to throw her in the water. She can't swim very well. They're out in the bay, salt water, far out, for a poor swimmer. That's frightening, just in and of itself, to be on a boat like that. Now, the person that you're supposed to trust, the person that is supposed to protect you, tells you, I'm going to throw you in the water because you know what? That's very funny when I tell you that. Not to the person that can't swim. That's not funny at all. That's very, very frightening. So, it is what you've heard, and you will get to take most of the evidence with you. You will see that everything is consistent with her being abused. You heard from Dr. Collins, and Mr. Overstreet was making it a big deal that Dr. Collins came in fairly shortly after Angie was arrested, and Dr. Streifler talked to her about a year and a half later. So if you heard Dr. Collins' testimony, he did a battery of tests, and he's a different expert in the field, same field, mental health and such, but not the same focus as Dr. Streifler has. So he told you, yes, everything is consistent with PTSD. He diagnosed her with PTSD and with major depression disorder. He explained to you that, yes, there are some instances where symptoms overlap. They don't. If you have depression, that doesn't mean you can't also have anxiety. If you have PTSD, that doesn't mean you can also have depression. If you're schizophrenic, that doesn't mean that you can have symptoms that are coming from depression or PTSD or vice versa. He said everything matches with what she said and what her tests are. That was 1.5 years before Dr. Laura Streifler talked to her. Now, Dr. Laura Streifler talked to her this year in early summer. And what does she do? She makes the same findings. So it doesn't show you that this is odd. It shows you that this is in sync, because after a year and a half, the findings are the same at two completely different people that don't practice together, that live in different parts of Florida, and yet they come up with the same findings. That's consistent with what Angie has told all the way through. Going back to the date on Monday. Angie told you Lorenzo was home, they're fighting, and she's trying to calm him down, to fawn over him to make him feel better. He's afraid. And when he comes home, and while he is sober, that works for a while. He stops drinking. He drinks a lot, according to everybody's testimony. And there's no reason not to think why he wouldn't be drinking on that day. We don't know exactly how much. Dr. Redke said that may differ. But he could testify. He was very clear that Lorenzo was drinking that day. As the day goes on, Lorenzo gets more and more angry. And that makes sense. As much as Angie fawns about him, the moment where he goes into the living room, into the foyer, upstairs, through the kitchen, what does he see? He sees those boxes. Every time, because those boxes didn't go away. Every time he walks anywhere in his house, he sees the boxes being stacked there, and those boxes scream at him, your wife is leaving. Your wife is embarrassing you. You better explain to your family why your wife leaves you here alone. That makes him angry every time. There's guns all over the house. Angie has testified to that. You've seen pictures of it. He's a gun lover. He's a gun collector. They're starting to argue. Very much so. Angie sits on that ottoman that he told her Susan has been killed on. Now, she said, I don't know if it's true or not, but I did believe it. The way he told me, it scared me. She sits on it. He sits in that red chair. They argue. He gets up and starts to move towards her. He doesn't just set up. He gets up and moves into her space. She fires multiple rounds. They go pretty much all over the place, as you can see. And there was no testimony that could tell you exactly how these trajectories went. Because while Tyler Hill told you at first, yeah, he had some idea, when he came back, he told you, we had some scratches, we stick our head together, but none of us are qualified to testify about the trajectories of what thing went where, or at what time, or in what order. So at that point, he's there and he shoots. She shoots on purpose. She thinks he's attacking her. It's not an accident. But she doesn't know that she actually hit him somewhere. He gets mad. He stops screaming. He gets up, yelling, screaming. He throws his pants off. And now he can't walk, so he starts crawling. Now, right behind the red chair is a door. And you will see that when you get the sketch and the photos, it's all there. And Leanne Cowan also did that walkthrough video. You will see that on there too. Right behind that red chair is a door to the outside. If Lorenzo wanted to get away from Angie, why is he crawling towards where she's at? She said she's going to the bedroom, and all evidence points that that's where she was going. Why does he go to the bedroom where there's no way out? Why doesn't he crawl or limp or whichever way he was going towards the door if he didn't want to get at her? He goes into that direction. Angie is surprised at that point that she actually hit him. She tries to find her problem. At that time, she wants to call help for him because she just shot him. She doesn't know what to do. But he still comes after her. He's pretty drunk at that time. Drunk people do a lot of things when they're drunk that suppress pain. And when she comes back from the bedroom, he grabs her. At that time, she has both of the guns. He grabs her. She struggles with him. He pummels her. You've seen the bruises. You've seen the big bruise on her chest. And there's no evidence that that comes from anything other than him pummeling her. Dr. Barrett, who was just here, said he didn't do any knuckle rub on the sternum, neither does he know that anybody else does. What we do know is that, yes, they did do some pain testing in the fingers and in the lips. So could it come from something else? Maybe, but is it likely? That's for you to decide. So he holds Angie. Angie is trying to struggle away. She shoots, but at that time, he also had the gun. He had the gun that she used before, the 9mm, that was jamming. And as state's witnesses have testified, it was jamming because there was the wrong ammunition in it at some point. So,
objection, fact not in evidence.
Sidebar.
Overruled, if you'll just
Keep going.
She's like, I'm not going to deal with this.
So-
Kids just
They have that,
Get along.
he has that gun. He shoots at her, and it misfires. And what does he do? He tosses it, and you will see pictures. You have those in the pictures. Excuse me. You have that in the pictures where, as you go towards the hallway between the bathroom and the master bedroom, there is that little cabinet, and there's a chair right next to it. And you will see that that gun, it looks like it slid right under that chair, and that's where it came to a final rest. Now, Lorenzo at that time is still struggling. Angie shoots. He's on his knees. He shoots in his knee, most likely at that point, and to his foot. But we don't know the exact order. But it's consistent. It could have happened that way as well. And at some point, he doesn't let go, and she is afraid. She is a very small woman. You've seen her, and he was a big man. She shoots because in her mind, with her experience, and she said, I understand men don't leave like when women leave. In her experience, that was her only way out. Now, was this planned? No. It was not. It was not planned. She tried to get away. She tried to get away the entire day that day, and he wouldn't let her. After that, what does she do? She stays at the house for 3 days. Planning a murder. Even if I just plan it for a minute or 5 minutes, if I want somebody dead, what's the first thing that we do? Something. She had 3 days. She could have done a whole lot of things in 3 days. She could have loaded the stuff up that was already packed and leave. Nobody would stop her at that moment. Because nobody knew. Everybody thought that they were gone. She could have taken the credit cards that were all still good at that time, get a bunch of money, take cash from all of them, move out of the country. She had that option. She had the option to run to her family and say, hey, something happened. We need to do something. She didn't do any of that. She was in shock about what just happened because it wasn't planned. She went to the kitchen with that coat, and she didn't know how to get the casings or shells or whatever you call them, things in and out. Apparently there's some sort of switch for it. She tried to use that knife to kind of pry the bullets out so that she can reload to kill herself. That didn't work. She takes the pills that are there. That didn't work. Now, yes, we do know that Lorenzo had the clothes from the laundry on him, and yes, there were those dryer sheets, and there was some activity on her phone, but she self-medicated to the point where she was hoping she was dying. Whatever she did during that time does not have to be reasonable. She's under shock. There's a dead body where she lives. She just shot him. She tried to kill herself with a gun that didn't work. She's self-medicating, yet the state expects you to think that she's now making the most reasonable decision in her life. That doesn't work that way. When police came to find her, those officers were really, really professional. They come in, they go through the house, they announce themselves, and on that video you can hear them breathing. It's a high stress situation. They clear all the rooms until they come upstairs, and they see her there. And you can watch the video. What you will see is, and have seen, and they have testified to, is Angie is half sitting, half standing on the bed. Officer Rosamando says, police, raise your hands, show yourself. What does Angie do? The most sensible thing in life. I'm going to go to sleep and put my blanket over me. That's not reasonable. That's not what people do. Now, had she really wanted to commit what the state termed suicide by cop, she didn't need that blanket for that. All she needed to do is turn around, reach for the gun, and lift it at the cop right quick. She would have been dead in a skinny minute. But she didn't do that. She was not doing really anything that made sense. And Officer Razamondo recognized that. That's when he said, I'm going to use my taser and not my gun. Because he recognized that she is acting odd. Otherwise, if she would have threatened them, they would have shot her. He said that. Garrett Nelson, the young officer that was with him, same thing, very professional. Standing there, having his gun trained, but not shooting. Because she was not acting reasonably. They were seeing that there was something off. She lays down, she puts her blanket over her, and there were 2 guns in the bed. When Officer Rosamondo moves that blanket, her hand is over there. But you heard them testify, she didn't grab them and raise them at them. She didn't wave them around. She was really not making a whole lot of sense the way she was acting at all at that moment. Officer Rosamondo, they don't know what she was doing or would be doing when she moved, so he tased her. And her reaction to a taser, which looks very painful, is, So that's, I don't know if that's normal or not. I've never been tased, so I don't know if that's normal again. That's for you to decide. Then he turns her around and she's fairly unresponsive. She's being brought to the hospital in an ambulance, and she's carried out on a stretcher. She's immediately held there, and the officers start their investigation, if you want to call it that. Because what they do is they have their murderer in their mind. She did it, so we find everything that will support that. And they did. They went and picked up everything that will support them. But what you didn't hear is we looked at something else as well. We tried to see if this matches, if there's other matching theories that could be there. You didn't see them have a highly trained officer going with the trajectory. You heard from the state, well, there's bullets and bullet fragments everywhere. We don't know who shot what first. Well, in that situation, wouldn't that make sense to go like, let's find this out? Let's see what happened here. But we don't need to do that because we have our murderer. Now, they go to the hospital, they take pictures of her, and they take pictures of her legs and of her arms, and they're bruised, and most likely all of that is from the hospital. IVs, see if she had a lot of hospital gadgets on her. So yes, a lot of that is likely from the hospital. But they didn't take pictures of her torso. They didn't take pictures of her back. Why is that? Because they already thought they had the murderer. They didn't want to investigate it any further. Everything that you see points that they only tried to support what they thought happened, but not whether there's any alternative that it also could have happened. Looking at the alternative, there was blood on the rug. When you get to see the evidence, even though Officer Hill said he can't see it, see if you see footprints on the rug. Even if you don't see them, we know there's footprints right next to the dead body. So if you walk further, presumably the blood is carried further. Other thing, Angie is not hiding. She is in the house. So the state's statement that she is hiding out to hide from the cops, well, excuse me for just a moment. My voice.
We have a brief intermission.
Now, hiding generally implies that you don't want to be found. That's what you want to go hiding. Kids playing hide and seek. What's the point of the game? Hide and go seek. One person hides, so the other person don't find it. That's what hiding is.
Explain
now, in
this for
case,
Sarah.
the state likes you to believe that Angie hid for 3 days. Well, she didn't come out for 3 days. That much is true. But clearly, at some point in the future, she would be found in that house. There was no other way around it. Or she would have planned to get away, go somewhere else, and then she would not be there, and then she might be hiding. You heard from the Dantzler family about what they heard from Lorenzo. You also heard from Angie's family about what they learned from Angie. The difference with that is that Angie's story makes sense and is backed up with evidence. Lorenzo's story to his family are just that, they're statements. There's nothing that we have to back that up. Angie's makes sense in multiple ways. Number one, she can show, with the pictures that you've seen, bruises that she had received over several months. Number two, you've seen the boxes being packed. Number three, the text to Miss Emily makes sense and can be explained because Lorenzo didn't need anybody in the house. The blood spatters make sense. When you look at the pictures, you will see her feet, you will see the wall that she was, and you will see where her footprints are going, and you will see the stippling that the state told you about, that is completely in line with what she's saying. And you see that there's no blood spatter on the wall right behind her. None. The blood spatter is all in front. You will see that you already know that we don't have a trajectory. You already know that there were lots of guns in town, in the house, and you already know that really everything fits. You really can see that as you go. When you recall Angie's testimony, everything lines up with how she said it. Mr. Overstreet was trying to tell her that she was lying, that she was making up things, but what did she do during the entire time? She sat there, she not once changed. She said, no, sir, that's not what happened. This is what happened. Even though he got at her, she stuck with what she was saying because it was making sense with the evidence. It fit because that's what she said happened.
You need to say because that's what happened, not that what she said happened. She stuck with that story because it fit.
So putting it all together,
Please.
when you go back there,
Circling
when
around.
you look at the evidence, go through what everybody said, go through all the evidence and compare it to what the state's theory is and to what Angie has told you and what the witnesses have told you and even the state's witnesses have told you, and see where it fits, to see where it makes sense. Now, like I said, this is the last time I get to talk to you. Mr. Overstreet's gonna come up here, and what he's gonna do, he's gonna tell you that I'm completely wrong with everything, I'm misinterpreting everything, and that the state sees it completely different. And that's fine, because I'm not the evidence, he's not the evidence. What I say is not evidence, it's just trying to help you to interpret what you've heard. The same as Mr. Overstreet. What is important is your God-given sense of common sense to take back there and make the decision. Thank you.
I paid property taxes twice during that closing. It was a long one. Please be brief. Please be brief.
Party told you to reject the evidence of your eyes and ears. It was their final, most essential command. Reject the evidence of your eyes and ears. If you tell the truth, You don't have to remember anything. Ladies and gentlemen, those are two very powerful quotes that, as you've heard this trial, the evidence in it, the witnesses, couldn't think of better quotes to use. So you don't need to reject what your eyes and ears have seen and heard. You don't have to reject your common sense. And certainly, if you're telling the truth, you don't have to remember anything. Each one of those defense called witnesses, the friends and family, none of them knew of any physical. None of them ever saw anything. In fact, some of them were so clearly biased, I'm sure you saw it. They were quite open. The court reporter lies in my transcript. When I started pulling up the school, look, it wasn't the first day of school, something else. The family calls her Looney Tunes. Dr. Collins came in and told you when he gave those battery of tests, objective tests, not subjective ones like Dr. Straightfellow, but objective tests. What did he tell you? He scored high for delusions, scored high for paranoia, scored high for schizophrenia. Delusions, false beliefs, paranoia, that's what you heard about throughout this entire trial. Defense counsel said that Bailey told you that her father put the cameras up to watch the dogs. It's not what she said. What she told you was she believed her father put up the Ring cameras. She believed it was so he could watch the dogs. She did not know why. That was her belief. Think about the paranoia that Angela Dantzler was going through when it came to December Johnson. It's the most ridiculous fact in this whole case. Because that control that she wanted over Lorenzo Dantzler really showed when it came to December Johnson. When she found out about something that occurred prior to her even knowing Lorenzo, that was a gift. That wasn't anything beyond that. She lost her ever-loving mind over it. She called December Johnson on the phone, played nice, and then started calling her a whore. She came to work wanting to fire her. December Johnson was so terrified, she called the police to help escort her out of her workplace. It wasn't like, you know what, I'm just going to go there and get myself. She was terrified. And mind you, remember she told you while she was out playing with her kids and foster children, that woman was driving by her house, which ain't off 77, it's back tucked in the neighborhood. And what did Lonnie do after that incident? He came to work with marks on his face, his head hung low. The only person controlling in this whole affair was Angela Dantzler. The cameras, the burgers you're going to eat, where we're going to go, where we're spending Christmas, what we're doing for Thanksgiving, who's coming over, who's going to be your next secretary. Remember the testimony, Angela Dantzler was there to help hire Emily McCrum. She wanted control over it. The Dr. Straightfeller, she testified $15,000. That's what it gets you. When she did talk about domestic violence, she didn't want to really concede the fact that Lonnie could have been the victim of it. Putting your best foot forward. Hi, I'm Angela. I'm this sweet lady. Let's get married. Let me come live with you. Let me be your new wife. Yeah, your wife of 38 years just passed away. That's okay. You got a lot of money. I'm out here living not as well as you. I'm gonna live on the water. I'm gonna have a man that I can control. A man whose heart was already broken and easily susceptible to being taken advantage of. And defense counsel doesn't like those ring cameras. She, again, wants you to disregard your common sense. The testimony of Austin Brock sent a search warrant to Ring. They complied with the search warrant. A court order signed by a judge. Provide the dates. And you saw the dates. You saw Lorenzo Dantzler walking around in a yellow shirt and shorts, spraying, cooking steaks, hanging out. And all of a sudden, there's nothing. Absolutely nothing. Dr. Radke, see, their whole defense was he had been drinking. They were banking on the toxicology. Dr. Radke told you decomposition causes blood alcohol. He told you he couldn't tell you if he was drinking. And remember the testimony of Angela Dantzler. Contrast that with the expert, Dr. Radke, the medical examiner. How he was shot, where he was shot, the lack of stippling in areas. Remember, she told you that he's on the ground on his knees. How, I don't know, after he's shot in his hip and his knee. After he's shot his arm and his clavicle, but he's grabbing her, he somehow gets the gun, she's got two guns, she's popping him down from top, shooting him down into the, none of it makes any sense medically. None of it makes any sense to what's on the scene. They can't even explain why there's shell casings in the hallway and projectiles going up into the ceiling and into the side of the chair. And then defense counsel says, why didn't he just fall out the door?
Sam.
She objected as soon as he said, and then defense counsel says. She's like, hang on, you can't use my words against me. Nurse for God, thank you very much for a very generous super chat. Thank you so much, RA, for what you do for the community. It would not be the same without you here. Nurse for God, thank you very much for being part of that community and a huge supporter of the channel as well. And thank you for Mrs. RA as well. Look at that. Mrs. RA, how are you doing? She went swimming today and went without me. I sat inside. It was. I think it was hot outside. It's 91 degrees still at 5:30. Mod chat for a good laugh. Let me check. Okay. Okay, so apparently there's they're telling the story of what happened with the spicy maple bourbon pickles earlier. They're talking about that. Text. That's funny. That's funny. I'll read that in just a second. Whoa. Nurse for God just gifted 5 memberships as well. Those went to Dale. Look, Dale, you're back in green. Thank you very much, Nurse for God, for that. Dale, Live Love, Meanie Banana, Jen Mitch, and Melissa Ann. Congratulations. Thank you. Thank you, Nurse for God. Awesome. Truly awesome.
Recall also the testimony of Investigator Westfall. He made a big deal about the guns in the house. All these guns. Remember what his testimony was. All those long rifles you saw were all pellet guns. They weren't firearms. Now, defense counsel told you, going back, that after he was shot, why didn't Lorenzo just crawl out the door, limp out? What? What? She had just shot him numerous times. And she's now faulting a dead man for where he ended up going and dying? That he didn't leave the house after getting shot?
Soundbite.
Ladies and gentlemen, when she started shooting him, He had no chance. He was unarmed. Angela Dantzler told you he was unarmed. Angela Dantzler told you she was the only one discharging a firearm in that house. Angela Dantzler told you all of that because there's nothing else that could be done. You had to admit what you can't deny and deny what you can't admit. In Florida, in order to make a claim of self-defense, you have to show that the use of force was used because there was risk of imminent death or great bodily harm. One's attempt to murder you. An unarmed man sitting in the chair is not presenting a risk of great bodily harm or death. It wasn't her sitting on the ottoman, just sitting across the thing. Think about that for a minute. Even if it was, she's sitting there with a 9mm firearm, and he's sitting unarmed in the chair. That sounds like being held hostage to me. You're not going anywhere. That's right. After she shot him, remember she said she ran to the room to go find her cell phone so she could call for help. That didn't happen. That's right. After she murdered him, and she had to do all this to preserve her own life, that's when she called the police. No, she didn't do that. After she said she got right with the Lord in her heart, that's when she called the police. No. When the police were outside, coming in and kicking in the door, announcing themselves, that's when she contacted the police. No. What she was doing on her phone was looking at houses and searching Facebook, putting dryer sheets around the house, covering up a dead body as it started to stink, smoking blunts. And then at the end of all of it, because this was such a terrifying event that she had to preserve her own life, what did she try and do? Kill herself. Kill herself. That makes a whole lot of sense. What it does show is consciousness of guilt, what you call murder-suicide. When Austin Brock got back on the stand after the defendant had testified and said that Lonnie had sent those text messages from his phone about Georgia, it was pricey. Pull up that cleaning text. All along. The same line. We're out of town. Don't come by.
Thank you for allowing my
And you, ladies and gentlemen, after she murdered him, started doing all she was doing, she chucked that dresser down the hallway, because you can look at it, it don't look like somebody was gently taking something down the stairs. She was packing everything up feverishly. She was going to try and get out of town. Maybe she realized she wasn't going anywhere. They were going to find this body. They were going to see the scene. They were going to find her.
Inquiring Mind and Nurse for God, thank you very much for generous
she
super
came into
chats.
court, she wore that cloak of innocence. She was presumed innocent until proven guilty by the evidence. And all the evidence in this case, the mountains of it, photographs, testimony, the truth of what happened. Remove that cloak and expose her for all time of who and what she is. A murderer in cold blood of her husband. She is guilty as charged of first-degree murder. The law, the evidence, and your God-given common sense tell you that. Find her guilty.
The rebuttal was much better than his initial
Yes,
closing. Last minute sidebar, please. Last minute sidebar. I think my eyebrows, the problem is repeated use. You know how your skin occasionally will start to get oily later in the day? Repeated use sort of makes them less sticky, and they're less sticky now. I don't know how to, other than applying like hot glue on the backside, which I don't plan on doing. I'm not sure if I can use them again. I'll have to get new ones. But luckily, Nurse for God contributed to the new eyebrow fund, so that's an option. Inquiring Mind, thank you for allowing me my ramblings today. This is a rough one with that prosecutor. It was rough. Even if he's right, it was a very rough go. Just the way he handled it, it rubbed me the wrong way. I did not like it. Use double tape. I'll have to get some of that. Gorilla Glue is pretty effective. Thank you. So is liquid nails. I mean, there's a few options, but I've sort of ruled those out for the time being. Yeah. Looks like they're done. We should have deliberations here very, very shortly.
Members of the jury, I thank you for your attention during this trial. Please pay attention to the instructions I'm about to give you. Statement of the charge. Angela Riggins Dantzler, the defendant in this case, has been accused of the crime of first-degree murder. Introduction to homicide. Angela Riggins Dantzler is accused of murder in the first degree. Murder in the first degree includes the lesser crimes of murder in the second degree and manslaughter, both of which are unlawful. However, a killing that was excusable or that was committed by the justifiable use of deadly force is lawful. If you find Lorenzo Dantzler was killed by Angela Riggins Dantzler, you will then consider the circumstances surrounding the killing in deciding if the killing was murder in the first degree, murder in the second degree, manslaughter, or whether the killing was excusable or resulted from justifiable use of deadly force. Justifiable homicide. The killing of a human being is justifiable homicide and lawful if necessarily done while resisting an attempt to murder or commit a felony upon the defendant, or to commit a felony in any dwelling house in which the defendant was at the time of the killing. Excusable homicide. The killing of a human being is excusable and therefore lawful under any one of the following three circumstances. 1, when the killing is committed by accident and misfortune in doing any lawful act by lawful means with usual ordinary caution and without any unlawful intent. Or 2, when the killing occurs by accident and misfortune in the heat of passion upon any sudden and sufficient provocation. Or 3, when the killing is committed by accident and misfortune resulting from a sudden combat if a dangerous weapon is not used and the killing is not done in a cruel or unusual manner. A dangerous weapon is any object that will likely cause death or great bodily harm if used in the ordinary and usual manner contemplated by its design and construction. An object not designed to inflict bodily harm may nonetheless be a dangerous weapon if it is used in a manner likely to cause death or great bodily harm. Great bodily harm means great as distinguished from slight, trivial, minor, or moderate harm, and as such does not include mere bruises. I now instruct you on the circumstances that must be proved before Angela Riggins Dantzler may be found guilty of first-degree murder or any lesser included crime. First-degree murder. As to count 1, to prove the crime of first-degree premeditated murder, the state must prove the following 3 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. 1, Lorenzo Dantzler is dead. 2, the death was caused by the criminal act of Angela Riggins Dantzler. 3, there was a premeditated killing of Lorenzo Dantzler. An act includes a series of related actions arising from and performed pursuant to a single design or purpose. Killing with premeditation is killing after consciously deciding to do so. The decision must be present in the mind at the time of the killing. The law does not fix the exact period of time that must pass before the formation of the premeditated intent to kill and the killing. The period of time must be long enough to allow reflection by the defendant. The premeditated intent to kill must be formed before the killing. The question of premeditation is a question of fact to be determined by you from the evidence. It will be sufficient proof of premeditation if the circumstances of the killing and the conduct of the accused convince you beyond a reasonable doubt of the existence of premeditation at the time of the killing. If you find that Angela Riggins Dantzler committed first-degree murder, and you also find beyond a reasonable doubt that during the commission of the crime she actually possessed a firearm, you should find the defendant guilty of first-degree murder with actual possession of a firearm. If you find Angela Riggins Dantzler committed first-degree felony murder, and you also find beyond a reasonable doubt that during the commission of the crime she discharged a firearm, you should find the defendant guilty of first-degree murder with discharge of a firearm. If you find that Angela Riggins Dantzler committed first-degree murder, and you also find beyond a reasonable doubt that during the commission of the crime she discharged a firearm, and in doing so caused great bodily harm to or the death of Lorenzo Dantzler, you should find the defendant guilty of first-degree murder with actual possession of a firearm with discharge, causing great bodily harm or death. To actually possess a firearm means that the defendant A, carried a firearm on his person, or B, had a firearm within immediate physical reach with ready access with the intent to use the firearm during the commission of the crime. A firearm is legally defined as any weapon which is designed to, or may readily be converted to expel a projectile by the action of an explosive. When there are lesser included crimes or attempts. In considering the evidence, you should consider the possibility that although the evidence may not convince you that the defendant committed the main crime of which she is accused, there may be evidence that she committed other acts that would constitute a lesser included crime or crimes. Therefore, if you decide that the main accusation has not been proved beyond a reasonable doubt, you will next need to decide if the defendant is guilty of any lesser included crime. The lesser crimes indicated in the definition of first-degree murder are second-degree murder and manslaughter. Second-degree murder. To prove the lesser included crime of second-degree murder, the state must prove the following three elements beyond a reasonable doubt. 1, Lorenzo Dantzler is dead. 2, the death was caused by the criminal act of Angela Riggins Dantzler. 3,
2 days.
There was an unlawful killing of Lorenzo Dantzler by an act eminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind without regard for human life. An act includes a series of related actions arising from and performed pursuant to a single design or purpose. An act is eminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind if it is an act or series of acts that 1, a person of ordinary judgment would know is reasonably certain to kill or do serious bodily injury to another, and 2, is done from ill will, hatred, spite, or an evil intent, and 3, is of such a nature that the act itself indicates an indifference to human life. In order to convict of second-degree murder, it is not necessary for the state to prove the defendant had an intent to cause death. If you find that Angela Riggins Dantzler committed second-degree murder, and you also find beyond a reasonable doubt that during the commission of the crime she actually possessed a firearm, you should find the defendant guilty of second-degree murder with actual possession of a firearm. If you find Angela Riggins Dantzler committed second-degree murder, and you also find beyond a reasonable doubt that during the commission of the crime she discharged a firearm, you should find the defendant guilty of second-degree murder with discharge of a firearm. If you find that Angela Riggins Dantzler committed second-degree murder, and you also find beyond a reasonable doubt that during the commission of the crime she discharged a firearm and in doing so caused great bodily harm to or the death of Lorenzo Dantzler, you should find the defendant guilty of second-degree murder with actual possession of a firearm with discharge causing great bodily harm or death. The definitions of actually possess and firearm have previously been defined in these instructions. Manslaughter. To prove the lesser included crime of manslaughter, the state must prove the following two elements beyond a reasonable doubt. 1, Lorenzo Dantzler is dead. 2, Angela Riggins Dantzler intentionally committed an act or acts that caused the death of Lorenzo Dantzler. Every person has a duty to act reasonably towards others. If there is a violation of that duty without any conscious intention to harm, that violation is negligence. The defendant cannot be guilty of manslaughter by committing a merely negligent act, or if the killing was either justifiable or excusable homicide, as I have previously instructed you. In order to convict of manslaughter by act, it is not necessary for the state to prove that the defendant had an intent to cause death, only an intent to commit an act that was not merely negligent, justified, or excusable, and which caused death. If you find that Angela Riggins Dantzler committed manslaughter, and you also find beyond a reasonable doubt that during the commission of the crime, she personally carried, displayed, used, threatened to use, or attempted to use a firearm, you should find her guilty of manslaughter with a firearm. Firearm has previously been defined. If you find Angela Riggins Dantzler committed manslaughter, but you are not convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that she personally carried, displayed, used, threatened to use, or attempted to use a firearm, then you should find her guilty only of manslaughter. Justifiable use of deadly force. It is a defense to the crime of murder in the first degree, including lesser included offenses, if the actions of Angela Riggins Dantzler constituted the justifiable use of deadly force. Deadly force means force likely to cause death or great bodily harm. Great bodily harms means great as distinguished from slight, trivial, minor, or moderate harm. Angela Riggins Dantzler does not have the burden of proving that she was justified in using deadly force. Instead, for you to find the defendant guilty, the state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant was not justified in using deadly force. The law on the justifiable use of deadly force in Florida is as follows. Angela Riggins Dantzler was justified in using deadly force if she reasonably believed that such force was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to herself. If Angela Riggins Dantzler was not committing any crime other than the alleged murder in the first degree and any lesser included crimes for which the defendant is claiming self-defense, and if she was in a place where she had a right to be, then the defendant had no duty to retreat before using deadly force. In deciding whether Angela Riggins Dantzler was justified in the use of deadly force, you must consider the circumstances by which she was surrounded at the time the force was used. The danger need not have been actual. However, to justify the use of deadly force, the appearance of imminent danger must have been so real that the defendant actually believed the use of deadly force was necessary. Moreover, to justify the use of deadly force, a reasonably cautious and prudent person under the same circumstances would have believed the use of deadly force was necessary. If you find that Angela Riggins Dantzler, who because of threats or prior difficulties with Lorenzo Dantzler V, had reasonable grounds to believe that she was in danger of death or great bodily harm at the hands of Lorenzo Dantzler V, you may consider this fact in determining whether the acts of Angela Riggins Dantzler were those of a reasonable person. If you find that at the time of the alleged murder in the first degree and its lesser included offenses, Angela Riggins Dantzler knew that Lorenzo Dantzler V had committed an act or acts of violence, you may consider that fact in determining whether Angela Riggins Dantzler reasonably believed it was necessary for her to use deadly force. In considering the issue of self-defense, you may take into account the relative physical abilities and capacities of Angela Riggins Dantzler and Lorenzo Dantzler V. Voluntary intoxication. Voluntary intoxication resulting from the use of alcohol, or a controlled substance is not a defense to a crime. Evidence of a defendant's voluntary intoxication may not be taken into consideration to show that he or she lacked the specific intent to commit any crime. A person is voluntarily intoxicated if he or she knowingly consumed a substance that he or she knew or should have known could cause intoxication. I now instruct you that cannabis, codeine, temazepam are a controlled substance. Plea of not guilty, reasonable doubt, and burden of proof. The defendant has entered a plea of not guilty. This means you must presume or believe the defendant is innocent. This presumption stays with the defendant as to each material allegation in the information through each stage of the trial, unless it has been overcome by the evidence to the exclusion of and beyond a reasonable doubt. To overcome the defendant's presumption of innocence, the state has the burden of proving the crime with which the defendant is charged was committed, and the defendant is the person who committed the crime. The defendant is not required to present evidence or prove anything. Whenever the words reasonable doubt are used, you must consider the following. A reasonable doubt is not a mere possible doubt, a speculative, imaginary, or forced doubt. Such a doubt must not influence you to return a verdict of not guilty if you have an abiding conviction of guilt. On the other hand, if after carefully considering, comparing, and weighing all the evidence, there is not an abiding conviction of guilt, or if having a conviction, it is one which is not stable, but one which wavers and vacillates, then the charge is not proved beyond every reasonable doubt, and you must find the defendant not guilty because the doubt is reasonable. It is to the evidence introduced in this trial and to it alone that you are to look for that proof. A reasonable doubt as to the guilt of the defendant may arise from the evidence, conflict in the evidence, or the lack of evidence. If you find a reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant not guilty. If you have no reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant guilty. Weighing the evidence. It is up to you to decide what evidence is reliable. You should use your common sense in deciding which is the best evidence and which evidence should not be relied upon in considering your verdict. You may find some of the evidence not reliable or less reliable than other evidence. You should consider how the witnesses acted as well as what they said. Some things you should consider are: 1, did the witness seem to have an opportunity to see and know the things about which the witness testified? 2, did the witness seem to have an accurate memory? 3, was the witness honest and straightforward in answering the attorney's questions? 4, did the witness have some interest in how the case should be decided? 5, does the witness's testimony agree with the other testimony and other evidence in the case? 6, has the witness been offered or received any money, preferred treatment, or other benefit in order to get the witness to testify? 7, did the witness at some other time make a statement that is inconsistent with the testimony he or she gave in court? Whether the state has met its burden of proof does not depend upon the number of witnesses it has called or upon the number of exhibits it has offered, but instead upon the nature and quality of the evidence presented. The fact that a witness is employed in law enforcement does not mean that his or her testimony deserves more or less consideration than that of any other witness. Expert witnesses are like other witnesses with one exception. The law permits an expert witness to give his or her opinion. However, an expert's opinion is reliable only when given on a subject about which you believe him or her to be an expert. Like other witnesses, you may believe or disbelieve all or any part of an expert's testimony. The defendant in this case has become a witness. You should apply the same rules to your consideration of her testimony that you apply to the testimony of the other witnesses. It is entirely proper for a lawyer to talk to a witness about what testimony the witness would give if called to the courtroom. The witness should not be discredited by talking to a lawyer about his or her testimony. You may rely upon your own conclusion about the credibility of any witness. A juror may believe or disbelieve all or any part of the evidence or the testimony of any witness. Rules for deliberation. These are some general rules that apply to your discussion. You must follow these rules in order to return a lawful verdict. 1. You must follow the law as it is set out in these instructions. If you fail to follow the law, your verdict will be a miscarriage of justice. There is no reason for failing to follow the law in this case. All of us are depending upon you to make a wise and legal decision in this matter. 2. This case must be decided only upon the evidence that you have heard from the testimony of the witnesses and have seen in the form of the exhibits and evidence and these instructions. 3. This case must not be decided for or against anyone because you feel sorry for anyone or are angry at anyone. 4. Remember, the lawyers are not on trial. Your feelings about them should not influence your decision in this case. 5. Your duty is to determine if the defendant has been proven guilty or not in accord with the law. It is the judge's job to determine a proper sentence if the defendant is found guilty. 6. Whatever verdict you render must be unanimous. That is, each juror must agree to the same verdict. 7. Your verdict should not be influenced by feelings of prejudice, bias, or sympathy. Your verdict must be based on the evidence and on the law contained in these instructions. Cautionary instruction. Deciding a verdict is exclusively your job. I cannot participate in that decision in any way. Please disregard anything I may have said or done that make you think I preferred one verdict over another. Notes. During the trial, I have permitted you to take notes. You will be allowed to take those notes into the jury room during deliberations. You are instructed that your notes are a tool to aid your individual memory. You should not compare your notes with those of other jurors in determining the content of any testimony or in evaluating the importance of any evidence. Notes are for the note taker's personal use in refreshing his or her recollection of the evidence. They are not evidence. Above all, your memory should be your greatest asset in your recollection of the evidence. Verdict. You may find the defendant guilty as charged in the indictment or guilty of such lesser included crimes as the evidence may justify, or not guilty. If you return a verdict of guilty, it should be for the highest offense on the verdict form that has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. If you find that no offense has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, then of course your verdict must be not guilty. The verdict must be unanimous. That is, all of you must agree to the same verdict. Only one verdict may be returned as to the crime charged. The verdict must be in writing, and for your convenience, the necessary verdict form has been prepared for you. It is as follows. In the Circuit Court of the 14th Judicial Circuit in and for Bay County, Florida, case number 21 CF 2919,
We're almost
State
done
of
here.
Florida versus Angela Riggins Dantzler. Verdict. We, the jury, find as follows as to the charge. Choose only one. A, we, the jury, find the defendant guilty of first-degree murder as charged in the indictment. If you find the defendant guilty of this offense, you must choose one of the following findings. 1, we find the defendant actually possessed and discharged a firearm, causing great bodily harm or death to Lorenzo Dantzler during the commission of the offense. 2, we find the defendant actually possessed and discharged a firearm during the commission of the offense. 3, we find the defendant actually possessed a firearm during the commission of the offense. Or 4, we find the defendant did not actually possess a firearm during the commission of the offense. B, We, the jury, find the defendant guilty of second-degree murder, a lesser-included crime. If you find the defendant guilty of this offense, you must choose one of the following findings. 1, we find the defendant actually possessed and discharged a firearm causing great bodily harm or death to Lorenzo Dantzler during the commission of the offense. 2, we find the defendant actually possessed and discharged a firearm during the commission of the offense. 3, we find the defendant actually possessed a firearm during the commission of the offense. Or 4, we find the defendant did not actually possess a firearm during the commission of the offense. C, we, the jury, find the defendant guilty of manslaughter, a lesser included crime. If you find the defendant guilty of this lesser included offense, you must choose one of the following findings. 1, we find that the defendant did carry, display, or use a firearm during the commission of the offense. Or 2, we find the defendant did not carry, display, or use a firearm during the commission of the offense. D, we, the jury, find the defendant not guilty. So say we all, done at Panama City, Bay County, Florida, and there's a spot for the foreperson to sign and date.
All right.
Verdict and submitting the case to the jury. In just a few moments, you'll be taken to the jury room by the bailiff. The first thing you should do is choose a foreperson who will preside over your deliberations. The foreperson should see to it that your discussions are carried on in an organized way and that everyone has a fair chance to be heard. It is also the foreperson's job to sign and date the verdict form when you all have agreed on a verdict and to bring the verdict form back to the courtroom when you return. During deliberations, jurors must communicate about the case only with one another and only when all jurors are present in the jury room. If a juror goes to the restroom, the deliberation should stop until the juror returns. You are not to communicate with any person outside the jury about this case. Until you have reached a verdict, you must not talk about this case in person or through the telephone, writing, or electronic communication, such as a blog, Twitter, email, text message, or any other means. Do not contact anyone to assist you during deliberations. These communications rules apply until I discharge you at the end of the case. If you become aware of any violation of these instructions or any other instruction I have given in this case, you must tell me by giving a note to the bailiff. Many of you have cell phones, tablets, laptops, or other electronic devices here in the courtroom. The rules do not allow you to bring your phones or any of those types of electronic devices into the jury room. Kindly leave those devices on your seats where they will be guarded by the bailiff while you deliberate. If you need to communicate with me, send a note through the bailiff. If you have voted, do not disclose the actual vote in the note. If you have a question, I will talk with the attorneys before I answer, so it may take some time. You may continue your deliberations while you wait for my answer. I will answer any questions, if I can, in writing or orally here in open court. During the trial, items were received in evidence as exhibits. You may examine whatever exhibits you think will help you in your deliberations. If you wish to see any exhibits, please request that in writing. In closing, let me remind you that it is important that you follow the law spelled out in these instructions in deciding your verdict. There are no other laws that apply to this case. Even if you do not like the laws that must be applied, you must use them. For more than 2 centuries, we have lived by the Constitution and the law. No juror has the right to violate rules we all share.
She does not want juror nullification. That's what she was saying there on the end. We won't get into that topic.
At this time, I am going to ask if juror number 166, Mr. Johnson, and juror number 154, Ms. Gray, if the 2 of you will please remain seated. Y'all are alternates. So if the rest of you will go with my bailiff, he'll escort you back. You can go ahead and then proceed further with your deliberations.
This court is pretty open with the identities of
If you have
jurors.
anything as far as electronics, so please leave them there.
Come to think of it, I'm not sure why we even use juror numbers. Let's just call them by their full names and maybe their name, their address, and their social security number, just so we get it right. Let's see. Let's Let's see if we can get our I've got our verdict watch box open. I need to move back to my regular. Whoa, where did I go? Hey, why am I? Let me down. I'm scared of heights. Here we go. That's better. Okay. That one there. This one there. Let's get some. Need a super source. Which one? That's right. What's wrong with? Oh, okay. Never mind. I will fix it here. I have it. It's just really tiny. We're 40 seconds in, so it's no rush. No rush. We're gonna get this. Ooh, let's see if we can make it grow.
And please be seated. Mr. Johnson and Ms. Gray, I do want to thank you for your service. Y'all were the two alternates that we had.
And we knew it all
for
along.
this
We just didn't
case.
tell you.
This actually will conclude your jury service. I do just want to take a minute, though, to express my sincere thank you and gratitude for y'all actually serving as jurors and doing your civic duty. We cannot do our job and keep the courts running without not only the jurors that are going back to deliberate, but also the jurors who end up being our alternates, because there are many times that we have somebody for some reason that cannot finish a trial we have. And if we didn't have an alternate, we could not finish that trial necessarily. So I do appreciate your service. If you wish to stay and see what happens next and stay for the, to see what the verdict is.
They're
you're
already
welcome
they're
to stay
grabbing
in the
their bags
courtroom.
already.
You're
They're
going to be
like, see
excused.
ya.
However, if you wish to leave, Jenny's got something for you just to show that y'all were here, I believe. And so it's entirely up to you. If you wish to talk to anybody about anything as far as this case, you're welcome to. If you wish to not and wish to exit and go about your personal affairs, you may do so. I often don't speak for the attorneys, but I did it once in the beginning and I'm going to do it once now and tell you that they also appreciate y'all being here and serving as jurors. And with that, y'all are free to go if you wish.
There's a gift basket they'll each be taking home with them. Had they been actually voting jurors, there would be a gift basket and a gift card.
It doesn't come in the front in the beginning. There should be, though, a sheet. Does it have?
How do we keep all this together? It's a little bit of a madhouse, Let's see. Let's move this right down here. So we're on verdict watch now. I guess I'll get my
And at this
music
time,
ready.
is there anything else from the state?
I do have that laptop here present if defense counsel wants to look at it. So we can send a laptop back if they want it.
Judge, we finally decided to bring the evidence in
Again,
that the
this
jury
laptop even has the notes on here. It's standalone. It has no networking features. It does not have a Wi-Fi card. It has no networking ability, so it cannot access the internet or anything.
And I guess my before we get over to the defense, we have not done that, I believe, in our circuit yet. And that has not been something that has been looked at further. And before we do that, I would like the opportunity to review that. So unless the defense and the
Judges don't
state
like
both want
treading
to
where
agree,
no other judge has
I'm
treaded
inclined
before.
not to send that back until that can be looked at further and let them come out and see anything they want to see.
We can't hear, but the defense is objecting. She's already said she's not going to do it.
That would be a different situation, but parties would just not.
And I'm not saying down the road I won't consider using it. I would just like the opportunity for us to talk about that issue a little bit more before we implement that, unless the parties agree. And so with no agreement, then what do y'all agree to send back at this point?
I would say at this point, nothing goes back. Let them come out. If they have to see anything, it's going to be the state's position.
The state used to say send it all back.
This had been discussed with the chief judge, and that if counsel wants to look at the laptop, and as I indicated before, it is up to each circuit judge if they want to allow the laptop or not. But it is something that
he just pulled the
y'all
rank
please be
card.
seated. I'm
saying,
sorry. We
"I
went on to
talked your
something
boss."
else, and I just realized y'all were still standing. Sorry.
Talk to the
and speaking
the
to
chief
him,
judge,
something that
and
we
he's
want to
cool
move
with it.
towards, because evidence is all very digital now. The evidence books, as you can see, the quality of which the jury looks at evidence is a lot different when it's in this true digital format versus relying on the quality of someone's printer.
He's jabbing the other side.
And I understand.
Because they had a binder.
If they wish to see any evidence, the instructions told them that they can ask. And so we'll just wait and see if they request to look at.
Yes, ma'am.
Anything else from the state of the defense? Do what?
as well.
Okay, well, that y'all agreed to that in the jury instructions. But you, I mean, you can be heard on it, but that's what y'all agreed to in the jury instructions.
Wow.
You're okay with that?
Yeah.
Anything else y'all want to address before we take our recess?
No, ma'am.
Yes, we do want to bring attention again,
Look at the look she gave him.
it does read, on or between the 12th and the 14th, so that narrows the date down. It is signed by the foreperson of the grand jury, so that means that the state cannot unilaterally change the indictment since it's an indictment of the grand jury and not of the state attorney's office. And so that goes to the motion that we earlier made, that the evidence that was presented by the state there was not a bit of evidence that would put the death of Lorenzo Dantzler was in that time frame.
Response from the state?
Your Honor, there's a wealth of case law that deals with the reasonableness of a time period. The state's not constrained by the four walls of the time. Lorenzo Dantzler could have died at 12:01 midnight on the 12th. The defendant said she killed him on the 12th. It really doesn't even matter because, again, the wealth of case law dealing with time is always to a reasonable degree. It's the same as with venue, it said, within a reasonable certainty. So it's not something the state has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt.
Anything else y'all want to put on the record regarding that?
No, Your Honor.
No, we just wanted to bring it to the court's attention.
Yes, ma'am. And your continued or renewed discussion of that in the court's previous order still stands. However, that is noted for the record.
Preserved for the record.
Anything else y'all want to put on the record or discuss before we take our recess?
Yes, I can take it. I can put this laptop away and take it back to the office.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Nothing else.
And just so y'all are aware, because we knew they were going to be deliberating into the dinner hour, there is going to be Subway, may already be here, that is back there so that they would be able to have dinner back there. I was reading. I heard somebody behind me.
Did
I
they
just
bring
kept
enough
going.
for everybody?
Yes, sir.
I could
Yes, sir.
devour
So they
a
do
foot
have
long
dinner
right now.
back there and also something to drink and snacks. So with that, if there's nothing else, then
Water,
we're going to be in
chips,
recess.
and sandwiches. Okay, we're in recess as we're waiting for a verdict to come in. Okay, so water, chips, and sandwiches. Okay, we have a dilemma. Okay, we have a dilemma. This little trial has flown under the radar, and as far as I can tell, I think we're the only channel on YouTube, barring the the 14th Circuit Court, which has about 200 people watching it, us being one of them, who are following this. We don't have a lot of media. We don't have a lot of press. We don't have just court watchers clamoring for information and all over Twitter on this one. So if we miss the live stream of the verdict, we might have to wait until it's filed in the court records or do a FOIA request to get this. So I don't want to miss that. Would we interrupt the podcast if the verdict comes in? Yeah, we'd do that. Thomas would be fine with that. Yeah, Subway hot meatball for dinner. Apparently they should have asked for pizza and potato chips. I wish we had a camera on a jury light so we could see what was happening, because we've got nothing. We just have to sit there and stare at the judge. Hopefully they don't turn the camera off, girls. We're just waiting with no. Please, don't turn it off. All right. Hey, Mrs. R.A., how are you doing? She's going to steal the mic. Here goes. Prepare to be enlightened.
No, not enlightened, but I just wanted to do a kind of public shout out that we finished a test. So really, he muted me.
I had a cough and I instinctively muted, but I muted Mrs. R.A. So sorry, one more time. Say that again. Right into the mic.
This is how it goes in our relationship. Mute button. Okay, so I just wanted to say that I saw a little bit of the chat without having the audio on, so I didn't get to hear the court case. But I will say, you guys in chat are so incredible. You have been generous not only with your time and with your money, a lot of you, but what I saw today was such a huge generosity of spirit. Just people being willing to share the hard things that they've gone through and being willing to open the conversation. Because here's the thing, it's super sad that so many people in this community have been negatively impacted by abuse. It makes me sad that our community is that kind of a world, but I really think that you guys are creating a place where people can come and hear things that are important. You know, you never know who's lurking, who might say, "What? Cameras watching you all the time isn't normal? I thought it was," or "Wow, I didn't realize that these phrases are an indication that there's might be something off." And so you opening up that conversation and being willing to have it here is really important to people to have a better perspective on what is normal and what ought to be happening. And I just think that was really awesome of all of you. So thank you so much for your generosity.
And as you can tell, my wife is awesome. Thank you, Mrs. R.A. I appreciate that. And great job with the tests, the kids this week. That was celebration. The test's done for the year. Now we just focus on schooling. Somebody said, what is the channel, the YouTube channel? Let me see if I can show you that one, if that would help just a tiny bit. And Kimmy, thanks for the kind words as well. Appreciate you being here.
Generosity?
Generosity. There. Thank you. Thank you, Jill. That's a good word for it for sure. Okay, up on screen, let me show you the channel. We're going to make this smaller. I need to... Why did my clock do funny things? Hang on, we'll get it back here. Super source, box sources, box 1 is camera 6. There's the verdict watch. Okay, there we go. Okay, now let me make it go away and shrink down the window so you can see the channel. So for those that want to follow this channel, and I'd highly recommend subscribing. These are some really good channels. And I need to make the Jill's awesome super chat go away as well. Okay, so right here next to my name, it's weird. I'm on my second virtual screen, which is hard to see. This is not the channel. It's not Judge Shanna Gay. That is the judge's name. But the channel name is 14th Judicial Circuit of Florida. 14th Judicial Circuit of Florida. You can tell it's a smaller channel by the number of subscribers it has. I mean, I'm seeing that they've got 8,901. That's awesome. It's not tiny, but it's not like Mr. Beast. But just look for that. Look for that logo. That would be what you're looking for here. And that just know that this channel covers 6 different counties. 6 different counties. Thank you, Kimar, for putting that in chat. 6 different counties, so you get a lot of different feeds. This particular feed that we've been watching is from Bay County, and this is Judge Shauna Gay, and we like her. She does a pretty good job. I think she's done a great job, as a matter of fact. Can I put the link in chat? If I shrink it down and steal the link from up here, copy. Then we'll shrink it back up, or I guess you can't shrink it up, but you know what I mean. And drop it right there. So this is the channel name. If you want to watch this in chat, there it is. That's the short link that will get you to this channel that we're watching. And there's no audio right now. We're playing all the audio they're sending us. They've muted that from the court, so we're not missing out anything. There's no hot mic. What is the shortest time a verdict has come in? For us, I think it's been in like the 2 to 3 hours, I think, is the short ones. But this one might be faster. You never know. Or much slower. I know there's at least one juror who wants badly to be done with this trial, and he's probably going to push for that. Just subscribe to the 14th. That's awesome. They will appreciate that. I don't know. They might not care. I will tell you that we had a little bit of trouble getting the 14th Circuit Court to get the feed up this morning. They had some issues in the tech department. And it was good. And their subscriber number goes up by 897. Yes, Nicole, that's pretty much what happens. I don't know. I probably have 30 or 40 of these courtroom feeds that I follow and jump around through. And we try to keep tabs on some of them like, Judge Newman, who just married a couple. Not Judge Newman, sorry, Judge Cedric Simpson, who just married a couple today in his courtroom. We try to check in on them on the regular and see what's up. Others are, we just periodically jump in. A few of them, like Judge Manning, the not relevant judge, are very adamant that you cannot use any of their video. We don't like them as much, although it's good. No live chat over there. Yeah, they keep it pretty tame. And also the downside of this 14th Circuit is they present it and then they delete it. So this video will be gone tomorrow. It'll be gone. So you have to be able to download. And for those that are there's some software out there that can download the. There she is. That's Judge Manning. For those that there's some software that can download YouTube videos. YouTube doesn't like it very much. You can use YouTube Premium and say download, but that doesn't really download it. It just like saves a copy for you. And if they delete their site, it deletes yours as well. I actually take it. I have to download a video like we did for this morning. Can we see Angela's testimony while we wait? Or part of it, maybe we can do that. I can pull this up. I'll just need a pinned comment that says, replay or something. Defendant's testimony.
Don't miss the forest for the trees.
That's great advice. Always great advice. So yeah, a lot of them, basically, as soon as the live stops, they're gone. A lot of the arraignments are like that, the first appearances. So on this court, usually within 24 hours, the video's gone. So you have to sort of watch when it happens, and that's it. But
Scratch all that. Oh, that was terrible.
I have this really cool device that I can actually record something as I'm playing it, and it saves it on my side. So they can delete it, and I still have a copy. And that's what we do here. So because we have that, I can see if I can do a 2-box. Let's bring the judge in on a different camera. Ooh, what just happened? Did they just kill their feed? That's no bueno. That's no bueno. Not good at all. Let's see. We need 14th Circuit Court. th Judicial Circuit Court.
How does he do that?
That wasn't not it. Let's see. Oh, I accidentally done Fortnite. I'm like, that's not the right thing. Why do I keep using this scroll wheel? For those that have ever tried to type using one of these tiny little Apple remote controls, they're awful. But they do have a button where you can just say 14th Judicial Circuit Court. Hang on. This is not what we need. Their feed dropped, and so we'll go over here. That's the wrong judge. Wrong case. Who was that? That was that's Johnny Depp. It defaulted to Johnny Depp.
Scratch
for
all
recap.
that. Oh, that was terrible.
That is terrible. That's going way back. All right. Remember soundbite, the word
Is
what?
that correct?
We'll have to grab that. Let's see. No red light. No red light. We don't know. And they took the feed down, so we expect the feed to come back up, but it will be like right when it's there's not going to be like a 30-minute warning, unless you can find a Twitter feed for the 14th Circuit or for Bay County. We're sort of out of luck. So here we go. 14th Judicial Circuit.
There's a lawsuit.
We'll keep that one up right there.
Are we going to address subject matter jurisdiction?
Okay. Keep this guy right here. Oh, no. I need this over here. Stop. Sorry, guys. I'm lost. That's what I need to be in. Right there. Okay, we'll keep that there. And then over here, we're going to do... Where's my player? Boom. And you guys wanted to see the defendant on the stand? Is that what we want to play while the... You guys are saying the feed is still up. Let's see. What was the buffer for? Call Wendy Strickland back. No. No, I think they killed it on purpose.
Because he's the guy.
Wasn't Brandy Churchwell going to go there and flick a flashlight 3 times when the jury had a question? Quick, I'll page her real quick and see if she can, squeeze in there and watch for the next couple hours. Okay, wait. I'm getting distracted. Okay, give me just a second. We'll get this set up. We need which video? That's my intro video. That's a good video, but that's not the one we need.
I'm not a cat.
I need. Shrink that down. Okay, what else did we have? No, it's not there. Loud trucks outside my house.
I was kicked back, taking it easy.
Angelina, yesterday's video was embedded in the live stream that we did on the Verdict Watch, and so you would have to go to the video that we posted yesterday for Thomas Randolph, and then scroll to Verdict Watch until we cut over to this. But we're going to show right now. We're going to show that part.
Scratch all that. Oh, that was terrible.
Scratch that.
I apologize.
Okay, where's my... Oh, here it is. Okay, hold tight. It's end of the day, and I'm really sort of frazzled. Okay, Bay County, 4 gigabytes. Let's see which one this was. Boom. These are the other witnesses right before. So we've got the whole day and divided into 2 halves. We have
I'm not a camel.
An hour and a half of testimony that came before the witness yesterday, and then we also have. Let's see how much it was.
Let no dead horse go unbeaten.
5 hours of testimony with her on the stand. Yes, you heard that right. 5 hours with the little pop-up window that says I need to update my computer. Do you want to see the hour and a half one? Okay, I think this is what we're going to do right here. Replace pin message. We're going to watch Angela Riggins' Dantzler testimony because we missed part of this. We only saw part of it, right? Oh, we did not see the testimony before her. We're going to jump back just to her testimony. This is the defendant taking the stand. Let's see. Which part was this? These are the others. Don't want that. I'm going to shrink that down or delete it. Well, not delete it. We're saving it. I wouldn't delete anything. I don't even delete emails. Why would I delete videos? We're going to play this right here. Camera 3 on.
Okay.
Reset this. Go back here. Ready, camera 3, cut. This is a replay. So this is a replay of the defendant. I think they actually do a little bit of litigation first. Don't you have a podcast? Yeah, but it's an hour and a half. So this will basically play right up to the podcast. So if I get a little distracted, it's because I'm prepping for the podcast. And we can do that. I can do that in the background. Okay, let me skip forward as well. That'll make it a little quicker, so we'll have a little bit of a buffer zone. Where are we? Oh, she's sitting there. Here we go. Not talking. Doing a drink. Let's watch that part. Thinking about having. Oh, there we go. Drink. She's having a drink. Mrs. Ari, just curious. Have you eaten today? No. My wife doesn't love me enough to make me food. I'm pretty much on my own. Yeah, we did.
Your Honor also gets the stipulation.
I did. The stipulation that I've got says when parties agree that certain facts are true, that is called a stipulation of fact. You must accept stipulated facts as having been proven. However, the significance of these facts, as with all facts, is for you to decide. In this case, the stipulated fact that you must accept as true is as follows. The Celebrite extraction being presented to you contains 9 photographs. The rest of the images are duplicates the phone created from thumbnail access.
You guys are outing me.
Defense agree that the additional images, duplicates, of the original 9 images presented?
I did have, yes, my little RA, a big RA,
Is that
made me
agreeable
French
with-
toast this
with
morning.
The state and the defense?
Look at that. No love, no support. You guys immediately just threw me right under the bus. Like, he's lying. He's lying. He had French toast. We watched him eat it. We girls have to stick together. Oh, grab a Pop-Tart. Okay. So I'm going to fast forward through this. I think they're going to do some of the argument that specifically about like the drawings that the cops did about the scene that wasn't to scale. I think that comes in about right now. Panda Express on your birthday was brought to you. Yes, I can't forget about that. That was while I was on stream as well. So I have to remember that. Yes, she does love me. She really does. And her bringing me food is not necessary for me to feel that she loves me. It's what friends do. I had some syrup, just not a lot. Enough that it kept me going and not crashed. Okay. Trying to get to the pertinent bits here as we're waiting. Oh, there she is. She's on the stand. Here we go. The jury is here. You can see them. I'm going to move over to the other side.
Whenever you're ready to inquire.
Ms. Dantzler, you have sort of a soft voice, so I'm going to probably need you to speak up if you will.
Okay.
Will you state your name, please?
Angela Regan Dantzler.
I need the
And Ms. Dantzler, when were you born?
June the 16th, 1965.
And where were you born?
Georgia Baptist Hospital.
Where?
In Atlanta.
In the
Georgia.
hospital.
And tell us a little bit, about your family growing up. Who did you live with?
Our parents, my mom and my dad. And I had my oldest sister who'll be here today. And then we had another sister named Pam that was mental retarded. She had hurlers. I know they don't call them mental retarded nowadays, and I don't want to offend anybody, but that's what we call back in, the 80s. And but she had hurlers, and it was really rare. And she wound up in the world's Guinness medical record because of the hurlers. She was the oldest one living. And then we had my brother, and then me. I was the baby out of 5 because Mama's first baby died. Hers and my dad's.
And how was your relationship with your mom? I'll start with your mom.
Great. Mama was good. She was a good mama because she had to tend to all of us.
And how was your relationship with your dad?
It was kind of rough because he was working 2 and 3 jobs, and he expected us not to be heard and, be quiet because he needed a rest to go to work. And they didn't want to hear kids fussing and stuff like that. So he was pretty stern.
Was he ever abusive?
If you wouldn't look at him when he talked to you, he sure got your attention by slapping you across the face.
Was it, and how long did this go on? Just when you were a little child, or how
Even I remember in high school, I didn't look at him one time and he taught me.
Okay. Were you ever sexually abused as a child?
No, ma'am.
And were you close to your extended family?
To my sister, I was. Our brother, no, was not.
And your brother, is that Brandon Riggins? Is that his dad?
Yes, it is.
And Brandon Riggins is the young man we heard from on video, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was your relationship like with him?
Well, when they was little, they used to always come over because I have 3 sons. And the boys would always come over at my house. And, of course, it smelled like boys, when you get more. But anyway, he come and then he got kicked out of the Air Force because he was doing drugs. And then when he went back home, and then when he went to his parents' house, and then they kicked him out because he was doing drugs there. So I let him come and stay with me for a month. And I told him he could work with me cleaning or, go find a job, and he wouldn't go work. So I said I wasn't going to let my boys do it. So I'm not going to let you do it. I said, because I'm a woman, I'm out here working by myself or with other girls working with me. And you're a young man, you can work a lot harder than I can. So I kicked him out. He was mad about that too, but I give him some money to go buy some clothes and
Yeah, I'm
bed,
objecting
and
there, but this one.
That would be sustained.
And have you been married previously?
yes, ma'am, I've been
Tell us
married
about your first marriage. Well, how many times have you been married?
3 times.
Tell us about your first marriage.
Well, we was married about 9 years, going on 10.
And who was your first husband?
Robert Allen Turner.
And do you recall about when you got divorced?
Gosh, I guess we got married in 80. I think 86, 85. So, what would that be? 86, 96?
You guys, I have no
I
secrets. Everything I've
Did
said.
you have children with him?
Yes, ma'am.
And who were your children by him?
Travis Allen Turner, and then we have Patrick Lee Turner, and then we have Nicholas Roger Turner.
What are the ages of your children now?
Travis is 36, and he's been married for almost 16 years. I think he got 2 little girls. And then Patrick Turner, and Travis works at Greystone Power. He'd done that since high school. He used to work in a warehouse, and then he went to do the lineman work. And then Patrick, he went to school to be a mechanic, but he decided he wanted to be a welder, and now he's working for AT&T.
And what is it? Are 2 of the boys twins?
Yeah, the Nicholas, he's twins. They're 34, and he was in the Marines right after high school.
We'll kind of stick with our questions so we don't need to keep going, okay?
Okay.
Thank you. Now, did you remarry after you divorced Mr. Turner?
I did.
And who did you marry?
Troy Shannon Milholland.
How long were you married to Mr. Milholland?
2 years.
And what was, did you and Mr. Milholland get divorced?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was the cause of that divorce?
He was doing drugs at the time and drinking a lot, and he hit me and knocked me out, and I had to go get checked, and they said I had got a concussion from it. So that was, and I wasn't gonna be with that no more.
And after that divorce, where did you live?
Well, lived in one of my dad's rental houses for a while, and then I was going to build a house. I had house plans, and my brother-in-law, one of his builders, was going to help. And then Easter was the first time I'd ever been by myself without the kids, so I found this trailer. So I bought a trailer, and paid for it and put it up on my land when I was 19. I bought some land. And,
now, the mobile home that you were talking about, is that the same mobile home that you lived in at the time that you met Mr. Dantzler?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to go talk to
Tell
Miss
us about
Zari
that.
off
Did
camera.
you tell us about what that was like, your mobile home?
Well, it was 4 bedrooms, 2 baths. It was about, I want to say 21, 23 square feet. It was big. The boys had their own rooms. That was important. And I redid the whole thing on the inside. I put hardwood floors, but I did them at an angle instead of straight. And painted a house and took out kitchen cabinets and bathroom cabinets. Me and some girls that I had a cleaning service that worked with me, we'd do it and then go take it to my builder's dumpsters because they said I could dump them in it. And so I repainted walls, and I even painted the ceiling, and I put decks on the front and back and put a hot tub up and had a lot of flowers, and I had a big garden. I would always garden every year when you have to drive the tractor to turn up the dirt, and and I fed a lot of people with my garden. I mean, I used to feed, I'm probably talking too much.
Was your house paid for at the time that you married Mr. Dantzler?
Yes, ma'am. I got it for 25, and then it was going to take another 25 because it was painted on the outside, so I had to get new siding up on the side, and I had to get an air conditioning. And so I got a 4-ton air conditioner. I guess you know about that, air conditioning. And so I had to get all the siding done, and then I later on I put tin roofing on the house.
Was it comfortable for you?
Oh yeah.
Did you like your home?
I loved my home. It was, out in the country, couldn't see us from the road. I had goats and cats, and the goats would ride on the back of my golf cart like a dog would ride in the back of a truck. I'd have 2 goats back there riding.
And what did you do for work during that period of time?
I cleaned houses.
And did you own your own business, or did you work for someone else?
No, I worked for myself. I started cleaning residents, and then I started doing offices, and then apartment move in, move out, and then I started new construction and new homes. And then they asked me if some builder seen my truck going down the road, and they said, would you mind coming looking at this restaurant we're building? And so if I clean it, and I told him a price, and so he said I could do it. It was a Marco's Pizza, and I cleaned it. I think I probably had 10 girls on the job doing it with me. It took us a day, and then I wound up doing Popeye's chicken and some of McDonald's, and I'll tell everybody this.
Your Honor, a bunch of non-responsive.
It's the same.
I tell everybody, don't go.
Ma'am, if you'll just let your attorney ask you a question, what she asked the question, if you'll just answer that question, and then if she wants to ask follow-up, she can ask some follow-up.
And how many employees did you have?
Oh gosh. Well, to probably count them all together, I probably went through 50 of them, but on a regular job, I probably had about 10. It depends on the time of the year when the market's.
Okay, and were you comfortable financially?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, when you married Mr. Dantzler, did you owe any credit card bills, or did you have any bills that you were owing?
No, ma'am, just property tax and insurance.
And did you have a savings?
I did.
Now, if you recall, I believe it was Miss Daly Dantzler testified about a marriage that you got a divorce in 2019. Did you get a divorce in 2019?
I was married in 2019.
Well, but the question is, between Mr. Milholland, and you talked about, when was that divorce with Mr. Milholland?
I believe that was in 2002. We got married in 2000.
Okay. Did you remarry anyone else between Mr. Milholland and Mr. Dantzler?
No, ma'am.
So the divorce that Miss Dantzler talked about, was that you? That was in 2019?
No, ma'am.
Did when you moved down to Florida, did you have family and friends down here?
None.
Where are your family and friends?
In Georgia.
Tell us about meeting Mr. Lonnie Dantzler.
Well, I was on a dating site. We were both on Plenty of Fish, and I was coming down here with some girlfriends. We did that on 4th of July a lot for a couple of years, and I texted him. We responded, and then I told him what area I was from, and he said his late wife was from there. And I find out she actually graduated with my boy's father, Robert.
Okay.
Graduated with him, B-Way. So we met out to eat, and we liked each other. And the fact that he knew a lot of the people in our town, it was kind of nice.
Okay. What year was that you met Mr. Dantzler?
2019.
Were you aware that he had just recently lost his wife?
Yes.
And what did he tell you about, or I'll rephrase that. Were you aware that she had just passed away in April of 2019?
Yeah, he said she'd been sick for a couple of years with alcohol, cirrhosis with the liver, alcoholism, and he said he didn't tell me this right off though, but
well, let's just answer this question right now, and then you have plenty of time to tell everything you want to tell.
Okay, I'm sorry.
That's okay. When did you marry Mr. Dantzler?
August the 2nd, 2019.
So y'all met for the first time July the 4th of 2019.
No, I was here the week before. I was here earlier that week, so probably like the 1st or the 2nd. Probably, I think it was the 1st, or it might have been in July, the end of July.
Was it fair to say that y'all knew each other about a month before you got married?
Yes.
How much time did y'all spend together during that month?
We was taking weekends, or like a Thursday and Friday and Saturday, and then going back home on Mondays. So we'd have the weekend, and sometimes earlier.
Did you come down here to Florida, or did he come up to visit you in Georgia?
Well, he came to see me the first time, and then I went the next time, and then he came back, and that's when he asked me to marry him. And we both talked about it because I've been by myself for 20 years. So right at 20.
Well, what made you decide to get married after being single for 20 years?
Well, he was nice at first, and I mean, he was just really nice, and it was like.
I have to apologize to my wife before she'll give me food.
Really
I'm so sorry, Miss Zari.
You do after
You're
a
amazing.
certain period of time. I mean, you
I'm
kind of
sorry for
stay
whatever I said
easy,
that
but
made
you
you
also
mad.
miss that companion. And so, but we got along at first. You know, he was showing me different places. I'd show him things that he didn't know about my county, where there was different creeks and stuff like that. He wasn't impressed with it, but I was.
Did Mr. Dantzler introduce you to his family prior to y'all getting married?
His mother and his father, yes.
When did you meet them?
I met his dad at work at the Storage Inn, and then he took me to his mom's house, and I met his mom.
How long before your wedding did you meet them?
It was the weekend before we got married. I can't remember exactly. Whatever the second was, I don't know what the day was. Okay.
Now, did you ever, prior to your wedding, did you and Mr. Dantzler enter into a prenup?
Yes.
Okay, and whose idea was that?
It was Daly's told her daddy to do it.
Okay, and were you okay with that?
Yeah, I had no problem.
Okay. I'd like to publish Defendant's Exhibit K, please. That's into evidence already.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Dantzler, were you aware of Mr. Dantzler's, what his financial status was as far as the amount of money that he had prior to the prenup?
No, ma'am.
Had he told you that he had a lot of money?
No, ma'am.
Had you been to his house?
Yes.
And did you recognize it was a nice house?
Well, it was nice, but I seen a lot nicer. I mean, especially in Atlanta, I cleaned some really huge houses. That was, to me, it's small compared to some of them that I've cleaned.
But did he ever tell you anything about his family's wealth or anything like that?
No.
And did he, when he suggested the prenup, what was your reaction?
Well, I mean, it didn't really matter to me because I wasn't planning on, at the time, I plan on staying married and trying to be happy and make a life, until we get old.
Okay, if we can scroll down, please, to know how it's marked on there, but it is, it's section, under section 14. It says 230 in the bottom right-hand corner of my page, if that's what it is on yours. Okay. Now, according to paragraph A of on this page, or subsection A, if you were married for 1 year at the time, like a petition for divorce is filed, what would you be entitled to?
1 year. On A, you
yes,
said?
ma'am.
It looks like 50,000.
Okay. And if you were married for 1 year, but less than 2 years, what would you be entitled to? In paragraph B.
100,000.
Okay.
Or 10%.
Whichever's less, right?
Right.
10% of his 10% of his total separate property.
Right.
Okay, now under number C, if you're married for more than 2 years but less than 3, at such a time that a petition for divorce was filed, what would you be entitled to?
150 or 10%.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, at the time, in July of 2021, when this incident occurred, how long had you been married?
Not quite 2 years.
Okay. How long would it be for the 2-year mark?
Well, it was August 2nd, so a couple weeks maybe.
Okay. Right, while we're looking at that, let's look under the exhibit L, please, the last will and testament. And we'll start with page 2, if you will, please. Do you see number B?
I do.
It says first additional specific request. And what does that say? That if at the time of Mr. Dantzler's death, that neither you nor him had filed a petition for divorce, separation, or annulment, and you were living together as husband and wife, were you entitled to the house?
I don't see where you're talking about.
I'm sorry, I'm looking under B. Do you see where it says first additional specific request? Okay. Look about 3 or 4 lines down, if you will. Or
yeah, I see it right there.
okay. Would you be entitled to the house?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then under C, the second additional specific bequest. Let's look under CA. If y'all were living together at the time of his death and neither had filed for divorce, and you were living together for more than 1 year, but less than 2 years, what were you entitled to?
200,000.
Okay. And under B, if you were married and been living together for more than 2 years, but less than 3, what would you have been entitled to?
300,000.
Okay. Now, at the time that that y'all got married, did you have an attorney to look over this prenup at all?
I had Jeff Banks just to look at it.
And how did you know Mr. Banks?
He handled my divorce in 2002.
Okay.
He also fixes her AC. Facts.
And did you and Mr. Dantzler speak with Mr. Banks regarding the prenup?
Well, I talked to him, and they said it looked fine, and he talked to Lonnie.
Okay. When did y'all move in together?
The end week of August.
So after you got married, you weren't actually living together at that point?
No, I'm sorry, not August. I'm sorry, July.
So right before you got married, you moved in.
Right.
And what did you still own your house at the time?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did you do with that house?
I guess it was about a year. I sold it.
And why did you sell it?
Well, because when we was going back and forth to Georgia, we'd stay there, but I was still paying to, cut my grass and, just keep it up because I put a lot of work into it. And, cleaning the gutters out, stuff like that. And he said it was too much trouble. I said, but it gives us a free place to stay. You don't have to pay, and we got food and big yard for the.
When you said he said it's too much trouble, who do you mean by he?
Lonnie. Lonnie would tell me that.
Did Mr. Dantzler want you to sell the property?
Well, yeah, because I don't think he ever walked into a double wide trailer till he walked into my place. But it was nice.
And what did you do with your business when you got married?
Well, I actually give it to a girl named Casey. We was going to write agreements for her to buy it from me, and we just never did. And she was going to give me a percentage of it, but she never did. And that was because we didn't have no written contract, and verbal didn't mean a whole lot, but it was all right.
And did you own a car at the time of your marriage?
I did.
What did you own?
A Kia Sorento.
Were you happy with it?
I was.
And what happened to that?
He said that.
When you say he, please.
I'm sorry, Lonnie said I didn't need to keep that one because he wanted me to have the Cadillac to drive. And I said, well, that's big. He said, you've got to get used to driving. And I said, I'm used to driving something big. I had an F-250 and a F-150. I can drive them. And but he says, but mine was older. And he thought it'd be nice Lonnie thought it would be nice if I drive that. And I said, well, it is, and thank you. Okay. And he said I could have it.
Do you know, was that car ever put in your name, the Cadillac?
I don't think it was.
Okay. And when you first met Mr. Dantzler, did he drink a lot, alcohol a lot?
He did.
Okay, and did you know at the time of your marriage that he was drinking a lot?
I didn't. I did later, but at first, before we got married, I wasn't sure because I thought, well, maybe I'm on vacation. He took off time to spend with me. That baby, he thought he'd just be on vacation too. But I didn't know that he drank like he did till after I really moved in with him and got married.
Well, after the marriage, did he drink a lot?
He did.
And when we say a lot, you know, that can mean a lot of things to a lot of people. So how much is a lot?
Well, he would drink the vodka and tonic, and he would pour and put ice on it. So this is the glass. He'd fill it up there with vodka, and then the rest, what's that, sparkling water, tonic water, he put in it. And that would be that much just to give it a little taste. I actually, on my phone, I took the pictures because I told him, he kept drinking a lot, that he drank a bottle like this with a handle on it in 3 days. And I would take pictures of it going down in 3 days.
Was that just one time, or was that more than one time?
That was regular. That was on a regular basis.
Well, did he act differently when he drank?
It was very different.
Okay, and
he drank.
And how did he act when he would drink to you?
Well, first, he'd be kind of funny, and I thought it was funny. And then they started talking about that I didn't have no, common sense, and I wasn't smart. And he'd always call me dumb as a stump. And I'd tell him if he was so smart, because he got 2 degrees, he could teach me. That would make me smart. And, then he said I was unteachable. And he would just kind of make fun of me. I'd asked him why he'd even marry me then if I was that dumb. So, and called me that.
Did you drink with him?
Sometimes I did.
Okay. And who would generally make the drinks when you would drink?
Lonnie would.
And was that by your choice?
Well, he wanted to always make it. And the thing is, with him making it, it was like I would like vodka and cranberry, but I would have to pour it out because he would put too much vodka. I said, I can't drink like you do, because one drink would make me drunk. It wouldn't take, you can't even drink half of it and you'd be drunk.
Did Mr. Dantzler take prescription drugs?
He did.
And what sort of prescription drugs did he take that you're aware of?
He took heart medicine for blood pressure and medicine and sleeping pills.
Do you know what kind of sleeping pills that he generally took?
Ambien, and then I know he had some pain pills. I don't know exactly. He kept his stuff on his side, and I kept my stuff on my side.
Did you take any medication like that?
On a regular basis? No, ma'am.
Did Mr. Dantzler ever mix his medications like the sleeping medicine or the pain medicine with alcohol?
Yes, ma'am.
And how did he react when he did that?
Well, same way. When he'd get drunk, it was, kind of funny at first, and then he'd start getting smart and putting me down. And then if he'd get mad at me, because I would tell him that I felt like I was smarter than him sometimes because I had more common sense than he did brains. And he would start grabbing me and pushing me a lot of times and just tell me how dumb a stump I am, and and that I didn't meet up to his families because his sisters went to, and his not ex-wife, but his late wife went to Agnes Scott, and I was too dumb to even get in there.
Did Mr. Dantzler ever strike you? And let's just talk about the first 6 months of your marriage to start with.
Yeah, he did when he'd get drunk. And when I'd catch him in little tales, I found out, after I found out about December's breast job, of course that was later, but she was always calling him a lot, and he'd always say, well, Angie's with me right now, and we're going so-and-so, and I'd always say, why would you explain to her where we're going? You don't even really do that to your kids. But anyway, he'd get mad because I would question him like that. And anyway, he'd just get drunk and grab me because I'd call him out on things. And I just had to learn sometimes not to call him out. And then when I didn't talk to him, that made him mad too.
What was if you can remember, what was the first incident of abuse?
Well, probably the first incident, the first week, I thought it was kind of strange. I was outside talking to one of my girlfriends on the phone, and I happened to look in the glass door where he was sitting in the chair, and he was looking for Russian mail order brides. And I just kept watching him. He kept like pulling up like I don't know, mail order brides, like a dating service. And then I told her I had to go, get off the phone. And then I went in, and then he clicked off of it and closed it real quick. And then I said, well, what was you looking at online? And he says, nothing. I said, well, I could see you was looking at something. I didn't know, somebody sent you a picture or what. And then he said he opened it back up, and it was mail order brides, Russian mail order brides. He says, well, I thought it was funny because when we started dating and talking about getting married, I took myself off the dating sites. And
I don't mean to keep cutting you off, but let's try to just answer my question. We'll let you talk.
Okay, I need to interrupt here just for a little bit. This goes on for a little bit, and she reveals some pretty eye-opening things that happen in the relationship. I would like to play all of this. Here's what we have going though. We've got Verdict Watch going right now. Amber, our great document hound Amber, who actually was the one who alerted us to this case initially, reached out to the court to Wendy, the lady who called me earlier, and said, hey, what's up with the feed? Why is it down? They said, yeah, we're bringing it down. We're not going to make a big announcement when the verdict comes in. And she said, we're not even sure if we're going to live stream it. I'm like, excuse me. I think they will. Because they use Zoom for all of this. It's tied into their audio system. Basically, it's enmeshed into the court itself. So it will go out on YouTube. I do think it'll be there. We just have to watch for it, and then I have to record it when it's out there. And we'll try to catch what's happening. The jury. BC said, I really thought the jury would be back by now. They've only been out there for 1 hour. So those I've given the link out in chat for those that want this link to the channel. Unfortunately, here's the downside. On this YouTube channel, you cannot set notifications. So yes, you can subscribe to it, but you cannot set notifications and get a notice that's like, hey, we're going live. They have a Twitter account. They don't use it. There's just nowhere really to go unless you're physically there, and I might have to call Brandy. I don't know, to figure out exactly what's happening in the courtroom. That said, we want to bring it to you and want to cover it, and I definitely want to record it. We might have to just expand my FOIA request to include other days as well, which they still have not responded to either, and it's pretty much the end of the day, so I don't expect one today at all. Also, tonight we have the podcast here on this channel. In 45 minutes it starts. And this podcast, we've dealt with some heavy stuff today. The podcast is lighthearted. It's similar to this. It's live. If you haven't been there for one, I'd highly recommend you stay and hang out and join us. Thomas, who goes by Weather Watch here on the channel, one of our great mods as well, is my co-host on that platform. And so I'm going to build that the placeholder for that. It will go live at 8 p.m. And it takes about an hour and a half. It's going to be lighthearted and fun, and just a lot more. I mean, we've had some fun today. It's going to be a lot of like the funner, the lighter parts of today as well. So highly recommend you come out for that as well. I think that's it. Is there anything else I missed? Here's my idea. I want to watch the rest of this as well as the previous testimony probably on Monday if we don't have a verdict. I don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. I really don't. Tommy says, I'll just stop asking the question. What was your question? I have not been paying attention. I'm sorry, Tommy. It's kind of strange watching the trial backwards. It is. It's very strange. I'm doing it all backwards. Kelly, I see your reason for voting not guilty. I see that. Let's see. I think podcast tonight. Yes, 100%. All right. Anything else? Did you run a poll for this verdict? Phoenix Rising, I did not do a poll for the verdict, and let me tell you why. We didn't hear all the evidence. Every other trial we've done, I've tried, I think almost all of them, I've said we're going to wait on the poll until we have the closing, we get right to closing arguments. Once the evidence is all in, we've heard both sides, that's when we do the poll. We only heard one side. I mean, we heard closing from the state, but we really only heard one side of the evidence. And so I really don't feel like I myself, even though I've got some feelings already on where I stand on this, I feel like I need to, to be true to what we've said all along. I need to, to hear the other side. So we're putting the request for the FOIA information to get the other videos from the preceding 3 days, and hopefully we can bring that to you right away. But we're just waiting on the courts for that. It's already been submitted. It's just a big waiting game. And it's not going to come today, which means it's not going to come this weekend. That's where we're at. All right. What's your preference? Do you guys want a little bit of a break before the podcast, or do you want me to keep this going sort of right up and then we'll just roll over into the podcast? I can do either. I realize you guys have been here, well, for 10 hours and 52 minutes and 36 seconds, roughly. So they're probably going to come back on Saturday, Jenny. They probably are. We want to keep going? We'll keep going. Okay, so I'm gonna have to sort of ignore chat for just a little bit while I set up the live stream for the podcast over on StreamYard. And if you need me, play the buffer sound, I guess, through a mod. That's probably the best thing to do. So let's keep this going, and we'll go on from there.
Let me ask questions if you don't mind. I asked you what the first incident of abuse, and I guess let me ask you again, what was the first incident of physical abuse that you received from him?
That was, I'd have to look. I took a lot of pictures. It was in that first month.
Do you recall why it happened? What was going on?
Sorry, I needed the window that was behind it.
Just say different things that wasn't true. Like if, as a matter of fact, I'd call him out on it. And like when I was going shopping or something, and he was coming up and checking on me, and I said, "What are you doing here?" He said, "I'm looking for you." And I'm like, "Why?" He said, "I was just seeing what you're doing." I was like, "I told you, it's going shopping." And he'd get mad and we kind of fuss a little bit, but he's like, "Just wait till you get home and we'll talk." And I'd say, "Wait till we get home too, till we'll talk." And then he'd get mad.
Did he talk, or what did he do when you got home?
He'd usually go home and drink, and then he'd get mad and start grabbing me, because I'd say, "Why did you do that?"
Did he ever hit you?
Yeah, he's hit me many a times.
Okay. Did that physical abuse, continue throughout your marriage?
It did.
Now, did you ever learn of, well, you were talking about mail order brides. Were there ever any other things on his computer that you saw him looking at that upset you?
Buckle up.
He liked the porn.
Did you ever say anything to him about looking at porn?
Yeah.
And what was his reaction to that?
Well, he didn't say nothing wrong with it. And I found out this was another thing, and I wouldn't have married him. I told him if I would have known this, that him and Susan, his late wife, Bonnie, said they were swingers. And they've done it for a long time, since they were in college.
Did you, let me ask the question, did you understand what that meant to be a swinger?
I did. But I don't know a whole lot of the details about it, because he told me some, but not all of it. Because I said that wasn't fair that he didn't tell me before we got married. I said, because, I would have never married him if I would have known that he was that.
Now, did Mr. Dantzler ever try to get you to participate in that lifestyle?
He did. He was telling me that. And then we went to a restaurant, and he introduced me to one of the owners that was in the swinging club. And he said, I didn't know it till we got back home, and he told me, he said, well, he approved of you. I'm like, what do you mean? He said, he approved of you coming into the group with us since we were married.
Now, did you ever participate in that sort of thing with him?
No, ma'am, I did not.
And how did he take that when you refused?
Well, like something was wrong with me, and then he'd be mad at me and say, that it's just sex. It's nothing to it. And I'm like, it's, you don't have any connections with them other than sex, and I didn't want to do that.
And was there ever any sexual abuse in your marriage?
There was a lot. He, with the ring cameras up, I know we talked about that a lot. He would film us having sex. That would get me upset. And
okay, let me stop you there, and I'll let you finish in a minute. But did you have those ring cameras installed?
No, ma'am.
Okay, and did you have an app on your phone that would allow you to look at the ring cameras?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, if I think the evidence was yesterday that there were maybe 216 views on the Ring app. Explain how that works.
Well, you can click on it and see, and then you can have your phone set, like any movement in the house, like if a dog was walking by, it would ring to you so you can see what it was. Because one of the dogs, Hamster, Hamilton, but we called him Hamster, he had diarrhea. And I was saying, we got to put him in the office so he wouldn't poop all over the house, because he'd poop all over the house. And so your phone would ring or ding, and then you can click on it and see what that is.
Okay.
You can always tell if you forgot to put them up because it would go off.
Now the dings on your phone, when you would get a ring from the Ring camera, did you then look at the camera, or how does that work?
Yeah, you can look at it, just click on it, and even if sometimes people drive by the driveway, it would go off.
Okay. Now you were saying that you were talking about abuse, that he was filming you. Yeah. Were you okay with him filming y'all having sex?
No, ma'am, I wasn't at all.
Did you explain that to him?
Yes.
And what was his reaction to that? He
just said, I'm too sensitive. And I'm like, I'm not. I was like, I don't like that. I mean, I don't think you're to have it, because I felt like he's got it on the Ring that he could probably show any of his friends that's playing with him.
Was there any other sexual acts that he did to you that you were unfriendly with?
Yeah, he would. I didn't know it, but I'd be asleep and he would be having sex with me, waking me up, and I'd wake up, with him having sex intercourse with me. And I'd asked him, why didn't he wake me up? He said, well, you was enjoying it. I was like, well, I was asleep. I don't know how would I enjoy it. And then there'd be a lot of times because I snore and I sleep with a mouth guard. And a lot of times I thought, well, maybe I'm drooling, but he would masturbate and rub it on me or right over my face. And then sometimes he'd go around the bed and I'd wake up and I'd get mad. And he would tell me that I enjoyed it. I was like, but I don't, I'm asleep. How can I enjoy it? And I'm mad now.
Did you ever express to him that you did not appreciate him ejaculating on you?
No, I didn't like that at all.
Did you tell him that?
Yes, ma'am, I told him.
Did it continue?
Yes.
And when was the first time that something like that happened?
Probably within the first month first month.
The first month of marriage?
Yeah, and I would tell him that, if he'd just talk to me, wake me up, I would have sex with him. But don't do that. And then he thought it was funny because I just, I had to go to the bathroom and, wash off, and I'd be mad. Sometimes I'd go up into the room where it was twin little beds and sleep in one of those.
Were you ever forced to have sex?
Sometimes, because he would take those Viagra pills, And he just keep wanting to have sex with me. And I'm like, this is enough. Let's stop. And he'd say, come on, come back. And pull me back down.
Now, how did he treat you in front of other people?
Well, it depends on who you are. He would, like his friends, I mean, I guess I wasn't thinking about it, but they'd say, what school do you go to? And I'd automatically want to say like Elbrook, which is a high school. And they changed it to a performing arts. And he would say, no. He said, she's got a hard knocks, is what he would say. And then he would say she was dumb as a stump. And then like when we was getting the blinds, taking the curtains down, because I was trying to redo the house.
Sustained.
What?
If you just let your attorney ask you the questions, and if you'll just answer what she's asking.
Okay.
Did he treat you differently than he treated other people?
Yes.
And in what way? Without going, just answer that question, please.
He would just put me down and just saying how dumb I was, and he would.
Did he ever call you names?
Dumb as a stump and just stupid and not educated.
How did that make you feel?
Well, I knew I didn't have 2 degrees like he did, but I mean, it didn't make me feel good at all. It kind of hurt my feelings, and I tell him that. And then he thought that was funny, because I'd cry.
Did you recall going to his sister's house, Miss Hammond's house, in the first 6 months that you were married?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did you learn something there that really upset you?
Yes, that's when her and I was walking, and she told me that he paid for December's breast.
Now that was the breast augmentation was paid for about a month before you met, right?
I believe that's what she said.
Now, did you ask Lonnie about it?
I did.
And was Mr. Dantzler truthful about how that took place to you?
No, he didn't pay for it. And I'd say, you swear to me? He said, oh, I'd swear to you.
Now, why were you speaking to Miss Hammond about December?
Why was I speaking? I don't know why that came up about her and I talking. And I mean, I guess just talking about December, like, how do I like her? And I was like, well, she's always calling us all the time when we're on the road or something. He'd always say that he's got me in a truck with him, or we're in the car, we're going somewhere. And I just thought that was kind of strange.
Was there ever any concern about Miss Johnson's clothing?
Yeah. He, well, for an example, when we got the slingshot, I had a couple of T-shirts that had Indian slingshots on it. And she's like, oh, I like that shirt. And she told Lonnie, she's like, I want a shirt just like hers. And so she's like, he said, what size? And she'd say small. And he said, well, Angie's smaller than you, and she's wearing a medium. And so, and he went and bought her some shirts just like mine.
Were you aware of whether or not he gave December the clothing from his ex-wife?
He told me that.
And what did he tell you regarding those clothes?
Well, that she got some dresses and shoes, and she wear them to work, and when she'd come in, she would model them for him.
Did that?
Okay. I've run into a little snag. Some of the equipment I need is using the plug that is being used to play this video, and I can't stop it. I keep it going. I realize we have half an hour before the podcast starts. We're going to take a break. I've not had a break. I've had a tiny break where you saw me run away. It's been 11 hours. It's been a long day. We will try to bring this whole trial to you in its entirety at a later point. We're not hearing anything from the courthouse. It's getting late there. Honestly, I don't know how late they're going to be allowed to deliberate. It could be very late. We'll keep our ear to the ground, but we're going to go with the podcast. If we get a rumor or we hear the bell goes off that says, hey, their verdict's coming in, we'll break into the podcast with that, and we'll bring that to you. But a little regret sometimes. This is heavy. This is really heavy at times, and at the other times there's other things. If we can just look at certain things, like I want you to see the cross examination where the state talks to this lady, and she is unflappable. She's just like a rock in cross examination. And leading, just telling the whole events, what happened, what led up to, how she shot him and when and why and where she was and what he had done, why she shot him again. There's a lot there. And yeah, like some of you said, I think there's room here for let's see, what was when we posted? One of you said it really well. Reasonable doubt. I said there's room for reasonable doubt here. This is reasonable doubt, or justifiable homicide, as some people say. So thank you very much for being here all day. It's been a really, really long day. Hey, look at that. This is a message. What made that happen? I need to fix that one. Okay, more homework for me. All right, it's the podcast one that did it. I'll get that fixed. I had a quick snack. Mrs. R.A., the wonderful lady that she is, made me nachos for dinner. And so I consumed those. Sorry on camera. I apologize to y'all. But please, if this has been heavy today, consider joining us for the podcast to lighten up as we get into the weekend, get going with that. Look, there's the message again. Why is it saying this is a message? Let's see, what command is calling this? I think it's podcast again. I don't know. All right. That being said, let's do this. I haven't heard this music in a while, right? Portal us to the podcast. It won't let me do that until the podcast is live. But well, let me see. Edit. Let me take a look here real quickly. Redirect. I can portal us to the podcast. You're going to be in chat for a little bit. It starts at 8 p.m. We'll portal to the podcast. And that'll be all good. So, episode 26. Can you believe it's been 26 episodes? Okay, so we're going to get ready for that. Tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love. Smile at someone to make their day just a little bit better. And please stay safe till we go live again, which will be in about 30 minutes with the podcast. That's how we're going to kick off the weekend. It's going to be a lot of fun. Get your dad jokes ready. Get your best dad jokes ready in chat. We're going to bring it tonight. It's going to be great. Some funny stories as well, some crazy ones. There's a couple states vying for that top position with Florida and Wisconsin. We've got some crazy news stories to bring you as well. Gordon, this is a message. I love it. It looks great. Thank you very much. We're fixing to port to the podcast. I guess first person in chat and podcast, I don't know what they get. I think they're there already because it's open. But we'll go over there in just a little bit. How long have you been on? Who's your podcast with? It's with Thomas from Weatherwatch. Weatherwatch, one of our great mods. Amazing friend. Just a stellar gentleman all around. Please join us. Check it out, Molly. We've been on for, so we do a weekly thing almost every week. I think we've skipped 2 weeks. It's 26 weeks, so half a year. About 6 months ago we started. Anyway, I'm wrapping it up here, you guys. I'll see you in a little bit. I'm going to go here, and I'm going to go here, and this, and then that, and too many buttons. This. I'll see you in a little bit. Bye.